got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah. Chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you D.I.E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all night. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Double pump and bring it back like, ayy. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack 'em in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in a Civic. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Check, whoa, VVS all on my neck, whoa,
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my
my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them try to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Ooh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Ooh, thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. Ooh, but now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a cock ying my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out be the pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผล the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep don't punch me Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสนิทกูขอสกิด one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
and welcome back to the live coverage of Foot versus BBL. It is 2033. Angel is now coaching Na'Vi. Pansy is the head of production here, and we are still in overtime, waiting for Foot or BBL to win this map. Who you got your money on?
BBL from the beginning. I will die being a BB leaver.
I love that you managed to make that work. Yeah, I mean, a long day yesterday, right? I have to say that the fact that we had two 2-0 maps as well,
What doesn't kill you makes it stronger.
Yeah.
Also, I feel that after tomorrow, we're good for anything.
We actually haven't left yet. We've been here. We just changed, you know. We showered here. We changed.
Are you still doubling down on it?
We put new outfits on. It was
Sorry,
a long day, Billy.
wardrobe.
Let me milk this because it doesn't happen very often. And if you don't know what we're referring to, of course, it is that crazy overtime that we saw. Broke a record. Maybe we break it again. Hey, who knows? And in the end, it was BBL that finally beat Foot.
Yeah, exactly. As you're saying, for the 3 years that we've had the partnership, this was the one time that BBL was not able to get just one map, but also win the entire series, starting off with a map that lasted over 2 hours. And that showed a lot of promise coming in from both of teams. So actually very entertaining considering it was an ascent.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think as well, each time these two teams come up against each other, it's a 2-0, but this time it seems to go in BBL's favor. So I think that they can be very happy with that going into this playoffs. But that Giant X and Apex game, again, it just felt like so close at so many times, and I think as well we've seen so many standout moments from so many different individuals. I think now Apex have to kind of go away, especially the fact that they're not making it to playoffs. They kind of need to think, what do we need to change going into stage 2? And they are fighting to stay in this league.
Yeah, it's good also to get, you know, some of the Spanish teams to get a win. Maybe Koi today, who knows? But it's good to see Runner Bag, Giant X polishing some of those mistakes and looking forward ahead in the future.
We do have some stakes today because the winner of Vitality versus Na'Vi will confirm seed number 3 in Group Alpha. And also seed number 4 means that you have to play from the lowers, and nobody wants to do that. So that game is going to be very, very interesting. As you guys can see, this is the schedule for today. We will kick things off, however, with Mates versus Koi. But before we get to that game, I wanted to play a game. I never get to get involved, and actually I'm not really involved today. However, we do have a very, very special guest. Yes, he is alive. He looks very revitalized after yesterday. Yumpy, welcome to the studio, and welcome to Who Wants to Be Radiant. Are you Radiant?
I wish.
Oh, okay, well maybe he can
Pleasure
get Radiant
to be
today. For those of you that haven't seen this game before, we played this once before with Redgar, your former teammate Redgar, and he got a diamond. And the gist is I'm going to ask you a question at each rank. If you get the question right, we're going to move on to the next one. You will also have 3 jokers coming into this. So if you ever feel a little bit unsure or stuck, you can either phone the analyst over there. They're on standby to help you out. You can ask Twitch chat. Don't know why you want to do that.
Yeah, that's the last option.
And then also,
that's when I want to lose the game.
Yeah, and a 50-50 as well. So are you ready? Should we get it started?
Always ready, always happy.
Let's see if you can get past the first question of unranked. If you get this, you will be unranked so far. But we want you to get to Radiant. So let's roll it instantaneously and start with this question. I am hoping you know the answer to this. On what map can you fall off the edge? Your choices are A Pearl, B Abyss, C Icebox, and D Lotus.
Yeah, but off the edge of what? Like
Glory?
you can't the edge of sight or the edge of, you know, but
yeah.
If the edge of map, I think it's B Abyss.
B Abyss, final answer?
Yes.
Let's lock
go.
it in. Let's see if you can get past the
Lock
first
slash
question.
in.
Yeah, I mean Redgar got past this pretty easily, so you can't do worse than Igor did. Very, very well done. Very well done. Nice and easy. We're going to ease you into this, and let's jump into question number 2, which is on which teams play the longest map in VCT EMEA history? I wonder if you have a clue here. You might know this one. Fnatic versus M3C, B FPX versus Forza, C BBL versus Foot, or D GX versus Na'Vi. That's nasty, but yeah, go on.
Giants Na'Vi was a pretty close one, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can call it that.
I think we go with number C, BBL Footballist.
Are you sure?
Yes. I hope I got 2-0. I like 2-0, so.
Yeah, you like a 2-0?
Yes.
What about a 3-0?
Yes, maybe we can go more. A
3-0 would be nice too, I think. Yeah, let's lock it in. BBL
Ronaldo's
versus
favorite
Foot.
letter. This is Ronaldo's favorite letter.
All right, okay, on that note, let's go for the next one. This will get you to bronze, I believe. Which team won EMEA Ascension in 2024? A, Apex, B, Gentlemates, C, why we gotta do
Pacific.
this to me?
Shout out.
PCF, and D, 2Game Esports. Well, this is trick question, kinda.
Yeah, I
but
think so.
EMEA Ascension. EMEA
Yes,
Ascension.
EMEA, there has been a lot of good, Gentlemates was there. Pacific, close one, but we go with A like Apex.
A like Apex? Is
A
that
like
your,
Apex, yes. That's my final answer.
Do you have a favorite letter? Are you like Ronaldo?
No, I don't have a favorite letter. M. I like M.
You like M, but
Yes.
A is the correct one here. Let's move
We are
on.
silver, right?
You're doing very well, Yumpy, so far.
Yes.
Very, very, very well. You
I like
are on
gold.
silver. You like gold? Well, if you
Yes.
get this, you're going to get gold. Which of Breach's abilities does direct damage? Now, you have played a lot of Breach, so
Yes.
let's take a look. A, Rolling Thunder. B, Aftershock. C, Fault Line. And D, Flashpoint.
Actually, this is a good question because
Do you
Aftershock,
know?
yeah, I think Aftershock is the name of the kaboom, right? I never used to call the Aftershock, so
What do you
I think
call it?
Kaboom. It's a kaboom, no?
It is. I also call it Kaboom.
Yeah, it's a kaboom. So we go with Flashpoint, that is probably flashing, Rolling Thunder. I have actually done damage with Rolling Thunder to Martin on Fracture when he updrafted and I breach-ulted him. He got the space, but it's not direct damage, so we go with B, Aftershock.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Final answer, B, Aftershock, or otherwise known as Kaboom. Let's see if you can get to gold with this one, and it looks like...
Yes!
There we go. All right, you are currently at gold, so let's take a look at how many more questions you need to get correctly in order to get to Radiant. Doing very well so far.
Yes.
All three Jokers are in play. This is wrong, right? You're technically gold, or am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. You have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. So let's get this underway. I want to see if you can do Radiant. Before we started this, I told the producers that if we get Yumpy here to play this game, there's a very high chance that he's going to go all the way.
Yeah,
So
extra pressure over here.
don't let me down. Do not let me down, because it was
Extra
you or
pressure.
Magnum, and I know I had less faith in Magnum.
Yeah.
All right, let's
Same.
take a look at the next question. Which of these players has Yumpy never teamed with in the VALORANT EMEA official? A, Harmy. B, Cryptics. C, Nats. And D, Eccles.
Much love to Harmy and Cryptics and Nats, but I think it's Eccles. I'm sorry, Eccles, But
He left us to be
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
He went to NA.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
it was Eccles I never played, but would have loved to play with him. Of course, he was the carrier of Liquid before I went there. So
Fish 1, 2, 3 legend
Yes,
right
exactly.
there. Lock it in. Let's lock it in. D, Eccles. Let's see if he is correct, because I believe you are. There we go. Would have been really embarrassing if you didn't get that.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
about you. Yeah, it's about you. Fortunately, we have no questions about Finland. I'm sorry to disappoint you. How many credits does a judge cost to buy? A, 1,750. B, 1,800, C, 1,850, and D, 1,900.
my favorite gun to buy from my ex-coach, whose name shall not be named here. I think it's 1,850. That's a normal even number, right? But I think we asked the chat because I think on the chat, Twitch chat, we have a lot of judge abusers.
Oh, do you trust
So,
them?
Of course I trust the chat,
All right, let's ask Twitch chat. And Twitch chat, I want you to spam the letter of A, B, C, or D. not
Ronaldo's
the
favorite
numbers.
letter.
I know you sometimes, struggle with following instruction, but the letter, please. So if you think it's A, spam A, B, spam B, C, spam C, and D, spam D. And we will see in just a second what Twitch chat is going to tell you. What are you hoping they would say? How would they?
C, I think it's C.
You hope they would say
Yes.
C? Well, are you going to trust them if they go for a different letter?
No. I think it's C,
Okay, well, Twitch
But I
chat.
just need to confirm it from the Twitch.
Yeah, let's see any judge abuses, any raised judgments.
Yes.
That's what we're looking for
Bunny,
here.
my favorite player, Bunny.
There we go. They win 55% C. There were some that went A and D as well. Would you like to go with Twitch chat?
Yeah, let's go with Twitch chat. See.
All right, let's go with Twitch chat, and lock in C, 1,850. You did have 2 other lifelines you could have used, so let's see if this was correct. Wow.
Yes.
Twitch chat are so nice
Still in
to
the
you.
game, exactly.
They are very nice to you. I thought they were going to troll you there. They didn't. You are still in the game. You have 2 lifelines left, 50-50 or court and analyst. Let's see if you need to use either of them. For this question, who had the most kills in this year's EMEA kickoff? A. Camo.
Kiko.
B. Kiko. Oh, you said that before it came up. D. Derke. And C. Derke even. And D. Your teammate Sociable.
I mean, it's either Kiko or Derke because they played the most games, right? They played in the grand finals. But I would say Kiko because Liquid came from the lower bracket.
You said that before we even saw his name. That's,
I mean,
that's kind of crazy ball
about
knowledge.
Gio, incredible tournament.
You know ball knowledge.
Exactly.
Would you like to lock this in?
Yes, we lock B.
All right, let's see if his gut feeling was correct before he even saw the options.
Yeah.
I think you're too good at this. You are definitely too good at this. It is correct. Once again, at this point, as we take a look at how far away you are from Radiant, I think we need to give you harder questions. You're doing so well. And I hope we have enough time to do the last 3. 4 even. Last 4, you're very, very, very close. And you still have 2 lifelines. So my bet is you might be able to do this, Jumpy. You might be able to actually
finally Radiant. Ranked
Yeah.
has been awful this season.
We'll talk about that later because I agree.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this question here for you and see if you know the answer. In Team Liquid versus Gambit to qualify for Masters Berlin.
Chronicle.
Not traumatic at all. Scream played Reyna on Icebox. Who played Reyna for Gambit? Do you think Sliggy would know this?
If you would ask me which is the most painful loss of my, this is probably one of those painful. It's either Chronicle or Shadows.
But your gut feeling was Chronicle instantly.
Yes. My gut feeling was Chronicle, but I would still go for Shadows.
It's Icebox,
Yes.
and Shadows would be the obvious choice.
Yes.
But why would you ignore your gut feeling? You were there. You played this game.
Yes, I was there. I have a feeling that Chronicle was playing Reyna sometime.
Trust your instincts, Jumpy. Trust your instincts.
Should we ask the analyst now to get everyone involved?
Okay, let's ask the analyst.
Yes.
Let's ask the analyst and get everyone involved. But Yumpy originally said Chronicle. Kukuka and Billy, who would you say?
It was rare. I was there, and it was Kron. I would say his gut was right. Billy?
I think you should trust Bear on this one.
I think if my gut and your gut are lining on this one, we should just go with them.
Do you remember it all too well?
All too well.
Well, then I think you have to
Let's
trust
go
them.
Chronicle, because I think I also remember Chronicle, but maybe Shadows played then in Champs or somewhere Reyna, because for sure he's played Reyna also.
Now,
but
would you like to lock it in?
yeah, let's lock Chronicle.
Let's lock in Chronicle. Shadows was the obvious choice here,
But in my opinion, it was Chronicle.
analyst-
Yeah, it was Chronicle, I swear.
But you said that instantly.
Yes,
So
because I remember it.
you gotta trust yourself more. 2 more questions to see if you get to Radiant. Who is Valorant agent number 8?
What does this even mean?
Do you know? A. Omen, B. Cypher, C. Unknown, or D. Viper?
50-50, please. I have no idea what
you
does
want a 50-50 before the last question?
Yes, because I have no idea what this even means.
Let's use the 50-50. It's
Yeah.
Unknown or Viper. So how many agents do you think we're currently sitting out roughly?
Probably 16.
Yeah,
I have
and
no- actually,
number
I have no
8
idea.
was, what do you think?
What does unknown mean?
It just means it's called, the name is Unknown. You know how it's Viper or Unknown? All right, Yumpy.
I think we go unknown.
He's gonna go Unknown. Let's lock it in. Let's lock it in. See if he gets it correctly. I don't know
Viper
if we
was
have
original
time.
agent.
Okay, let's
go last one.
Speed run. Let's speed
go.
run the last one, Yumpy. I need you to give
Come
it to
on,
me
Radiant,
instantaneously when you see the question,
Yes.
okay? What is the most played map in VCT
Ascent.
EMEA? He's locked in Ascent. Let's go for Ascent. Does he get Radiant or does he fail at the last hurdle? Oh, with 20 seconds left on the clock, Yumpy, you have chosen Ascent. And the game says... I am so sorry, it is not Ascent. Thank you so much, Yumpy, for playing with us here. We're gonna let you rest for a bit and send this down to stage and bring out the first 2 teams of this game. It is Koi and Gentlemates.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, 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 yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said, really, I can't keep up. Play follow the
playoff streams might be over for Koi and Gentlemates, but the championship points can still potentially make a big difference down the line. So this game is still very, very important for them, which means the map pool are also equally important, and they so far doesn't seem too strange.
Banning that Ascend, now they go into the Lotus, they've done it in the past, and against a team like Koi that has picked this map a lot, it makes a lot of sense. They decide to go for Split, a map that neither of these teams have played, and I think that Icebox, Billy, it was compulsory to see in this best of 3.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think looking at this video as well, it's kind of difficult to judge what way Movistar Koi are kind of going to go in. We've only really seen the 4 maps from them this stage so far, so we could argue that they still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. But yeah, I think when it gets to that fracture, for me, that will be the interesting point, because Gentlemates, of course, had that OT loss against Foot, and this is a map that Movistar Koi played in kickoff and haven't decided to play it in stage 1.
And I think that Gentlemates, if we get to that 3rd map, have a huge chance of redeeming themselves, because it was that fracture that you're mentioning against Foot that went to a very long overtime, and they weren't able to close. And ever since, they have not been able to win a single map.
And this is a point. We have never had a team in VCT EMEA that didn't win a map for the entire season. You might think, oh, maybe KC back in the days, Koi, etc., etc. They at least won a map or a match. So I want to make sure that Koi do that today. Could it be Split? Who knows? Because honestly, I didn't mind the comp. I really, really did not mind the comp. How did you guys feel?
I don't mind the comp either. I think that for them it's a little bit more of comfort, and I think that if there is a map that they could win, is that Icebox. That's why I think that that's the way we could get to fracture.
Yeah, I think so. I think coming into this split though, we are going to see Click on that Yoru. Okay, that's interesting that they've decided to switch that up there, and I wonder if it is a confidence thing. I mean, Click hasn't been performing in the best sort of way. We kind of saw him perform well in kickoff and then kind of fell off a little bit throughout stage 1. So yeah, I wonder if that's a comfort thing or what the thought process is here by having him on that Yoru.
We have been promised in the past by Gentlemates that Click is going to have one of those stellar performances. It could be today, you know, ending the season on a high could be very determinant for their mental coming into the rest of the year.
I don't know why they're allergic to double duelists. Would have been fun to see one of those here, but we're not going to get that. Now, they casted every single round of the longest VCT game in EMEA history. Yesterday, they've hydrated, they are back, they have emotionally recovered, and they've agreed to do it all over again. So send this over. I'm going to send this over to your casters, Mitch and Tom. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Insu. Give me 48 rounds of Kadavra right now.
I was about to say, all over again. She's first talked about, oh, the Koi, I'm making sure Koi get a victory, doing it all over again. Like, I'm starting to think that Sue might be the one writing this script, but we'll have to wait and see.
I don't know whether she wrote it or whether she's reading off of it, but promising a long game here today. And look, both of these teams, they may not have playoffs to play for, but they certainly have pride on the line. For Movistar Koi, even a map here would be a step in the right direction. For Gentlemates, they're going to look to squash this team, beat them into the dirt, and starting out on Split. Excited to kick this one off, Tom. A lot of positives to look at. And I think certainly on the Gentlemates side, expectation-wise, is it a 2-0?
Well, considering the opposing team is yet to win a single map, you'd say statistically yes, but I do think going into this there's a good opportunity for Koi. Like realistically, all pressure is off. I think with rumors there's very much potential we don't see this roster in this form once again, so I think we've seen them get very close to winning maps and then sort of choked out on them, so I have hopes. And also going into a map where last time out Click was 0-8 in opening duels, so we'll have to wait and see if he has a slightly better performance here today.
Lots to keep an eye on for Gentlemates. You've seen the birthday buff. It's McQuanker's birthday. And of course, although he's not on the server, hitting those shots, maybe those inspirational words from the birthday boy will help them out along the way. For Movistar Koi, defensive start on Split. Icebox is their pick, so they chose the side. We'll see if they can put up the rounds here on Split. Already, there's been a bit of a pump fake from Gentlemates. Pressure towards this A site. The drone's going to spot one towards the top of ramp, but the idea is to take the spike back to middle and contest there. With 3 players rotated into heaven, Movistar Koi have left be a little bit lighter and puts a lot of pressure on Flya to keep this mid control.
Yeah, he saw the last one.
Believe in
so
heaven.
there's at least some information. Soulcast is in a pretty solid position, looking to try and hold the line. First goes his way, second as well for Soulcast. kicking things off with a bang and looking for a little bit more. He's going to run out of bullets though, but he's bought a lot of time. 17 seconds, making their way to site. Flyers in the way, he got there in the end, and well, the clock is all but gone, and Mini falls as well. Koi, they're on the board, they're kicking things off well. Let's just end it here.
Yeah, 1-0.
There we go, done.
Off to Icebox.
We're going to offset yesterday's map, and
it's like you were saying, Sue's trying to break the result. Looks like you're doing much the same.
You know,
what's that about?
I'd like Koi to get a map.
That's what I. A step in the right direction.
And they're both out, so I'm allowed to be biased.
A step in the right direction with a pistol round under their belt. And now the investment, it's going to be a heavy investment indeed. Flya, who's playing around mid with a Judge, and the rest of the squad, well, Filu, I suppose, on the Marshal, everybody else with Bulldogs to play with. It does mean that the margin for error is very low. You don't want to see players going down to these pistols. At least to start, Filu's able to make it out of that initial utility dump. And a good spray through the smoke's going to catch Zipan.
Expectation here for mates is nothing. They've not invested into this round at all, saving purely for the buy round. Filu doesn't have the best position for a Marshal, but I've said that before, and he still managed to get a couple, and then Grubinho is there to clean up the mess. What they've lost really isn't much at all. It's just that Marshal is the lowest value weapon, and they'll keep everything else going forward. A very good start for Movistar Koi. And something I kind of want to touch on a little bit is I'm a little bit surprised by the map choices. If you go off previous results, both of these teams weren't particularly good. A 6-13 defeat versus Liquid, and a 5-13 defeat versus Liquid. So I guess that one extra round was enough for Gentlemates to think, oh, this is our map.
Well, you know, you lose or you learn, right? Investment coming back through from Movistar Koi is going to be onto an Outlaw, having lost themselves a Marshal. Grubinho, the one to take that for the B hold, and a decent bit of potential if they can land some damage early, but Gentlemates have gone full shields, of course. It's a very healthy investment.
Warning shot.
Going out.
I won't pose that big of a danger. Player in mid-gate crashes out, but
he didn't see the jump.
Not seen Flya. Huge opportunity for that Viper to do some damage late round.
I think it's just the control that's held. Click. His opening duel statistics don't seem to be improving, as he has fallen once again. And in this round, it's much more of a problem. Rotation already in thick and fast with that sniper set up on B. 3 players now ready and waiting over on this A site. There's not really much of a surprise here from Gentlemates.
Grenade is live.
They're very much ready and waiting for this push to come through. Let's see if the weaponry disadvantage plays a role. The Bulldogs
30 seconds.
up against the Vandals that are in play on the other side, and they're cutting through them with ease, it seems. The decoy used, but not to great effect. Damage done onto Mini at least, and with man advantage still held, this is going to be a tough site push. Whether they even know the rotations have come through, that there's so many players. Okay, Breach utility goes out, 12 seconds, they've dropped Breach, don't know about Solkas. They found him just in time, the plant will come through, and well, Gentlemates bailed out of a bad situation because of those picks.
It seemed like that was a really good opportunity. Now Zipan's late lurk leaves it all onto Grubinho. Mitch's favorite gun in hand.
2 of them one shot.
Just like Mitch, this probably isn't going to work.
Well, Grubinho's looking to make it a bit more palatable after the first, but that was Kamek. Needed a headshot onto him. 150 health keeps him alive. Stop smiling, Tom. I don't like that.
You really wanted that to work.
I really did.
That's so bad.
I really did. I was rooting for him there. I was about to put on a Koi jersey myself. 2-1.
Well, you've been on the watch party, so you're basically halfway there.
Yeah.
Although I don't think you're very popular over there.
No, well, listen, I've redeemed my reputation a little bit, I suppose. They enjoyed my Spanish skills. Can't debut them here, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, especially because our producer is Spanish and would know exactly what you're saying. You can't get away with it.
Alberto's in my ear. But 2-1. That was a decent attempt, though, from Movistar Koi. Good damage done. The bigger investment in round 2 gives them decent weaponry for the next. The Outlaw managed to put a few dents in Gentlemates' economy for this one, as they have to invest pretty deep. And light shields with damage on Zipan as well. Light shields for Mini. That's Grubinho in with a chance if he spots either of those players early on, because they brought the Outlaw back into action.
Out goes Little Bud again, just in case. no one taking the chance after Durka's shenanigans at kickoff, so just making sure they haven't got too much ground. It's very slow and tempered from the side of Gentlemates. Trying to just take control across the map, work for space and see if they can find any aggressive positioning, but there really isn't much. Other than maybe A main, you could argue. Flyers off angle here, could be a nasty surprise. Not quite connecting the shot though.
There's an opening duel for Click on the attack. Nice to see. Zipban with the trade keeps numbers in their favor. Here comes the Outlaw swinging in, and it's Zipban shutting him down at 2v3, and the defender's off site. A free plan to be attained. From here, is it going to be an aggressive post plan? I'm already looking at Zipban. He's up nice and close, and he has support as well. They go for that deep swing and hammer home the victory. Now for Filu, he could even decide to just save this weapon through to the next. 1v3 is not looking likely. No one's tagged low, and Zipban, we know on the Movistar Koi side, you just hit tab, you know that he's got his ultimate, but we can even see salvos are online. There's a stun for Kamek, and they've reset into that, well, I say passive post plan. That's not quite passive, and it's not like he needs orbs either, but I guess Zipban's just feeling confident.
Yeah, and that's a good sign. Like, you look back to the series he played last week versus BBL, 10 and 36 across the series. So had a very, very rough time. And we've seen that a few times. I believe there was a map as well where Mini got only 2 kills. Like, these stars that we've sort of talked about on this mates roster that they've slowly been building, at times have just gone completely missing. So I think a map that Zipan's always been particularly comfortable on, you think back to FPX, Na'Vi, this was one of their strong suits, and him picking up the Teo.
Nice Ponto!
Gets him that little bit more aggressive, and 6 and 2. He's already 4 kills away from the entire series of last week.
That's not a great metric, really, is it? The bar...
He's improved.
The bar
That's a good thing.
Hopefully set a little higher than last week. Well, now a very weak investment from Movistar Koi. Of course, they've got themselves the Vandal saved through by Filu. The rest of the squad, though, just on pistols. Something tells me this could be a little bit of a bumpy ride for Gentlemates. Movistar Koi, always a team that show up when you count them out historically, and well, this is one of those rounds where I would count them out.
Well, they also seem to show up when they are statistically out.
They're gone. Yeah. Tournament life gone, and they're
not when you count them out, when they are out. They're normally a bane of a lot of people's lives, so we'll see if that is the case. I'll say as well, whenever I see a one-shot gun in Soulcaster's hands, I feel like he's at least going to get one. Like Guardian, I think the Sheriff fits the bill as well. Always had very good first bullet accuracy, and it seems like he might come under some pressure here. 2 players sat outside A, vents being taken. I think they just heard the steps. They have just heard them running through the spawn, and because of that, I think they're a little bit more hesitant of which direction they're going, and in fact, they are now heading towards B.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a pump fake. Utility thrown into A, keeping those players in position. The orb taken by Corbino here as he steps back out. Cadden is holding him from up top. Survives the first blast, at least. He's completely surrounded, no way out. Deep push from Click. It's a risk up against pistols.
Opening kill.
But it's an opening pick, exactly.
Clean
He's
as well.
for the stats. And he's got him held in here. Corbino eventually falls, and a big play towards the spawn. The rifle on Filu, though, the one that you've got to watch out for. Solkas pops the head of Click.
Called it.
Rifle goes to Shados. The question here comes down to damage. Well, I mean, now they've got 2 rifles as well. You can just go and save them. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, chances of winning a 2 versus 4, even with the upgraded weaponry, it's almost 0. Especially with an open plant like that on B, you'd have to clear all of heaven and everything else in between. So they have just decided, hold on to the guns. It's a little bit of bonus cash going forward. Maybe if they want to get an operator in. We've already seen them run an outlaw on Corbino. And hey, Kamek's even going to help them out a little bit going down to the spike.
Always nice to get a helping hand. 2-3. Early game sees a timeout from Movistar Koi. Not happy with how things have gone so far. You win the pistol, the follow-up, and then there's a few bumps in the road. But more importantly, you're coming into a round where important ults are coming online for Gentlemates. Some are already there. The same can be said for Movistar Koi with 3 ultis, 2 of which can be used in decent combination with Filu and Solkas. Dimensional Drift going through to find the information. And the Armageddon rain down hell upon them. We'll see what coaching staff has up their sleeve for this one. So far, it feels like at least once those rifles come out, the confidence is sky high for these mates players. You're seeing Click find those opening duels. You're seeing these deeper approaches to post plants, pre-plants as well, with Kick pushing into spawn in the last round. That overconfidence is something that certain teams will be able to punish quite easily.
Yeah, and I also say as well, for mates, they're probably one of the few teams that has been eliminated that can actually feel like they were within a chance. Like, they lost multiple maps in, like, I think it was like 14-12, 14-12. They lost one 18-16. Like, they were a squad that had some very, very close games. I will say, after they lost in overtime, every second map they got smashed. Like, that happened pretty much every time. I think maybe the mental side of things is something they need to work on a little bit more. But you're going to come into this series actually looking at this as, okay, we can get a champs point. That might help us going forward. I think for Movistar Korea, as I said, with rumors that are going around, there's going to be some more drastic changes. So it's a very different outlook for these two squads. Some maybe wanting to display the value they can still bring, and others maybe looking at where they'll go next.
It's always dangerous to play in vents when you're up against that salvo combo, but luckily there is that gate crash to fall back to. The util found its way into Filu. It's Click running through an orb. I think he was vulnerable too. Still finds himself the pick. It is answered back on by Flya at least, but yeah, indeed, that was through a snake bite and an orb. Look how low Click is even after the decay fades away. That's a ballsy play, and I think again feeds into that point that they are feeling massively confident.
Rhythmic under pressure. Rolling Thunder goes through as well. I'm surprised they don't do the combination the other way around.
Yeah, together.
Yeah, either at the same time or you Rolling Thunder and then do it behind so that it hits a stun player. But I guess just wanting to make sure the entirety of the site was clear, maybe catch anybody who pushed forward instead. Now they have to deal with the ultimate on the other side, but Mini has just deleted a couple of players. The star power of the IGL shining through once again, and once more for Grabinho, the first man on the site. The man running away from it. It is not what they were looking for. And I want to touch back on what I mentioned earlier. Click, when playing the Raze, was 0-8 in opening duels. I think right now he might be like 3-1. Like, he's had a really good start to this game, and we haven't seen this guy anywhere near the potential I think we expected. So even if this is just like, okay, this is a confidence mover, this is me proving how good I can be, I think that has its value as well.
Oh, 100%. Just to build him up as an individual. And like we're saying, the overconfidence perhaps early on, what's not being punished. The fact that a man just ran through a snakebite orb with a player holding from inside a vent, that flash I don't think even caught him. No, it didn't. And he still wins the duel. That is just phenomenal. Now, a little overeager perhaps from Kata, trying to take the heaven control. They're pincering that aggression. Oh, that is nasty. Get that again in slow motion. The headshot on the second too. That's what we'd like to see. All right, well, that's one way to motivate the boys. But yeah, for Movistar Koi, they just faced into a very weird setup. The fact that the ults are timed in the way they are to get Click the space on backside and maybe a fight up close. Grabinho falls back, players are pushing forward, but ults are keeping them back with the Rolling Thunder up into heaven. It was a big...
That stun didn't hit.
We talked about overconfidence. You see the stun not connect, still goes for the emergence from the dimensional drift. A very aggressive play indeed. I did not expect him to stick around, maybe to take a gate crash, maybe to get to cover before coming out, but well, it's being punished now.
I think that the stun was close, so maybe just a slight mystery, but also, I guess once your team commits, you just go, okay, I'm committing. I'm hopefully going to hit this shot and just take the risk. We see a lot of duelists at the moment taking some pretty hefty gambles when it comes to Yoru, so I'm not really too mad about that, but finding a response now in this round is not going to be easy. A 3 versus 5. They managed the entries on the B side, or sorry, on the A side last time out. And with Shados not isolated, but if a smoke goes down, might be left in a slightly more troublesome position. Counter salvos, though, will buy the additional time needed to get a third person to cover off that heaven position.
It's important. You can easily see the wrap back to B if there was a bit more time on the clock, but now 20 seconds as steps are heard in heaven. This is clearly an A committal. Boots on the ground, ready and waiting for the play to come through. It's Grabinho and Flya. Grabinho under pressure again, but look at the amount of backup he has. No way for that one to fall flat, really, unless Movistar Koi whiffed a lot of shots. Great read players there ahead of the push, and Gentlemates stalling out a little bit. And the other thing is, having committed so many of their ultimates in one of the previous rounds, they don't have a lot to fight back immediately with this. Whereas a bit of conservation coming out of Movistar Koi. They've got Fialu's Dimensional Drift for early info, and that Viper's Pit on both sides.
Solid round. I think this could also just be Gentlemates trying to be a bit disruptive after your opponents have taken a pause.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's Fialu. Click lucky to still be standing. 26 health. Viper's Pit blocking off B. A lot of the time you'll see that placed into middle. Not allow for those splits to be anywhere near as easy. Instead though, holding on to B main. It has been a pretty contentious part of the map so far, but wow, there's no surprise there's going to be a response into mid.
Mates completely abandoning that. You know as well, Flyers being the guy up and around heaven. Salvo sent through. They're down below though, so safe up top is Grabinho. Solkas with a challenge on his hands, and he delivers! Steps up to the plate for a double. Chance now for a little bit more with the reposition of Fialu. The operator though, two players swinging him quickly. No, in fact, they're separated, and the gate crash to just get out of there. A valuable pick. Now double the numbers and an idea of where the spike was heading. So Fialu sticks around, sights on that choke point, and an easy trade-off.
Easy spot for Canada to try and fight back from. 30 seconds. He can now teleport into the B site, which is the plan.
Grabinho's close.
He's got to be very careful. Steps will be heard. He's going to try and bait Grabinho into the fight. Grabinho just goes swinging. That's not worked out at all. Turning it into a 1 versus 2, but that time really is low. 14 seconds. Needs to get the plant in. Flyer is nearby, but I'm hoping won't make the same mistakes as a teammate once did. He does give the 1v1 duel, but this time lands the shot.
Yeah, I think Kata had to make a more aggressive play there. The 2v1, they can easily play off each other. You've got the op coming back through and Fialu with an ult to try to find him if they needed the extra information. So getting ahead of it, especially though in the 1v3. That first shot, nasty. Click must have already been low, but Kata
he got hit by an operator.
Well, he did. Legged up. It was nice work to close this one out in the end. And you saw a sigh of relief from the coaching staff after the previous round, but now connecting 2 in a row. A little bit of a heater from Movistar Koi early on.
It does still make me a bit nervous that the 3v1 was ultimately still just 1v1.
Well, yeah.
Like that.
I don't mind Grabinho though, because he can cancel the plant there. He can win the round. A lot of the time, Kata's just going to stick that.
Maybe.
Maybe if it was anyone.
I think he was too far away though if he'd stuck it. At least for the early part. I don't know. I'd rather them just confirm the round.
Yeah.
They gave him the one sort of opportunity he had to take it, and then the same thing from Flyer as well. All in all, job got done. Now we look back at the credits, really thinning out for Gentlemates. In fact, Kata already down to a Guardian, although that might be more by choice. He does have a few extra credits left in the bank. Viper's Pit, all they have available. And yeah, versus the Dimensional Drift, it's not quite as valuable and all as you might think.
It's time to take space for Gentlemates, but look at Solkas. He's crept his way through. Somehow doesn't connect the kill. Zipan survives and Mini punishes before it gets out of hand. The re-peek from Shados. It is
Let's go for 3.
1v1 battles. One by one they're peeking, one by one they're falling. And coming down ramp, it looks like the same thing. Grabinho miles ahead, and he'll lose the fight. No trade possible.
4 for 4.
It's not what we like to see. They're grouped up a little bit. The snake bite separates them. And look at the damage done.
We put the X's all in a line.
So desperately low. They're saving. They're calling the run back. But the thing is, mates have already read that. They're starting to wrap around. Click's got a lot of space towards heaven. He's hearing them run down bottom mid. And that's the... Oh, well, Climax got to get his weapon out very soon. That's a bit of a mistake.
Guys, I think we should swing a ramp. I've got an idea. Definitely not gone to plan. And hoping that each individual player could catch a timing. Yeah, they are literally right next to each other. That's the first, or that's 2 of them, and then one was obviously the third, Grabinho, a little bit further down the ramp, but yeah, disjointed from Koi, and well, fool me once, shame on me. I don't know what happens when you get to the third.
No, like, especially we saw the rotation come through, and I can understand you had one player, Filu, with an AWP holding up top, waiting for the peek further deeper into main that probably would come off the back of that initial fight. Now, if your guy on ramp wins that battle, you might get 2 picks out of that situation. You could be back to a 3v3, but again, you wait a couple extra seconds, your third player's there. He can go down ramp with you. You can look for the trade together and have that all posted. But more so the first 2 fights. The individual swings were a big mistake that got punished immediately. Snakebite to slow, but Cat has already passed it. They're looking to get aggressive in heaven. Movistar Koi have a setup for it though. Paranoia is good. No way out for Click. He's caught, but Kata swings through. Almost catches Grabinho through the smoke. That's a good return. Numbers back to equal footing, but Filu with the AWP. He's got a good position. He's got cover from Grabinho as well, and the ult's going to be used just to spot out these final players.
Right, he's using it to retreat, but he's kind of left Grabinho behind. He'll at least keep that man advantage going, and more importantly, the space that has been guarded. Mini, though, from above, we know how deadly this guy can be! A quick double, and even spots out Filu! This guy's crosshair placement is literally perfect. Wonderful stuff from Mini once again.
That's a nice closeout to the round. But taking a look back in the replay, you can see decent setup to start with. Kata taking the trade up top. Oh, I was waiting to see the actual dimensional drift activated. Because like you said, Tom, it did leave his teammates in a bit of an awkward spot. He is just hightailing it.
It was Grabinho gets the first 2 kills.
Let's go,
and
get some him, guys.
You're doing all right on your own. I'm just going to leave. I'll see you later. But I guess it's just the operator in that scenario, if they're coming from above, you are dead. Like, the chance of you hitting that flick, so he tries to reposition, but it kind of maybe seems that maybe communication was off a little bit.
Yeah, Grabinho's coming in like, I've got your back. I'll be there with you. Wait, where are you? Where'd you go? Well, Movistar Koi pushing mid early on, getting aggressive on the defensive side, and it's netted them an opening pick. Cadaver the one to fall. Those smokes now pretty much out of the game. It's just the orb that can be positioned by Mini and the wall that he's already put down. He's looking to take an opening pick for themselves. The walk into side is risky. No one's spotting it, but there's a breach just there, just seeing them. Oh no, the utility came out from Shados. That is a disaster. They have just contacted into the A site, and Movistar Koi took heaven control, fought down to Remp, but it's almost worse for Filu. He's surrounded now. Players can come from both sides. He finds one, but it's traded out. Click grabs one on site, and it's a 3v1. Early aggression was great, Tom, but that gap that they left on A so quickly exploited by Gentlemates. I'm at a loss for words on that.
Wow, and there is the round close. Yeah, I think the only people, or the only way that Gentlemates were stunned in that round was the fact that the stun went through and they go, I think he's there. There's someone on site. How have we managed to get this far? But again, it just seems like a lapse in communication in those moments where you have a guy Heaven who's not watching main at all. You have a guy Site who's not watching main at all.
Behind ticket.
The guy, that's what I mean. They literally turned at that moment and go, he's just let off a stun from the site.
Think about how long he wasn't holding that angle for. What was he doing? I mean, prepping a stun, sure, but you can have a pixel
that's
angle
what I mean. I feel like it must then be miscommunication that he thinks the guy Heaven is watching to call for a stun, and then he's the same the other way around.
That's disastrous.
Well, not gone to plan, but they have got the opening pick in this round. Filu, he gets one on one side, he gets one on the other. He's literally got a kill on each extremity. That's the duelist you want, the quick switch-ups. And what, the TP, got worried for a second, but this time the site hold from Shados has worked out, and that is the spike in the corner of the site.
It was an audacious play, but Kata probably assumed that Shados would have a stun out the whole time, so fair enough. He found out that he's found his number 1 on the keyboard, his primary equip. Final round, so ults are going to be thrown at this, and a decent read of where Mini might be. On the step forward, he knows that's a clone behind him, finds the first, fly it down. Rolling Thunder, though, that's going to end the round surely. Shados hot on his tail, and will land himself another kill to close out the half. 7-5, a tight one to start us out here on Split. Movistar Koi, they've done well, winning the pistol and sprinkling a few more rounds throughout. Let's see how their attack side goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Movistar Koi are going to be able to turn this at times. They have definitely been within this map. We'll have to wait and see until after the break.
Ничего личного, Вайка. Такая работа.
Welcome back, 7-5, a tight game between the two. A few mistakes on both sides starting us out. We'll see who manages to heat up towards the end of this map as we're starting on split. Gentlemates pick Icebox up next. That's where Koi wanted to take the battle, Tom. 5 rounds on the side that Movistar Koi decided to start on. You think it's enough?
Not really, no. I would be surprised if they're able to do it. Like, especially versus Liquid, I feel like they really struggled going into the attack. I'm glad to see that at least like Filu has had his moments, and I think that if I'm being optimistic, he can be the sort of guy that could take over some of these rounds. But we'll have to wait and see.
What if you're being pessimistic?
Then the opposite. Then they're gonna lose. There you go.
They're gonna be the ones that give the rounds away, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
All right, okay. Well, starting out, Click, opening duels tracker, not looking good. He's been dropped off rip, dealt with towards that A site. The aggression leaves them with a vacuum of info. Big burst from Movistar Koi as the B side is overtaken. The lurk from Flya, well, listen, it's gonna be a while before that finds value, but a thorn in their side. You can already see mates clearing deep into mid. They're looking for him, knowing that Flya is going to be late to the party. Flya is on his way around through the spawn. So that's going to be for the later stage. It's Filu with the challenge up close, and the Classics doing decent damage, but he got there ahead of the Paranoia. The players keen to take that fight, but look at the flank. Finally coming through. They forgot about him, and they certainly shouldn't have. Flya with the triple, and the round quickly falls into Movistar Koi's hands as a result.
Yeah, I believe that's both pistols as well, going in their direction. So getting off to strong starts in the half, but it was in the majority of buy rounds where they definitely struggled that little bit more. I'm also thinking back, like I remember the early rounds of the game and talking about Click getting opening kills. I think literally, what, 3 of his 4 kills are opening duels, and then everything else he's just been wrecked.
Yep, pretty much. 3 opening duels, 5 lost as well. But
I think he got was he 6 and 16 last time he played Split. So,
and it was a good start that saw a lot of confidence as well. Like those weren't just standard picks. Those weren't even picks where your opponent's making mistakes. He was running through snake bites and poison orbs. But again, like we said, this is something that you can look at as confidence. But at what point does it become overconfidence? And I think we hit that point with him then being more consistently punished here in the pistol round just a second ago. You saw the same thing. He goes out aggressive. There is utility to back him up, but he loses the fight. And that leaves them in a pretty tough position with the instant pulse out onto the B site from Movistar Koi.
I think they've got far enough with no resistance that they're starting to read into the idea that there's nobody here.
It's a B stack, a mid stack.
And that is wrong. There are 4 players currently waiting. Zipan's position is going to be cleared out, but there is currently a smoke down. That's going to get pushed completely. The Flyer already managing an opener. Now, there really isn't much to play with. Zipan's going to try and take the angle. His teammate was just in, but he's been ruined as well. And what started as a stack now becomes just 2 players with Classics. It seems like not much being invested whatsoever. Come on, Mini will at least do it for the bundle.
Yeah, and it's key how quickly Movistar Koi make that read, right? They're not flooding into the space after the opening or even the second pick. Because once they realize there's a guy here, he's been playing super slow, a second dude in the corner, it must be a stack up. There must be a trap that they were waiting to spring, and the first guy was a scout to see if they needed an early rotation. So they avoid the trap, springing on their opponents instead, and minimal losses, 7-7, tying up the scoreline as well. But this is what we saw in the first half. They found the first two, and then it was a streak of rounds once rifles fell into the hands of Gentlemates. We'll see if that's going to be the same now that Movistar Koi are on the attack. We talked about investments, and it's a decent one.
Oh.
1% pistol win rate. Well, they are doing a lot better.
Does that include today? Because if it does, that's crazy.
I'm guessing that's
probably
not.
Probably not, right?
I would assume so.
If you add in a couple from today, I guess it's only one map, but yeah, that isn't great.
So last time around, we had mates with a very heavy investment. It was a judge as well. The one downside here for Movistar Koi is they've got a ghost, but it is still that very healthy buy. And perhaps the ghost is even an upside because it's one less weapon that they can lose. It's an extra margin for error coming into a round like this, where mates will be swinging for the fences. Now, a lot of presence taken for free. And this is because Zipan is waiting for the push up, but the drone spots him, but dealing with him seems to be another thing entirely. Filu at least able to shut him down. The flash well placed, but click right on his case. Returned by Flya though, and this is getting very scary for Gentlemates. Not only the players they've lost, but weapons potentially retrieved.
Yeah, there's the upgrade, but just before, Kamik will be able to clear one. Grabinho homed in towards heaven, knowing that's the real point of danger. Ultimate's not particularly close. He's hit a dink, but for, I think, like 40 damage. Has done next to nothing onto the player above. Luckily for mates.
Spike planted.
And you'd think that in this moment, both players would be isolated to the side, but it's not the case. Grabinho's already on the wraparound back towards heaven. Soulcast doesn't really have a way out of here, but he's going to try and just sell the ruse, try and keep all eyes in this direction. And, well, they've used the Aftershock to clear him, but then they haven't kept an eye on the spot. That's given a free battle for him to find on the other side. And they still have absolutely no idea what one of the players is. That's Grabinho. But now he has to try and make a move. Smoke onto the spike, spam coming in. He's walked into the spam. That's definitely a problem. A mistake for the side of mates, and just on the other side, they've got dancing around each other. Grabinho's gonna win with a Red Bull clutch, and I'll be honest with you, I don't really know how.
That is one round beyond explanation. I'd love to see a telestrator on that one. Really break it down.
I would like Billy to do it. I think
yes.
It's a Billy
telestrator. We're already requesting it. Clip it and ship it.
She's going to beat us up.
Yeah. We're going to be in trouble after this one.
That door's going to swing off the hinges in a second.
And what an insane round. The fact that you have Salvos online for Solkas, he takes the fight here, loses it, and we're into a 1v2 that somehow he catches the first player running through the smoke. The spams miss him.
Running into the spam.
Yeah. Right, exactly. He was still spraying. He must have been thinking that magazine's about to run dry, but no, he reloaded before the fight. Mates, this leaves them in a terrible position. They've got a couple of pistols, a Marshall, but a very weak investment from this defensive side. And the door, you're talking about it swinging wide open. Well, I think realistically it has on this map now for Movistar Koi. They were behind. It was looking unlikely, but the lead is theirs and the economy in their back is going to get stronger after this round, hopefully.
I think right now this is the equivalent of like cage fighting Valorant. It's going blow for blow.
Fight.
You a big fan of the mud fights?
That's how we warm up before every cast. That's how I've warmed up to this.
It's not me. Are you sure? Is that Paper Thin? Is Paper Thin sneaking into the building?
That's right. He does a great British accent.
Just for the mud fights so that he leaves again. Oh. Well, there goes Filu. And the second Candace managed to fight two with a ghost.
Two players TPing in?
30 seconds left.
Against, they know it's a low buy, right? They do know that.
They just have a decent idea. He's now got a rifle as well. He was the weaker weaponry, and it's a chance for Canada. He comes out with 4. That's a pay safeguard Thrifty. And both rounds have just gone back and forth.
So back to the mud fight. I mean, I think it's a fair assessment. What in the world was that? Salvo sent in a small gap for you to play around. A flash pop that blinds him. Oh, come on! That is just messy. Kata didn't even get blinded fully. He dodged it. It played against Filu, and Grabinho says, I'll follow that up. You were the starter, I'll be the main course, and he eats them up for dessert. Kata, you're so good. Yes, very well played, but also, what were you thinking? On Movistar Koi, well, that is 8-8 and an advantage thrown away.
Well, it's been a back and forth. Definitely not my favorite back and forth I've ever seen. But things have happened. The scoreline's level.
That's a fair assessment.
Both teams coming in with a bye.
Yep.
Ready, Koi. Taking some early space into middle. There hasn't really been much of a contest other than the B aggression.
All missiles away.
Currently coming out from Click with the operator. It's a lot of map control that he's able to hold on to. Come on, unless they're going to go back and clear it very late. I have a feeling this almost telegraphs itself as a bit of an A hit.
Munition.
Okay, Zipan, good for one. That stun is perfect, but unfortunately there was a second player there.
HP.
Grabinho bought extra shields, I guess. Don't know how he survived that onslaught. Kamek, it's an easy fight onto Filu. No one's there to follow him up either. They're so fragmented in the push out. Grabinho, 5 HP, but he'll survive with Kamek falling. Mini has the angle. Almost had the pick. It's Click to find that, but an immediate response that leaves Mini alone. He can isolate a fight on site, and he knows it. But he also knows the other player is going to be quick to run to his aid. And that leads to another isolated duel with the plant now coming in. That's going to put him in a box. Mini knows exactly where Shados is. Shados had a tough game so far. I love this, just hiding, waiting for his timing. He spotted him and he'll eliminate him with ease. Gentlemates, they fell behind, but they are right back into the lead. Movistar Koi stalling out, and that's a big investment as well, Tom. The economy put into that round. It's going to leave them in an awkward spot as their opponents steal that lead back.
A Red Bull clutch for Mini, and I have to say, like, of players that have sort of come up from the tier 2, I genuinely think he might be my favorite, and that's including, you've got players like Zeus, who has been phenomenal, Levin as well, we saw yesterday, but this guy's just so cerebral in the way he plays, and then taking up the mantle of the IGL while doing it.
I'm right there with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
Definitely a few frustrating rounds, I feel.
I would not want to be on the receiving end of this timeout for Movistar Koi. I think there's going to be a few notes. I think we might.
Can we bring back Dice? Can we bring him back? I need.
Mate, it's hard.
Please,
it's
guys,
hard please. No. This wouldn't be a please. This would be a stand up and shout till you get lightheaded. That's a tough situation.
Well, you know, I can think
Gorilla's
of
waving the hands.
I can think of a previous man from Koi who would do excellent in these scenarios.
Oh yeah.
There'd be a hole in the desk.
The desk would be lopsided at this point. His chair would have fallen over 6 different times.
I do miss the Baba reactions. I genuinely, that's one of my highlights of the entirety of last year, is just seeing, like, every time it cuts to him, he's the most emotive man. And then you talk to him, super chill.
Super chill.
Super chill. It's like, it definitely doesn't leave that moment. Koi's... Okay, there you go. That is a stat.
That is a stat.
That's 9-8. Mates. See, I don't even really want to say, like, have got the lead back, because the rounds that
no telling
both teams have lost.
There is no, this is anyone's guess.
Okay, stun out.
Seen more predictable roulette wheels out there for Movistar Koi, but it's a weak investment. That's the one thing going for them. But if they can get onto a site, Viper's Pit, to secure that late, to get that plant into a much more comfortable position, and they are putting pressure on A. All right, Flyer, calm down. Kata's gone pushing. Kata's got his back to a player, and they've just seen it. Filu's got a freebie out of that.
I love the gate crash. It was almost like a bait, like,
he would have seen that go by and say, where's that coming from? Oh, goodness.
Kamix responded once again.
The rolling
back
thunder.
into a 3v3. Oh, the cage fight continues.
He solo ulted them with the rolling thunder to get one pick, but at least it's Flyer.
It slowed them down.
It slowed them down and got rid of the pit as well. That's something to write home about. Nice repeat from Kamek. He's got 3. He's got 4, in fact, and I think Mini's going to steal away the ace. This is the moment we truly get to see what kind of teammates you've got. Click going into the angle. He'll see him, and he calls it for Kamek. Beautiful teamwork.
Lovely.
A team-building exercise, and an ace for Kamek. Confidence sky high with double digits under Gentlemate's belt. With how that round started, of course it ends with an ace.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, in a lot of rounds like that, when your opponents have a bit of a low buy, you don't really get that excited about an ace, but it was actually needed. Like, the way that this round started off, well, we cut to moments later. I don't know if I think the smiles might have faded quite quickly after that one, but yeah, definitely an important round for Kamek. And
but again, let's look at what's... Oh, I like this old committal. Fly is not safe, not by any means, and with Click coming through the smoke, there's no escape. Movistar Koi only sent him to A, though. It's going to be the push towards the B site from the majority of the members in a deep play. Coming in from Filu with the dimensional drift, but Click does the same. He's going to grab information now. Planter spotted, no one else. Where are they? They could be a main, but is the read there that it's a deep push into the spawn? Rolling Thunder! It's a huge mistake! Click flying under the radar! He's picked up 4, and although he'll be denied the ace, that's another big individual round from Gentlemates.
He died because the Rolling Thunder pushed him into the air. Yep. That's so funny. I don't think I've ever, because if he just sits in the corner, he's fine.
That ran into it.
That's great. I like that. I don't know if
replay of that.
Can we get the replay of him flying into the air and then dying in the back?
Here we go. Here we go.
I kind of want it from the other POV. Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, he's managed that.
Everyone acing after each other, no?
That's a 4K. It's a don't get overexcited, all right?
You know,
Didn't
he
get
could
that
have
last.
had the ace.
Yeah,
He didn't
they lost the fight.
There you go. Misclick.
Misclick. I like that.
11 to 8. We've had some rounds.
Rounds have happened, Tom, and I've witnessed them.
And their opponents went into that with 5 ultimates over on the Koi side. One of them got them the site, and one of them
lost them.
One of them helped Shados throw it back for for his opponent. Got themselves set up. The Armageddon. Ready, raring to go. Although info has definitely been had. And they have no map control. They are fully committed to A.
The beautiful thing is we talk a lot about the combination of Breach alongside your Teho. I think here the stun sent through, but the ult is that little bit late. It's given space. In fact, it's given fake information. Koi thought they were safe to take that fight, to TP deep into sight. Not only was Kamek there, but the ult left that little gap for the run through coming in from Zipan. Now they've shut down a few players and good space taken by the attackers, but where do they take it in the end? Where do they head towards? Because there's re-aggression from Kamek, and he's catching them coming back out of heaven. Luckily, Solkus is repositioned, has caught him off. Now, Kata
it's Kata's turn.
Snuck into this little corner.
4
4 players on their way. They've seen him right
Never
away.
mind.
Beautiful clearance by Solkus, and much needed.
Many deciding as well as the one player with low credits.
I would love to see that ult combo with, if we could get Shados on a Breach and Governor on the Teho on the same team. It would be an interesting, like, see which one, or how they complement each other.
I'm good. Honestly, I'm good.
Okay. We'll see. Maybe we'll do an All-Stars game at some point. Mini big frag in IGL. But
Yeah,
I don't think he's going for this one. He's gonna just
we can do a show match, and you get them two, and I'll...
You get free picks on the other side. I'll take that.
I'll choose... Yeah, I'll probably choose a few players from mates, if I'm honest. I think I'll take Mini, and that's all I need.
It's a solid shout. No, but it is one of the conversations we've had.
Floor. I'll take Floor as well. I think this sounds like a fair team, honestly. I think balanced.
Yeah, okay. Once I get to decide your last 2 players, I think that's fair.
Honestly, with the 2 you've chosen, I think I'm good.
Oh, damn. All right. Well, you're throwing more shade than me. I'll take that. All flack to Tombiz. But a 2-round gap between these two, and we talked a lot about those frag and IGLs throughout this season. Mini, I think, is one of my favorite. You mentioned him as, you know, one of the best players that's come up from that tier 2, but especially with the games they've had, he has just been a beacon of positivity, a shining light of hope on the Gentlemate side in so many of these rounds, not just in how they're playing, but also how he's playing as an individual.
I guess Kamek also somewhat fits that bill. We obviously had a preview
Tier
in the
2,
league
yeah.
before, but this was the sort of first official pickup, and he's had some crazy good games on an individual level especially, and obviously made it all the way earlier in the year to Masters, so I don't think the pieces necessarily on the mate side are necessarily needing to be changed for them to fix things going into the next season. VLOOP taking on, that's the second time. Grabinho is just getting wrecked every time he tries to TP. And while this B site take, yeah, it's been messy. It's been very messy.
You can look at it one of two ways though. Like the last time, his Yoru had been decimated by his own flash on backside. So there wasn't much he could really do. But here, Filu's tucked in a corner and just lets his teammate die. Like, Grabinho thinks there's going to be some cover, but there isn't. And it's whether it's miscommunication or a misplay from one or the other, the result is the same. It's a 5v2. Movistar Koi locked out of the site, 30 seconds on the clock, and I see Sulcus on the move. It looks like they're still going to commit to it. Economy not healthy on a bunch of players. The 2v5 not looking likely. I would like to see them save, certainly with 20 seconds left. I just see Sulcus getting more aggressive little by little.
Yeah, I guess he's finding a place to just tuck in something a little bit more unorthodox,
10
but
seconds
it's
left.
definitely a lot closer to the opponents than anywhere else on the map.
If he gets 2 picks, what's going to happen? They still buy up, and if they lose a round, well, they won't be on.
Confidence.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's what it's all about. Is the orbs also were quite far away, and that's another concern, right? Mate's now on 12, 3 chances to close it, and big ultimates on the way to coming online. They can have that rolling thunder for themselves, the dimensional drift on Quick, and that's been enough to secure rounds at times. Again, it just feels like a misread when they're going in. It feels like they think on Movistar Koi that they have a lot more space, or that Gentlemates have conceded a lot more space than they ever really have.
Yeah, I think also some of the time when we've seen the Teo utility go through, that spot is now clear, and a lot of the time mates are just moving into it the second they end. It's they did that earlier when we saw the Armageddon thrown in onto the A site. They went, okay, you put that there, I'm going to step out, and I'm going to go back to where I was. And there hasn't really been a lot of follow-up on the utility that they've been using, so obviously a bit more of a free-flowing game. Both teams already out of contention for playoffs.
I like that they're going back to mid. I think it's the right call here. They've embedded one player, getting past that one-way smoke that Kata put down. They know that's going to be more passively held. They need space elsewhere, and that's a lot of damage done. Actually, Fly a little more healthy than I expected. Yeah. That pick could still be used. Kata, though, is on him. Looking for one and only finding it. Zipan now on the site. So many times they've gone in here assuming the space to be free, but now they fight for it. The reward is plentiful. A 3 versus 2 post plant should be theirs.
They'll get the post plant. I see Mini alive, and I still believe they're going to be able to take this one over the line. Click, looking for that first point of contact. A player up in heaven. Soulcat's spot, one needing to be cleared, and more than ready for that swing to come through. At least a little bit of extra information for Mini, but it's not going to be happening. Solid hold from the side of Movistar Koi, just 2 away for taking us to overtime. Probably our first one of the week.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's been any or many OTs so far. And in fact, this is going to get a pause out of Gentlemates. They'll take a minute to gather themselves, and I think that is showing that a little bit of resurgence from Movistar Koi. Thing is, they haven't been able to connect 2 in a row just yet.
Does he have a birthday hat?
Good trade.
That's the real question.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Nice. Keep going.
Just for reference, this is not the type of pause.
Yes. First of all, the players can't hear that. Second of all, that's not the pause. That would be a very strange line of motivation. All right, boys, keep going, keep going.
No, not even that. Nice trade. Like, just in a bit simply. We're not even playing at the moment.
But to be honest, that is valid feedback at this point. I think the big difference between Movistar Koi putting up rounds and them not is those trades. We've seen them in so many rounds. It's painful. Get the advantage even, and then throw it away one by one by one, whether it's a low buy, and that's the other frustrating thing. When you're on that low buy, that's where we see teams typically stick together, coagulate and push, and that hasn't happened in a lot of these rounds. Last time, we're seeing elements of that, and if they can keep it up 2 rounds in a row from this point, 3 total, it's not that big of a task.
Who's called this Hungry Hippos?
Mates have grabbed 1.14 ult orbs for every one their opponent grabs this year. It's not that many more, to be honest. It does show they're playing that map a little bit more.
With the amount of rounds, it adds up.
1-4, I mean, that's 10 to 11.
Adds up.
One extra orb.
Play like
for 10, but...
300
yeah, sure.
rounds? Yeah, adds up.
If they play...
They're Hungry Hippos, alright?
If it was in the foot BBL game,
Hungry mates.
they just need one map. They'll have a huge advantage.
I want to know who named that Hungry. And I want to know why Kim named it Hungry.
Well, it's all been fun and games so far, but Mates on the verge of connecting their map pick with Icebox up next. And this is a map that we expected to be a little back and forth. You referenced the results against Liquid. Rolling Thunder responds very early on from Gentlemates. They've tried to force the issue on that ramp push, but there's no one there. Instead, the push is coming on the other side. A great fake by Movistar Koi. They get space, they drop Kata. Keep going, keep going.
Well, no need for a nice trade. They haven't lost any players yet. There we go. And there's a nice trade. Wonderful stuff. Trevino, nice. Another. Stepping up massively. And well, all they need to do is keep going for one more round, and then we will be heading to overtime.
I don't know what his warm-up routine is, but apparently 20 rounds is enough because he has certainly woken up coming into that round.
You just go,
important time.
If he stops using shadow steps, Robinho's the best player in the server.
That's very true. Yeah, those steps have not been shrouding very much at all. Been left in the open. Once he's in that position, it's a lot better looking. Now Movistar Koi, a team that we questioned them at the half, but they had a burst of rounds that brought them back into it. And now, the gap bridge to just one. A chance to hammer home victory here and now. No big ultimates to bail Gentlemates out of a bad situation either. They used that Rolling Thunder. It was baited out in the previous round beautifully by Movistar Koi. Now they reap the rewards. Gate crash sent down towards the sewers. Filu is going to get aggressive, looking for a pick with this off. His chance given. The shot landed in the other direction.
Him below. Definitely not the start that Movistar Koi were looking for. With Dimensional Drift available, going into the late round, Mates can use that either on the retake or just to get information. Movistar Koi in the last round did well to sell that bruise. Already just selling ideas on either side of the map, sending the fake out through as an attempted fake, and it has somewhat worked. Rotation coming in over onto that A side of the map as they still look pretty committed over on B.
Oh, Mini stopping them in their tracks. OT being contested late into the game. Flya looked like he pulled it back, but Climax on site to close it out. Mates will take their map pick. Tooth and nail, but they get there in the end. 13-11 and 1-0. Up next, though, is Icebox. That's Movistar Koi's home ground. We'll see that after the break.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Let's leave it all behind. Think of flight aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
We narrowly avoided an overtime just now, but it is Gentlemates that take map 1 over Koi. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Yumpy and Kakuka. It was close, you know, Koi maybe could have stolen that towards the end, but Yumpy, maybe not the cleanest map of Valorant we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think tactical-wise there was a lot of, I think, especially on Gentlemate's side, Kamik and Mini was coming very highly on the last half right there, and I think that's what won the game for them especially. But yeah, I think both comps struggled a little bit on attack side. Getting out of the chokes with the Yoro is sometimes tough, and you should, especially in this map, if you play a single Yoro, split a little bit more.
Yeah, and you could see both of the teams trying to find the gaps in the utility, right? Because there's Tejo, there's the Viper, there's the Breach. So you only need to find the position where you're not going to be affected by that utility. And we saw Kadabra, as you say, Mini as well, Kada, just finding the kills and finding a lot of impact just by being able to dodge that kind of initiation.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a double duelist. I think we mentioned it briefly going into Asian Select. Why not? It's their last game of the season. You know, have a little bit of fun with it. Mini, though, is always having fun, Kakuka. Doesn't matter what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. I think that one of the highlights definitely that we've seen from Made since the beginning, highly anticipated to be joining the league, now IGLing, but keeping up with his performance time after time, only took part in 2 of the engaging duels and winning both of them. And we could see that in every single round, even when it was him versus 3, you knew that there was still a chance that Mini could win that.
Give me some lore, Yumpy, because when we were watching the game, you were telling us, you know, you really like Mini, you've maybe played with him here and there, so what's the lore?
Yeah, I was trialing with him, and also I have played ranked with him. I really like him. He's also a very nice person, so I think those two combined, that skillful and good personality, is usually very good for any team, not just for Gentlemates, but I think for any team.
Fragging IGL too?
Yes, that's rare.
No, hey,
I'm kidding.
No, you're also a fragging IGL. You're allowed to have one bad map, you know, just one. It wasn't even bad. What are we talking about? It was great for Mini, got his team over the line. That's what he likes to do. But sometimes I don't like doing this because I don't want to bully anybody. But Kakuka, we have to address there were some boo-boos from Koi.
Yeah, I think that the same way that yesterday we were positive about Giants, about, hey, with everything going on, they were still able to fix some of the issues. For Koi, I think that them not being able to secure a single map so far goes back to some of these encounters that we see. Yes, Yumpy, you were highlighting how it was difficult to deal with some situations, but we also saw other situations that could have been avoided. Taking 1v1s that were not favorable, people peeking in ramp one after the other with a 10 to 15 second window, trying to find Karaki. I think here, sorry, we saw them trying to find the same impact, sending players one by one, and Gentlemates just getting one kill after the other.
Can't let that affect you though, right, Yumpy? Sometimes you just gotta not dwell on it too much.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be able to reset, but I agree with that. Also, a lot of I think it's just like a general disconnection between the players, because I don't think it's a communication issue. I think it's more just the individual like decision making, because some of these, there was just a big gaps between the peaking or something, and I think that's just individual.
It happens. It happens, especially with there being no stakes. Maybe they're, you know, not thinking too much and not fully there right now, but it was close. They could have taken it to OT. We could have seen the first map win of Koi. We might just do that on Icebox, because this is where they should be more comfortable. Even before this current roster with the old core, they were super, super good on Icebox. They were very, very comfortable on Icebox, and I want to see them send it. I want to see something a little bit more different. I thought we were going to see that on Split, but maybe Icebox is the place they do it.
The good thing is that you use the word different, right? And Koi is the only team that we have in EMEA that plays the ISO on Icebox.
Yeah.
And on the other side, we have a mates that has been doing pretty well on the Icebox. In fact, when we think about Click and the performance that he's had, and now going on to the Euro, his Waylay here could find the impact, and it's a head-to-head that we definitely have to be looking forward into this map.
I really hope it does, because Click is such a great player coming into this league. So much excitement about how he can shake things up in EMEA. I think so far we haven't seen that consistency coming out of him. But Yumpy, going on Icebox, you're playing the Waylay, you have to just relax and send it.
Yeah, I agree, and there's a lot of, because you can play with the aggressive, and even if you don't get the kill, you kind of have the train on dismiss to get away card. So you should be abusing that a lot, especially in the early rounds, because you can take a lot of unexpected peaks.
Ooh.
And yeah, they keep playing the Waylay, so... But Philo is on Jet.
Boo.
I'm not sure about that one, because I really liked actually their ISO when they were playing ISO, and they actually had a lot of nice stuff, like covering, like combining with the ISO shield and their pathing especially, because in this map, the pathing is a big thing on both sides. I think you need to know where exactly player is holding, because there is a lot of different angles and heights in this map when you go entering the sides. And I think with the ISO wall, they were like using it very well to close some of the angles.
And also when we speak about those mistakes being here and there, I don't think that Philo could be included in many of them. Yes, he will be taking risks, because at the end of the day, he is the duelist, and we will be seeing him taking some of those. But as you're saying, Yumpy, I think that giving him a little bit more of autonomy and being able to perform in his individual moments, I want to see how this shapes and Movistar Koi any differently.
Yeah, I need some energy, some hype, some support from you guys. Sergio, I know you're watching. Come on, Koi, Mitch and Tom, surely they can end this season on a high. Come on.
Vamos Koi. Well, a map win would be a season high for Movistar Koi, and they're looking to do it here. It's their own battleground, and they push Gentlemates to the distance with some jailhouse Valorant on the previous. Let's see how they get on here on Icebox. Tom, are your hopes high? A 13-11 on their opponent's map pick. You gotta believe.
Well, the thing is, if to end on a high, it can't end here. So there you go. So we have to be going for a third map.
And your confidence level, please, percentage?
At least 85.
Now make that out of 5. You have to have
2.
Well, we're about to jump into Icebox and find out if Movistar Koi can break the losing streak. Good signs after the first map, and this is what they've been preparing for.
Nobody loses, or nobody beats Koi 10 maps in a row.
It's just mean to put it into that context, but well, maybe nobody has so far, Tom, but
exactly.
Gentlemates are looking to take that record. It's going to be a deep play out of Movistar Koi, and they did start off the previous map with shows of confidence, some signs, the pistol round, and even going into the second half, they were getting aggressive consistently. We liked what we saw. Gentlemates bringing the Waylay in.
Oh, it's
already
the ultimate
used for
ruse.
the refract as they get into B, tap the spike and rotate back. Space taken by Mini and Kadavra. Solka's got there at the start of the round, and he's here in the steps. Early rotations, but they've already lost the sight.
He's not going to be able to capitalize off it. I thought maybe he could catch one off the back of the rotations, but with that double lurk of Kada and Mini, eventually we'll see the salvos go through, try and force them into awkward positions, and just fully flooding back in towards the site. The battles, at least initially, are going the way of Koi. Another pistol will go under their belt. 3 for 3. That percentage is improving at least.
It's going up slowly but surely indeed, and a big round from Solkas. tempered aggression in mid, finding the information, and not even going for that full flank. Instead, wrapping back to the team and moving together. That's what we want to see, because the criticism of the previous map, in a lot of the rounds they lost, even with advantages, it was that they were going in on their own. People were making the hero play, thought it's my time to step up, and well, it was Gentlemates who were the ones with the hero plays, with the ace on Kamek, the 4K, and nearly ace on Click.
See, that was so clean from Soulcast, it almost looked like, you know when like a new game is released, and they're like, look at this gameplay, and it's just clearly recorded and they're moving the guys out into the open. That's what that looked like. It just looked really easy for Soulcast.
It did.
Casual.
Thinking mates just gave it to him. They're reading the script. Oh, nice shot right off rip. That was a sniper for Mini. A chance to do damage with the Marshall, but it's fought by a Marshall of their own. And a lot of snipers invested into. You see the Outlaw there. We've seen the Marshall as well. It's an interesting buy, and it's one that they will feel the damage as it's done. Kata ripping Soulcast out of the round, and that's another weapon on the floor.
That was a classic versus Vandal. I don't know how he's managed to win that one.
The one problem with this rotation is that the spike is down, and both players are there. He's hoping to catch somebody going for the flank.
Oh, there's another problem.
And picking up a Marshall, but really they're just going to hold this late into... They're pushing. Okay, they're pushing him now. This is a risky maneuver, but it looks like it'll pay off. He's looking the wrong way. Yeah. Free as can be.
Do you know what the other problem is?
What's that?
He wasn't using the Gentlemates Classic, so he's getting fired immediately.
Oh, it's a skin. It was a separate skin. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
not another team.
No.
No. Okay.
No, he's not a traitor. He's just not promoting the bundle. Which is basically the same thing, honestly.
But the losses here, Tom, quite significant. In fact, did they even have an actual rifle?
Yeah, I think they had. There you go. They had a Vandal, so that's not been retrieved.
No, because the players who pushed didn't recover it first, so they went pushing with Bulldogs, and then, as you can see, Soulcast dives backside. They're both here. Ain't nobody making it back there, not even a Neon. So the cost here is massive. And even that pick for Kadabra will be felt coming into the, well, this round, certainly. 3 pistols for Movistar Koi. Make your bed and lie in it.
I like what was being talked about on the desk as well, about the duelist switch. I like the idea of the ISO, but in practice, I think I just like the fact that Jet feels like it can take over the map more on this. Like, you have that sort of same advantage of, okay, you get the extra shield, you can take that extra space, but then you don't get that elevation that you're almost using it to fight against. Filu's aggression in this round has only been met with the lurk of Kata.
Toxins going up.
Very patient, passive round. I like this from mates. Like, you know you're up against a weaker purchase. You know the damage you did in the previous round, and well, at least for now, fly up. Oh, okay. A cheeky double. 2 for the price of 1. May still need a little bit more, but has actually bought time for the rest of the players to get into the back of the site. Soulcast here alongside him.
30 seconds
Kata still the furthest forward, but they need to get this extra space into the site. Mini's done well, and now Soulcast almost has to just fade away, not to give away an extra pick.
Still a fantastic early setup, even equalizing those numbers with the aggression of Shados. And Tom, again, there's no one with them, but they're trying to run the clock down because Salvos can now stop that plant again. 7 seconds, plant needed, and there's a swing coming through, but it's too little, too late. Click's already put Spike on the floor, but numbers even, wrap around is perfect! And they stepped into Mini's crosshair as if on cue. A round on the board for Gentlemates. Hard fought though, and costly.
Yeah, it's sort of similar to what we talked about in the last round, where your opponents had a lot less. And even a little bit of luck that goes a long way, but I do agree. It's the same sort of moments where I understand Shados' attempt to try and basically just drop the spike in the open, but it ends up being their undoing. And I think they still had the salvos at that point, which would have done that job for free.
It was a narrow margin, though, from Movistar Koi. If they just take down that planter, if there's a wide swing from Grabinho there, could have thrown the round away, but it could have also won it, as we could see. The spike being relatively exposed. A deeper play from Click as the refract to just bail right back out of there, using that dash with the extra distance. There was no need to highlight that Nano up top. Certainly won't be used here. There's no one around that position as expected. Hunter's Fury finding a little bit of damage and tags early on, but that's all that Movistar Koi have, and they've lost a lot of space.
I've liked this aggressive waylay tank that mates do quite regularly. The extra distance you can get on the dash definitely helps out with that. Soulcast watching the cross, but initial shot not connected. Maybe a little bit nervous at this stage. Jados kind of having to hold on to more ground than he would have liked. His teammate so incredibly deep, but two players winning their battles at exactly the same time. Still plenty of time to play with, but getting out of here definitely not going to be easy. Needs to fight forward, and Jados wins both battles, leaving it all on to Mini. But with 30 seconds, low HP, and 4 more to find, that's going to be a round for Movistar Koi.
That's an excellent approach from Movistar Koi. As we said, they lost all of that space.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, absolutely. They left all of that space and surrounded the players. Yeah, you have to acknowledge in that moment what you've lost, and with the push-ups that they have, these players are contained. They know that they've got an ultimate as well on Sulcas to put the pressure on when the plant comes through.
Wow, we're getting a full repay
full
package.
Just about that nano. Wonderful. But you see it here, they've got players coming in from mid on both sides. You keep your control over yellow, so there's a crossfire there on the deeper push. The ult's put through to bring them into the open. And at no point, even if Gentlemates want to go back, want to take it in a different direction, they have to fight their way out. Grabinho with an immediate opening pick, and Flya with another. Well, the early aggression working wonderfully across the map. That's an A and B pickup. And deep B main control, full control over middle with the Killjoy utility, and that leaves the guys on A with just one angle to worry about.
Yeah, I think the main goal for Mates was sort of a set play, utilizing a Guardian that was purchased for Click. He was going to dash over the top and hopefully find a blinded player, but they were not blind. Come on. Unless we're going to see some more Sheriff magic, I think this should be a relatively easy cleanup. The team ace, Movistar Koi up to 4. They are starting to run away with this half a little bit now.
Yeah, 3-round gap, and the momentum picked up. It was a slow start on the first when they took 2 rounds, and then Mates were able to immediately fight back and start streaking rounds together.
Oh no, he did get blinded, it was just a little bit late.
But even then, the fact that he lands that shot is impressive. But again, this is much better Valorant than what we saw on Split, where I think they were constantly on the back foot. Even if they found opening picks, the game plan late just wasn't there. Whereas now, we're seeing a much more controlled defensive side. They're aware of the space they're giving up. They're backing off into fights where instead of taking a 1vx after opening pick, they've got an extra teammate to swing. And I think we've seen that in most of the duels so far. So a great sign, but a timeout from Gentlemates, as they're clearly not happy with how these rounds have gone. And they come into the next as well with some very high value ultimates. Waylay and Teho ult online. These can swing rounds in your favor if used correctly, especially in maps like this with so many narrow laneways. You can just find yourself trapped in once those ults are laid down.
Yeah,
so a lot for Koi to think about.
Especially if you combine them, like the convergence path Armageddon, that's your opponent slowed, and well, an airstrike coming towards them. There's not really too much you can do about it, but it's all about finding the right place and the right time. Now, Click's been fairly comfortable just to pretty much dive head first into a lot of these rounds, and with the early setup looking fairly similar. They are set up outside of A. I'd be surprised if we see him just dash over the top again, but you never know.
No, it's not the plan this time. And a more passive hold from Flya, I think, ready to catch him as he came up and over. Shock dart through, no damage on the back of it. Mates getting a lot of space. Again, Koi have been very good at conceding that space and fighting late with an advantage. It looks like they'll have no choice but to do the same. Flya sticking around. He's gonna have to cross, but Click won't catch him. And they get the setup.
This is a terrifying post-plant now, because they haven't had to use any of their ultimates. They could immediately throw one in. And in fact, the second's gonna go there as well. Viper's Pit. Oh, no, never mind. Viper's Pit not onto the spike. Taken down before it could reach. Convergence path still available. That will slow-mo anybody that taps that spike. Escaping for Soulcast not gonna be easy, but he's going to the corner. Not really anybody to actually capitalize off the back of the kills. The Viper screen has saved them, and these ults are just not going particularly well. The only thing is they are buying a hefty amount of time. That clock's starting to tick, but it's all left on to 1, and Mini will get nothing. That was, what, every single ult? No, because I think the Viper's Pit was used, it just hasn't faded.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, it would be. No, but Mini didn't use his.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so it's
just
4.
look a little bit faded. You're correct.
Yeah, 4 ultimates put into play for 1 round, and you lose it.
Convincingly.
Very convincingly. Kata stepping in as the ult is expanding. That's got to be frustrating, losing it like that.
No chance.
The stun that landed couldn't be followed up on the flash.
Completely
might have hit, but you're in a narrow alleyway. Peeking in through that window, and then Teho's ult is used, but again, we were talking about the combination. The idea of using the waylay alongside his, but I think at that point they'd already committed so much they didn't want to just use 2 off rip, putting 1 in to see if that would help.
Well,
they don't get picks,
it
they
came
panic,
down to
and it has to be used.
buying time. Like, you use the convergence path, you go, okay, I'm going to now swing into that. And I actually want to give huge credit to Grabinho just for the usage of his wall. Like, just putting that back, I'm going, okay, yeah, we're slow, but you can't get to us. I'm all speak of the devil. He's going to get the opening pick onto Click. Kata, very quick to find a trade. Now, they want to get over and pick up that gun, but it's a dangerous cross. I think they're going to wait for that Viper screen to be ready and raring to go.
And especially around like that where mates have economy, where they put ult economy into it and lose it. I can hear Sergio Ferra from here screaming, and then he's back in Spain in a soundproof room as well. With 4 rounds in between them and a chance to push this even further. Yes, a retrieved rifle will be found for Gentlemates, but this is, I think, one of the best starts that we've seen out of Movistar Koi on any map all season. And it's not just down to the scoreline, it's more so the promise. Everything's working out. They just dealt with a round of 4 ults with barely breaking a sweat. We see them peak together, and that's just another example of what was missing before, even at the end. Solkis and Shados taking all 4 of those final picks together, swinging to trade. And with 6-1 on the board, rifles will come into Gentlemate's hands, but an answer is needed very soon. They are tapering out of this map.
Yeah, I think we've seen this once or twice. I remember I think it was early Pearl versus BBL. Shados got off to a flying start, but eventually slowed down. The Soulcats 10-2 currently on the board. It really has been a stellar performance. We now get to wait and see if there is going to be a response. But I'll also say that Gentlemates are one of those squads who quite regularly have a very close map and then just get blitzed in the next. So it's happened. Normally they're off the back of an overtime loss, but it seems like there's definitely some questions surrounding their map pool.
Initial fight for Click doesn't send him back safely. He's a little in the open with the refract and caught and punished. 11 HP on Kata after that duel, so a 2v4 and an ult online, sure. But the spike lost and they have to push into heavy traffic. Gonna be caught by the headlights. Grabinho's 3rd of the round and almost got a 4th out of that. Filu beats him to the punch, but that is 7-1. And Tom, in a round like that, you'd almost think it was an eco that they were up against, but this was a full investment and a deep push from Movistar Koi that punished heavily.
Oh yeah, they just got slaughtered. Like I think the second that player that's sort of holding the line goes down, there's just no way out for Click. Yeah. There's nowhere for him to go. And then the rest of the team are just trying to swing back in to almost help out, and they've lost their lives at the same time. A solid push from the side of Movistar Koi, and well, no surprises to see the mates pull out a pause. Bear in mind, they've had 2 victories on this map. Once versus Foot, a 7-4 attack, as in the second half, of course. And then the other, a victory versus Liquid, an 8-4 attack half. So it has been the attack where they put up the majority of their rounds. Well, I can tell you for free, they're not getting either of those scorelines.
Now, I don't think you see it there on your scoreboards, your timeout scoreboards, but I'll tell you, Solkis 10-2, Shados 6-1. The 2 of these guys having a phenomenal, having a phenomenal performance so far with 7-1 on the board. You really have to look to mates for an answer, and that's why they call this timeout. In case you're not keeping track, that's their 2nd timeout. They are out of resets at this point.
That's sort of the funny thing. I mentioned that last round, and then in this next round, which was incredibly clean, neither of them got a kill. They both just didn't have to do anything because it was Grabinho sort of like running it down and just finding the majority. So that's the thing. That's the good thing about this for Koi. Is like, sure, they've had heroes throughout the majority of the map so far, but everybody's now stepping up. Everybody's feeling confident. Which again, I think if you look back to any of their previous matches, I don't know if we've seen everyone online for this team ever.
No, there always seems to be a missing piece of the puzzle. Filu, that's wonderful. Okay. A recovery on a bad start to the play, a double that puts them back neck and neck in man advantage. Solkis, well, he's gonna have to get out of here. Orko pushing forward to destroy that lockdown, but that is a risky play. Conceding the space, a much wiser decision, and we've already seen Movistar Koi thrive in playing those post plants, playing the late game. Mates weren't able to hold on to this site with even numbers
forcing
and
them into
four
such
ults.
awkward plants. Like they have the nanos a little bit wider so that you can't plant out in the open, and then the tuck spot they immediately put the salvos in. So it just wastes a ridiculous amount of time for this attack side. Kamek though, Mini, they both fight aggressively. It's going to be left all onto Grabinho. A second round looking likely, and it will be converted. The second pause is the one that makes the difference as mates are back on the board.
And a lot of the time when they go for that play, they're low on time. So that repositioning based on the utility is sending them into an uncomfortable plant spot. This time, they just pump the brakes, just wait, and then take the fights together. A much better face. The Gentlemates push into the site. Filu did a great job in finding so much impact there. There was no need to throw him under the bus like that. They got there in the end. 7-2. The slow climb back from Gentlemates could start here if they have a 7-5 half.
Yeah.
Certainly the best of a bad situation. Movistar Koi going to do their best to stop that. A mid-split that they're off to. Already 2 players making their way through with that orb. A big fight for Solkis. He lands the first, not aware of the second, and his teammate isn't either. Shot in the back. The stun, good. Mini tries to get there first, but Kamek's rounding the corner and cleaning it up.
Sacrifices had to be made. Fortunately, they haven't been made for much of a reason, it seems. Flash through, but Grabinho still landing the shot. Shados 1 away from having that lockdown, and timing here's going to be everything. Click is watching the angle, but it somehow doesn't manage to get a kill there. It looked like that dink was almost in the open, but it doesn't seem to matter. Lockdown available, but where to use it? Oh, irrelevant. As already Shados has hit the deck, and Kamek, well, that's back-to-back rounds where he has probably been the most impactful player in them.
Yeah, and you look back to the previous map that AC had as well, resetting everything for the squad. They were up against Pistols still, but they had a terrible start with 2 picks going the other direction. He bailed them out. And with a 13-11 rounds like that are gold dust. At 7-2, no different. They're now
Through the little bar of the railing. That's unfortunate. That's the difference between an easy pick and
you are him,
or going down.
Him. Let's go, guys. Keep it up.
Starting to feel a little better on that mate side as they see that gap closing.
5 ults on the other side, though.
That could be the difference maker. Before, 4 ults didn't help out Gentlemates. We'll see. The lockdown, though, for retake could be huge. Put into play early is Kamek's ulti. This is going to get them A site with no threat coming out in the other direction in the form of those ultimates. They will have to play them for the post plant. But realistically, A site post plant, this is where mates have had those struggles. And now with those ultis in play, with a lockdown to push them back, this could be a difficult one. Zipman's got to respond.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if the lockdown will end up being countered. Immediate usage of the Hunter's Fury, and Kada is on a very, very late lurk. This time alone could be enough to close out the round. They're trying to get in their face. They're trying to get in front as Kada has come from behind about 3. He's doing absolutely everything for the squad as Click looks to clean up the final pieces. A massive lurk from Kada. A bit of an oversight, but also who's expecting anyone that late in the round?
Well, it's just a fantastic read. Again, your opponents have so many ultimates. A lockdown especially. What are they going to do when they're forced back by Kamek? Of course, they're going to play for that late round lockdown. They're going to delay their retake that little bit longer, which gives you the time to make that flank. And he could not have timed it any better. Getting there just in the nick of time to pick up all the players coming in through spawn. And putting it 7-4 in the board. Like we said, 7-5, considering the position they were in, or even just starting the half out, that's not a bad position to be in. Movistar Koi, they're going to feel the walls closing in on them.
You mentioned their opponents used 4 ults. Well, in that round, Movistar Koi used 3. And again, it wasn't a particularly close round, so it seems like the optimization of those ults has not really been the talking point, but more how the opposing side have been able to adapt to them. First time for Movistar Koi was a Viper Wall. Second time was a Giga Lurk coming out. This time though, Kamek, Click, combining once again. Kamek's been fantastic, but he will fall. A chance for a 5th round, which honestly from where they were at, 7-1 down, that's not bad.
It's the fact they send salvos in to push those players into the open, but then lose the fights. And now late round, Viper's Pit's online, securing the spike. Snakebite was sent deep as well, buying them that little bit more time, but the wrap around the left is causing issues. Bladestorm looking to dive in and pick up that Viper, drop the pit, but Viper's further back. They'll have to get through Mini and Zipban first. The gap watched on the left, Zipban up close and ready for the duel. And it's Filu with it all to do. Running right into Kata, who previously was deep in the choke point, but he took a lot of space towards the site to close this out. Smiles on Gentlemate's side. This was 7-1, but they go into the second half just 2 away.
Yeah, a very solid recovery coming out of Gentlemates after a pretty rough scenario. We'll see if Koi can break the curse or if another 2-0 is up for grabs. We'll be back after the break.
Well, it's time to get back into this game. 7-5 at the half. We've seen it before. It was Koi that were trailing. They had a big early half in half number 2 of Split. They won all the pistols so far as well, Tom. And now, with the lead under their belt, it's all going to come down to the start of this map. The start of this half, rather. If they can take the pistol, that lead's going to extend, and they can run away with it, and their stats are going to look a whole lot better at the end of the season. We saw they were the lowest. Did it say globally the lowest pistol round conversion?
I don't know if it was or bottom 3 globally,
yeah,
the lowest here.
It was a tough statistic to swallow, that's for sure.
It's definitely been rough. But they are 3 for 3 in this series in terms of pistols, so that's at least been one of the major positives in this matchup. A chance with them already in the lead and heading into the attack side. And well, Kata's been wrecked by salvos alone. That is not a bad start. In fact, Kamik is desperately low as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage done in that initial engagement. 3 players spotted outside of B, one of them already dealt with Zipban on the push-up being taken down. And from Movistar Koi, look, 5v3, grouping up, taking the spike, it's not a bad idea at all. The information that Mates had is fading, leaving a big gap on that defensive side in terms of where these final players are, and that will result in a 5v1 or at worst a 5v2, depending on what site they go to. So I like the group up. I think anything short of that, and we would have questions. I mean, the real question, though, is, Mini, you're fragging IGL, no utility to work off of. Can he shut this push down? And he's done well to find the first and get out scot-free.
Oh, didn't get much further, though. A nice shot from Filu. Kamik, 1 shot to the pistol. Click needing to have a hero-like performance. Be a lot to ask for him, right? He's not going to get anything for it. Last man, incredibly low, and an easy cleanup for Koi. They're converting that pistol again and again. 4 for 4 in the series, and looking to try and build off that.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten a lot of rounds in those early halves. It's been a saving grace for them a lot of the time, looking at Split as well. There being such a close scoreline. That's not ideal.
Did you teach him that? used to be his
But before
strategic
Tejo
coach,
came out,
right?
I taught him exactly how to make that play. I knew the abilities years ahead of time.
Exactly.
Absolutely. No, I think that...
I just thought maybe you still talk and you were like, I've got this great plan.
Yeah.
What you do is you aim up and then you just run around the corner without checking if there's any util.
Yeah.
At least that's how you play rank.
All right. Well, that's not true. That's,
Which bit?
I don't run around corners. I stay behind the wall.
Oh, okay.
You know this. You know this.
But you do throw the games.
One or two. I've been known to. Cat has snuck up to yellow, but they're going to expect this position. Indeed they do. Swinging in, taking him down. Mini's got a double with a classic on range. Zipman's got one more. This is already costly. Kamek won't last long in that situation, but 3 picks in a round like that, you'll take it.
Yeah, no, decent damage done for sure. Of course, we've witnessed this in the last map as well, but somehow Movistar Koi still managed to do a lot of damage and even in some cases convert going into the next. So they'll probably play this one like that's what they've been doing throughout the matchup so far. I'll also say again, like you look at the sort of solid points of this map. Soulcast playing that more aggressive Teo seems to be working. Filu on the jet still looking incredibly comfortable, and Shados being up there. It's good signs for the squad on Icebox, and you have to bear in mind they have been 2-0'd in every single series so far in stage 1. A map victory for anybody else would just be, well, you know, another day in the office for them. It's everything. Kamek has a nasty flank, but shot's not connected. That's going to allow for a post plant, a rifle which I believe has been retrieved. A very good opportunity for them to make it to 10.
Be a huge stride for this squad, the post plant. Difficult to deal with for Gentlemates, having to push all the way back, and they're using utility to clear yellow. There's no one there. Fly a little ahead of the curve on that swing. He gets punished for it, but now a big trade out should come through. It's Filu with a double and a 3v2 in the back of it. Snakebite sent in. Zipman tanking it to get it to half, but they go wide into the angle to make sure that there's no shenanigans. Double digits found for Movistar Koi. Double the rounds of their opponents. And it was Gentlemates 7-1 down and a 4-round consecutive streak that got them back in. But losing that round there, that puts a real spanner in the works. It's going to have to be a flawless game from this point forward.
The best spot we've seen them in a while. Do you know who the last team they took a map off was?
No, not off the top of my head.
In the Kevin Gentlemates.
Oh my goodness.
They did lose the series, but that was the game where they were eliminated in the lower rounds. They took map number 2. And then lost. But we'll get to that when we get to map 3.
Saying history's going to repeat itself?
Who knows? We'll have to wait and see on that one. Let's wait and see if they get the map first, then we can start talking about that storyline.
Yeah.
For now, Koi trying to break a 9-map losing streak. 4 series in a row, and this one starting off similarly to all the others. Close, but not quite enough. I said in terms of standings, in terms of even the championship points, there's some value. I think the main thing will be pride. You don't want to be breaking records that nobody else wants. For example, like losing the longest overtime in history. That one for Foot must have been a bit rough yesterday.
Especially against BBL.
Yeah, that context makes it worse.
A sprinkle on top. For Mates, this isn't a round that we're going to put a lot of stock in. They've got pistols. A lot of weaknesses. And even if they had numbers on the site dealing with Movistar Koi in this form, they're moving together. They've got the weaponry advantage. The only player really isolated is Flya. A few times he likes to get... Oh, he's looked the wrong way. Got worried about the player coming from mid. But still, that pickup, it's not going to get them the round. But it does get Kata a rifle. Whether he decides to save this or try to make it even more costly, it's really a take your pick.
Yeah, I think the value of damage after your opponents win a bonus round with weapons missing really isn't there.
Yeah.
Getting the Viper's Pit at this stage, you're not particularly close. So I definitely think holding onto the gun has far more value for the squad. But that will be an 11th round. Movistar Koi just 2 away, getting their first map victory in their last series in stage 1. As I said, I think the story around this squad is that changes are coming. It would at least be nice not to have that record.
Well, it is just proof of concept, right? Like the idea that most teams, and we've seen it so many times, where teams stick together and they maybe don't look great at the start. Maybe they don't look great in the middle, but by the end, they get there. For Movistar Koi, if they can take a map, take a series towards the end of this stage, I can at least legitimize that the work that they've been putting in was for something. It was worth something. Now, ulti sent through. A very blind ultimate.
I guess it's a ruse, but they're trying to push up on the other side of the map, but it's not really sold much of a ruse at all. I guess they had a read on...
Fake.
As somebody was playing.
Oh man, look, they're putting a nano through, a drone, they made the steps running up. So it looks like, oh, Movistar Koi are stupid. They put an ult on B and they ran, hey, they think we're gonna think it's B? No way. And now they go back. And in actual fact, it's worked out wonderfully. Mates have played into their hand, and although they're realizing their mistake now, with the Deho drone going through A main, it's too late. Plant's already secured. Post plant now for Movistar Koi. Hunter's Fury post plant as well. This is powerful. In fact, it's sent deep towards the spawn. An aggressive play, but they've given up on it halfway through. Divided, and they've been conquered. A 2v3 that they're left in. Grabinho in a nasty position, and Flya drawing their eyes, telling them, come on in, push me down. And as the wall falls, Grabinho stands to take one, buying that little bit more time. The stun catching him just about, and Zipban's gonna get it to half. But he's gonna try to stick it all the way. It's a big mistake. Grabinho hot on his tail, and 12 rounds now for Movistar Koi. The map that was promised, long have they waited, but now just one away from their first map win in a long time.
They left it late, there's no doubt about it, but it seems like they've found some footing in this map. The map that, again, you look on paper, 2 defeats for Koi, 2 victories for their opponents. They clearly put the work in, they found the gaps. And as I said, across the board, we are seeing what this team can do. Maybe when the pressure dissipates, when the goals have yet to be reached, but
it's always the way.
Yeah, unfortunately for Koi, that is the case. Every single time you start to see the promise, but too little, too late. 3 players sit within this site. No ultimates online, but for the side of mates, they're pretty close.
Clearly expecting some overreactions from Gentlemates. You've got a player sat in the spawn on Movistar Koi, Grabinho, looking to catch that B main aggression if it comes through, that mid push that could be in play. That's why they made that initial aggression on A. Now, they'll commit to it that little bit more, but Filu, he doesn't find the welcoming party he was hoping for. They'll grab an orb, send it back in the other direction, but again, there's been no overreaction from Gentlemates.
Decided to pause. Mini will get one and well, almost the second. Soulcast desperately low, almost finding a trade. Grabinho's looking for a gap. Now he's heard the steps towards the spawn.
And they killed Mini.
Yeah, and because Mini's down, they actually don't have the information. Clicks deep position. Could hold value, and he's definitely wary of players coming in from behind, but look at the time. 12 seconds left as they look to try and hightail it in. If he gets rid of the player planting, it could all be over, but he gets executed by Soulcast, has to plant a little bit more riskily. Kavik just with a blind spray through the screen. That will be a round onto the board. Mates with a long way back to truly crush any dreams that were left for Movistar Koi, but it is only a blip.
Unbelievable. A little spam at the last second. Of course, there was no choice but to plant in the open at that point, having already been pressured from the backside. Great delay put into play. Good trades to start it out. Like you said, Tom, it's a long road back.
Let's go. Keep it up, guys.
From
6 more.
Gentlemates.
No.
6 more. 6 in a row. No room for error. No mistakes. And for Gentlemates, if they win this, not only revenge against Movistar Koi for taking that map off them a long time ago, but
they already got revenge. They won that series.
they want to do it flawlessly.
Do they?
No, but it would be a devastating way to end the season for Movistar Koi, not only without taking a map, but being
Yeah,
so
I don't want
desperately
that.
close at the finish line.
There's some things I find like, oh, that's a bit funny. Like this guy didn't get any kills, or like, oh, he went pie. That stuff I don't mind. Someone whips on a turret. I don't want to see a team not win a map in the entire stage. It doesn't feel like something that I ever want to see for any team. Click, setup ready. This choke is one of the deadliest for the convergence path, but he's still seen nothing. He has no idea. He has no idea how far they've gone. An oversight, especially as the solo B defender. Sure, the rotations will come in thick and fast, and with a lockdown and a no command, they have a lot for this post.
There must have been a call to have Click close by. The A site, lockdown goes into play. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
They have one of their own.
Gonna put a counter one in. Hopefully to free up that space, but the players can still keep a bit of control. Where's Kata going? He's walkabouts. Oh! They expected it somehow? Okay, 14 seconds and the plant's gonna come through. No way to deny that, it's nice and safe. And with that, the map is over. Movistar Koi, they've taken one. Vamos Koi, at long last, 13-6. They've done it dominantly as well. And for Gentlemates, it's going to be a map 3, a fracture needed to split the difference between these squads.
Vamos.
Look at the smiles on their faces. A long-awaited victory. We will wait for the third map after the break.
Woo! David! Boom! In the Kevin Gates, David.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Yay! They did it! Koi won a map! Vamos! Vamos! They won a map and they did it so beautifully as well. It had to be Icebox. I don't care about the result of this match. I'm just happy.
I think
I'm so happy.
It's good. Whatever happens, as you're saying, at least they've got the map win. And it's something that you mentioned is also very important. This was not one player had a breakout performance. He went out there, dropped 60, and just carried the hell out of the game. Korea are doing very good on pistols, 4 for 4 in the series. And this one, I think that we saw a team that was actually playing together. So good job.
I have to agree, because what you guys were speaking about on the desk previously was the disconnect, right? And on how they were playing in split. But I think this time round, you could see them actually taking those fights together, swinging together, communicating with one another, and it looked as though they all were kind of on the same page, which is something that we've not really seen from Movistar quite.
Oh, I wish they just, when Icebox came back, just went full in to the Icebox, you know, because they've done things like this before on this map, and I'm very, very happy that we saw a great performance. We also saw some great performance from Soulcast, even on map 1. I think he had a really nice start this entire season, very consistent in the variety of agencies played too.
Exactly. When we think about Soulcast, historically, he's been playing in so many roles, and he's been filling those gaps very, very well. At the beginning, it was more on that Sentinel and whatnot, because you know that he has the flexibility to do so. But I really think that he is excelling as a Tejo. I think that the ultimates that he was having were having a lot of impact, and finding and making so many situations way more easier for Koi.
I have to agree. I think coming into this season as well, Soulcast was one of the players I was looking at. Can he get back to that tier 1 level, you know, having to play in challengers with Apex last year? And I think, like you say, Bea, his Tejo so far has looked really, really good. I mean, look at the stats speak for themselves.
I hope that they can go all the way at now, Billy. They might as well.
They might as well win a series, eh? Like, they actually might as well. And I think getting that map win, maybe this is the confidence that they've needed that whole time, and this is maybe where we can actually see Movistar Koi in a positive light.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned already, they just played well. They just played very well. So, Kakuga, let's take a look at this retake and talk about how they played well.
It is so important. I don't know if you have a saying for this in English, but in Spanish we say, la paciencia es la madre de todas las ciencias. Patience is the mother of all sciences. And it's very important for Movistar Koi to understand when to do certain things, when to go for duels, when to fight against the utility, when to react. When you have a team in front of you that is dropping so much and still has so much more in their back pocket with all of these ultimates, where to position yourself and where to actually go find the kills.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is something that was actually really good for Movistar Koi. The fact that they were able to recognize the amount of ultimates that Gentlemates had in this round in particular, they just decided to completely stride forward. And I think that Viper Wall as well, Tom highlighted it on the cast. It was such a great help for them in being able to get that defuse.
It is indeed, and I want to see them do things like this on Fracture as we move on to that map as well. I'm going to cope, like big time, hardcore cope, that maybe they can carry this over the line here. Because if you're Gentlemates, this match could have been a 2-0. This could have been theirs to walk away with, and now they're being forced to go to a map 3.
And as I was saying, when we were going into this best of 3, this Fracture for mates before coming into this match was the last map that they, you know, were almost closing that against Foot, and they were having a very, very bad record after that. But on the other side, we have a Movistar Koi that has not played this map since kickoff, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And we've seen some nerfs here and there. We've also seen Soulcast, as I'm saying, now playing on the Tejo. So I have a lot of questions of, is Koi going to change the compositions and the roles within that map?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that looking at it last time, it wasn't even Soulcast that was on the Tejo, was it? It was someone completely different. Yeah, it was Shadows. Yeah, exactly. So, like you say, I want to see if they've moved the roles around, if they're sticking with that same composition. This was a strong map for them. You know, they beat Team Liquid on this map in kickoff. They beat them 13-10. The only thing I will say on that note is Gentlemates have beat Team Liquid in a series. So I wonder if that will play a factor in it.
I also think now they've won that map, I think there's a lot of pressure when it comes down to how we're going to finish the season. We still haven't won a map. They've won it. I think they're going to be able to relax. They're going to be able to breathe. They're smiling. They're joking on stage. The vibes look good. And I love seeing Koi, this side of Koi. Look, Shados is smiling. What is he joking about? I need to know. I need to know what they're joking about. And on the other side, I'm gonna say this in the nicest way as possible. Again, you know, I don't want to be too mean, but Click is getting abused a little bit. And if he comes in with that neon, if you're playing on a character where once you get abused, you're gonna snowball into not being locked out of the game, I think that is the ticket for Koi to win this series.
But there's been so many situations. I think that we also saw it when we were on Split, some bits here and there that where he's not giving his A game. But you bring up, without noticing, a very interesting question. Is he going to be playing in the neon? Is he going to go back to the race? Where is the comfort? I think I would like to see the neon, and I would like to see those setups because they were very, very close to closing it against Foot. Never mind, he's gone on the waylay. But there is those changes on the other side. Solka's now in the Tejo. Shadows just away completely also from that double sentinel that was the staple for Koi this year.
Yeah, no, I think I really actually like this Movistar Koi composition looking at it. I think the amount of aggressiveness and explosiveness they're going to be able to have behind that breach, behind that race, behind that Tejo. I'm expecting a lot of micro fights going on between those agents. And Gentlemates, well, I just hope that Click's Waylay performance can improve better going into this fracture.
I mean, you've got Flyer on the other side of this. Like, you know, I want to see Flyer be able to mitigate some of that waylayness. Yeah, waylayness.
Yeah, but especially with Movistar Koi starting on the attack. Come on, guys, you just want to have start this one with a banger. Feeler's been having a great day, so Shadows, Solka, set him up.
Yeah, and the last Vamos Koi from Mitch and Tom was a little bit, you know, you could do way better than that. They might be able to win this series. Come on, Mitch and Tom, get behind the boys.
Absolutely not. I'm not biased. I don't mind who wins this series. I think it could be either team. I'm not rooting against Kata, but it would be nice to see them take a series. After all, they've now broken the curse of a map, and not only that, Tom, they're coming in after a dominant victory, 13-6 on the previous. If ever there was a chance, this is it.
You're a big fan of the French language, so how would you say "let's go mates" in French?
Allons-y, mates!
There you go. Sue got the opposite of what she wanted. But yeah, going into this map, it's a bit of a weird one because firstly, I'm a little bit worried because I see the last time that it was played by mates, they lost 18-16, and I'm getting some flashbacks to yesterday.
Got a few OTs.
But also they're 0-3 for the year, so it's not been a particularly good map for them. In like my prediction of the veto, this was the map that I thought that maybe Koi would actually go to choose. So I think that they've landed in a decent place for them. Obviously switching a few things up with their composition. I think Solkas sticking with that Tejo. He's been very good throughout the day, so I'm very happy to see that. It does put Shadows into a more supportive role, but I don't mind that either.
I'm very excited to see how this Waylay works out for Click as well. We're looking at the stats there, and nobody has done this in EMEA so far. So excited to see what the ideas are and where those pieces of utility will end up falling. Fracture, one of my favorite maps to cast always in between these two teams. Well, it could be mud fights or it could be precise Valorant. We'll see how things evolve. After all, Gentlemates, you said they've played this a bit, they've had their OTs, and that's somewhere that gives them an opportunity to build on the losses that they've previously had. You win or you learn. Let's see which it was, which it will be today. Movistar Koi on the attack and straight into the B side, but Tom, it's mostly being left open. Mini is watching it, looking to pounce off his trips, but they've destroyed them, and he's just left for a retake.
Complete A-site stack out from the defensive side. They're now going to go running in from behind. Now, there is a cam there. If that cam gets popped, that is all the information. And Flyer's Lurk has already picked off the one other avenue that they will have had.
There's the cam.
Cam popped. Will eventually be destroyed, but that should be every single player being spotted. Filu picking up another. Leaving 3 players to try and run through a smoke on a ramp. Mitch loves some controller assists, and there's high potential for them here.
Absolutely are, but Gravino's taking matters into his own hands, finding himself the double and closing out another pistol round for Movistar Koi. They are not letting these ones slide. You often talk about those early rounds as, oh, they could go either way, but so far in this series, they only go Movistar Koi's
way. We have our stat backwards. Was that actually the amount they'd lost? Because it really does seem crazy. That I wonder if we can bring that back, like at the start of the day, what their pistol win percentage was, because it's improving.
We don't lose those pistols. Somewhere around. We don't lose those pistols, exactly. You did before this series. I think it was 37%, give or take 1 or 2. And now, well, a much, well, 100% so far. 5 out of 5. And Gentlemates left down to just classics. It should be an easy follow-up. Every round they put on the board takes them closer to a series win.
It's weird though, because they never buy anything in these rounds, but I feel like every time Koi come out with only 2 players.
Well, it's because there's been so many classic kills. Yeah, they like Zipan, I think last time picked up a double. In almost every round, there's someone.
Kata had 1, but it wasn't with the mates classic, so it doesn't count.
Exactly. Not gonna add that one up to the tally. A little bit of aggression.
Be right back.
Tiny bit of damage. Realistically.
Bye-bye.
Not expecting a lot from these classics.
Going for the one-tap classic.
Isolated. And he's gotten a decent bit done there. Shados down to 28. Solka's tagged from the earlier fight. Corbinho's armor's been stripped.
Mini's the one to watch. Ah, that could be a problem. Let's see, he still wins just a straight 1v1. I think that was the one pistol player, but even still. And now you got the crossfire, Kamek with another. It's always, I said it, two people survive. It's the same thing every time. And they were low as well. Like, they took some serious damage moving into that site.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going back towards 2 players that had pushed them. They take them down and they commit to that angle. The rotates are easily found ahead of time. And that early damage, yes, you win the pistol, you win the follow-up, but you're almost forced into a full investment here. Or is it giving the round away with minimal damage and an economy builder for Gentlemates?
Well, you've heard of Mystic Meg. That was Mystic Egg. That's my prediction for that round. But yeah, we'll see what they could do. Because again, they've had some pretty decent conversion, or at least, again, damage with what they've had in these sort of moments. Mini gonna just try and survive in a pretty unorthodox position.
Yeah, well, he wanted to play up in tower, but the molly that was sent in pushes him back, and that's why they take tower control themselves, looking to pressure Mini, and he'll eventually fall. Damage done on site. Movistar Koi getting ahead in some of these duels. There's upgrades to be found as well, and making the best of a bad situation. The spam even lights Kata to 38 HP. He is clinging on to life with both hands. It's going to be an aggressive peek from Shados. He knew that Zipan was there, and that click was there too. But they're not able to convert the picks, leaving Solkas all alone. Now he's got the perfect utility for this play. Salvos to buy a little bit of time, but he wants a pick as they cross. If salvos of their own that are sent into relatively the right spot, but he's got an angle behind. Buying time. They'll get it to half first, though. That's the problem with Click's head removed. It's only 1 left standing. Low HP on Zipan, and the wall bang is enough. A Red Bull clutch from Solkas, and that's 3 in a row for Movistar Koi.
He's really been having a day. I think that picking up this tail, he's looked fantastic across the maps. Just able to put utility in to set himself up. I think in previous rosters, we always talked about him having to almost take a back seat in a lot of these scenarios, and well, it came close in the end. But
what was that?
Don't know.
Well, he ain't losing those. You're right about that.
I agree with half of the same.
Which half?
The first half.
Okay. I'm not sure how you disagree with the second part.
I don't know.
What's your counterpoint?
It made me feel uncomfortable, and that's enough for me to disagree.
I didn't like it.
Yep.
I'm not sure why. Well, Gentlemates, 0 rounds on the board and economy in the bin. They're going to be coming in with sheriffs, 5 of them, in fact. An ultimate in play for Zipan, but not likely to see the light of day in this round. It's just a bit of an overinvestment if you throw that one through. Movistar Koi, gentle rotation. It's going to be 5 towards the B side. Traps covering off their back. And look, if they do go diving in, there is a danger that the traps catch them. But more importantly, you've got Kata and Mini crossfire enabled as soon as the cam spots contact with sheriffs in hand. It's not an easy fight.
Off your feet!
Well, he has gone flying higher than anyone seen before, and he ends up going down to the salvo. Unfortunate. Kamek does well.
Through smoke.
And they do have themselves, well, now an extra pick, and they've got the army. Yeah, I was about to say, is that going to be thrown into play? It is, and that's enough to displace Solcast from position. A solid spot from Flyer, but he's only going to get 1. And after all of that in the last round, solid work from Koi. This one falls flat versus the pistols.
A great utility as well from Mini. It's his traps that have to be dealt with. They give a trigger point for those spams through the smoke. I don't know if we'll see it in the replay, but Kamek landed a hell of a shot. I don't know if there was a reveal. I don't think so. Let's see. It was just after this.
It's also, you lose a round to a pay save card Thrifty when you had the opener and you used that Rolling Thunder in the middle of it all, that has got to sting for the side of Movistar Koi. And now your opponents, well, okay, the showstoppers on your side, but definitely have a slightly better purchase. And even looking like they're going to invest into an Outlaw, they've got a good read on the shield situation of their opponents.
Operator for Click going in, but he won't be finding much around that angle. Movistar Koi giving up on north side control. They've got a trap to cover, push up from B and expecting no aggression on Dish. Look at the rotations from Gentlemates. It seems a little bit over-eager. 4 players go to B. In fact, Kata was on his way, but now he's sat up in heaven. Opportunity to pick up 1 or 2. The cage has robbed him of that. And look, they even burned their showstopper here, assuming that there'll be players closer. Climax manages to stop them. Rolling Thunder was online already, and it'll be deployed right after these salvos. Stun already gone. So in terms of the and indeed Aftershock, this is great. They're burning up utility very early on. An op pick, and they might not need that Rolling Thunder. In fact, it won't be available because Climax lost his head. But as said, everything else is going right. It's going their way. Flya struggling, and he won't land those shots. Corbino has to pick up all the pieces, and a damn good try of it. But Gentlemates get there in the end with the defuse.
Yeah, this round honestly just looked like an incredible read from the side of Gentlemates. They saw the showstopper. They went, we're going to completely avoid the site. Know that, okay, if we're playing any close corner or any of these aggressive angles that we've had before, that showstopper will pick us off. We'll let them have the site. We have Rolling Thunder. It's perfect for the retake. Now, they didn't get to use it. They didn't need to use it. But I just like the plan that they had overall.
I think they were setting up to this moments ago, so it's almost a saving grace that Kamek gets picked off as the round starts to fall into their hands. A good attempt in the end. Corbino, he was right with that call. He left 1 on 10 HP. The other fight onto Mini could have changed the game. Mini took the ult orb from the defuse, interestingly, instead of giving it to Kata for the orbital strike, so they'll have the opportunity to pick up some info early on. In this round, though, it's all about Click. Opening duel with that operator. Weak weapons from Movistar Koi, but we have seen stranger rounds so far.
That was sort of the more interesting thing for me, is obviously you switch out your Neon for a Waylay. I think Neon has always been a pretty strong performer, and when you've had rough attack sides, I feel like a lot of the time Neon can help you out quite a bit on the defense with these aggressive fast rotations and those pushes. But so far it seems like a lot of the plan is to have those sort of walk downs from Click and just basically take those aggressive fights with the operator. Now Flyer has got way too much space. A little bit of an oversight from mates, which will garner a kill. The thing is that wherever they go, they're pushing into a 2-player setup. They don't really have the weaponry for it.
Yeah, and the constantly changing traps in play for Mini, giving them that information when the push comes through. Cam already broken. Good opportunity to catch them unaware. Salvos will send them back by space for the walkout, and maybe they can even get a plant out of this situation. If they do, Solkas, massive utility. Oh my, they've taken Kata. The op up close. Solkas, yeah, I think he was spotted. It looks like Click's aware. He's coming in, but it's a stinger on the other side. He had to hit his shot, and he does. Right away with the connection. And there's the ult for Mini. Good thing he had that online. Information falling into their hands. Great stun. Filu in trouble. Salvos, and he's being watched by 3. They know exactly where Shados is too. No utility to help him out, and an op holding the angle. There was no way back in. Gentlemates, back up neck and neck.
Yeah, nice round from Click. I think very aware of every sort of risk. Wasn't overzealous in the round, especially versus the Pistols, consistently waiting for there to be a player ready to trade. And I think a round that very, very easily could have got out of control ends up being just quite comfortable because of that, because of his read, because of the positioning. Well, that will be the scoreline leveled up in their game versus Foot. It was that defensive side where they were able to get a majority of the rounds. And well, after having that early lead, after having a bonus that eventually ended up slipping, Koi have decided to take a pause.
So a good time to talk about expectations coming in here, Tom. Starting out on the attack side for Movistar Koi, we already know that they're going to win the pistol and follow-ups, right? They get a 3-0 start. Where do you think the goalposts are for this squad coming out of half one?
But it's weird because both teams have obviously changed their compositions quite a bit from the last time we saw them play, but you go back to Koi versus Liquid and they put up slightly more rounds when it came to their defensive side. But I will say, when they played that Liquid squad, they came up against what, in my opinion, was one of the worst comps we've seen so far. No duelist, where they attempted to basically have camo flashing on Gecko. I really didn't enjoy it. So
and they did better on the defense against that.
Yeah,
so
it's kind of one of those, like, they won the map, they did well, but I don't like what their opponent is doing. So I think it's hard to read into how they'll play on this one, but I do think that there's a lot of potential for aggression on that defense when you have that sort of Teo in combination with Breach and the Raze. So I'd say realistically, I think it's going to be fairly even all the way through, but maybe I added both teams on that defensive side just a bit.
Well, for mates, it means time to keep putting up rounds. They're 3 in a row so far, but they've been tight. Movistar Koi always getting boots on the ground, a plant out of these situations and losing out in the post plant. Big ultimates online, Grabinho and Solgas. So it's not like you want them to have that plant. And Click can keep getting away with this early fight towards main on B that finds an easy pick. Fialu down in the dirt. You talk about the difficulties of attack sides without duelists. Well, that's the boat the Movistar Koi are in now.
I think as well, this is my almost perfect use of the refract. By having an operator, defensive side, you can push somewhere and you can, if anybody, you miss your shot, you're out. And you can go very far back into safe position. So I think that's where the value's coming. Kada, he's got to get something from this and he doesn't. That was the one real danger of this round. Rolling Thunder, well, it's been saved for quite a few rounds. I can only assume we're getting that same retake.
Ready?
And actually, no, they're going to try and deny it before they plant, but they failed at that.
Yeah, because Click can dash in past the molly, but now able to convert on one. Players in main. He's turned his back, but he swings back in just in time. Ult going to be sent through deep. Flya suspected in the corner, but Kamek can't deal with him. Players thinning out, and it's only Click left. He can put pressure on, maybe even get this defuse halfway. But he wants to get ahead of the issue, wants to force the fight, knowing that the orbital strike is on its way. Half HP because of that laser, and now Grabinho's ready to swing in from main. Halfway, he won't even get there. Movistar Koi putting an end to the Gentlemates win streak.
Yeah, timing just slightly off, I think, on the Rolling Thunder. Maybe trying to just catch the player who was planting, but I assume that there was some attempt to try and deny it before it actually went through, and I think that was the turning point. Mentioned it in the moment, like, Kada being close to that smoke, you kind of expected to get something from there, and falling, that was the site under enemy control. A good round from Koi. After the pause, they will take back the lead. Oh, a little bit of frustration. You can understand it. Like, 2 players run through, the slight whiff, and that turns the round on its head. Especially with how well they've been doing, or Click has been doing, I should say, at getting openings. That's got to be a little bit irritating.
Yeah, credit to Flya for being able to do so much. Those initial fights on the site last time. Movistar Koi, they're not out of the woods just yet. Gentlemates still able to fully invest. Click's op will still be in play. And Mini is running around causing havoc with a Vandal. He's even going aggressive for more, and it could be a mistake that cost them dearly. Kada stepping up to the plate for 2. It's Shados on his own. A double kill needed to close out this round. A plant still to be secured and an op on its way, but he gets ahead of him. Had the angle, but Click swings in to close this one out. Back and forth with the rounds. Gentlemates answer up to the disruption of Movistar Koi, and the problem is those attackers don't have the same credits to fall back on.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna have to see if Movistar Koi eventually shift where they're placing their Rolling Thunder, because I think both times they've tried to use it into this B site, both times it's gone up towards the tower, maybe expecting somebody to be there, and both times they've been wrecked the second they tried to use it. So
show yourself you can.
It's seeming like more of a hindrance than something that actually helps them, and as you said, economically, now completely in the bin.
That op from Click reposition now to Arcade. Full north side control. They see nobody outside Arcade. Drone goes in. Dish, no one there. So a molly to delay, a rotation to come in as Mini now makes it to the site. A deep push from Click to confirm nobody north side. That information can be held now deep into the round. For Movistar Koi, they are walking into a stacked up site. And that's very early.
I guess maybe wary that that was a position on the map they lost, and now they're going to go pushing into it. This seems like a complete misread on the scenario. Well, I say that, but they clearly thought somebody was there. But then when the ult didn't connect, they continue that push forward. Even still, the crossfire will seemingly be enough. Grubinio's done well, though. With the ult from Soulcast still online, with a rifle retrieved in his hands. The only problem is he has to cross to the site, which is, well, pretty unfortunate from where the positions of his opponents currently are. Well, Zipan makes that pick a little bit too easy. Okay, eventually. I was a bit worried they weren't going to check. I was nervous for them after the stun connects, but...
What a strange round. The decision-making to put in the orbital strike, you're already up against a low buy. So that in and of itself seems like a heavy commitment. But then the late push up with a breeze flash, and it didn't even catch most of the players.
Yeah.
That's the real problem here.
It feels like both teams' ults have actually been more of a hindrance than help, which is quite funny. It's not something you see very often, but hey, I think the team that should have won the round did win the round, so I'm happy at least.
They got there in the end. They did. It's costly in terms of ultimates, but they've got something to still fall back on with Zipan. Looking at the other side, it's the same thing to hold for both squads. Aggressive play. We've seen it a couple rounds now. It's the first time Movistar Koyev ran into it for Click. He's not afraid to go back. Posting up early round now using the refract. One and done. He is out of there. 5v4. Movistar Koy, they go looking in the other direction, but look at this double push up as well. Kata alongside Zipan. And they get there just in time to catch Grubinio. Now you're going to make that push without your duelist and without your smokes.
Getting into this angle is difficult. They try the jump across, which will at least get them in towards the tower, although info is definitely there. All 5 players rotating through the spawn, and they just cannot get past this operator. Click has been a menace in this map. He's had some rougher performances this season on the duelist, but he has been terrifying. A close angle held, but Flyer only going to get the one, and for Soulcast at this stage, the only real hope is damage.
30 seconds left.
Fly got into that position really quickly. I thought there was a chance that he could fly under the radar, make it costly, but
fly under
the radar. But he doesn't. They still clear it, even though he gets one pick, and the same thing for the last player. It doesn't matter. The trades are there every time. Mates playing this one together, and again, look at the start Movistar Koyev had. They win the pistol, follow-up, and third round. They lose to a weaker investment, and now we're at 6-4 after a 3-0 beginning. Trailing on the attack side. An 8 rounds still possible with Mates having all the wind in their sails, but the big difference here, Tom, investment coming up for Koy, 3 ultis online, Filu, 3 and 9. He has been having a tough time. Opening duels have gone against him, but now he's got that showstopper. Last time, Kamek ripped his head off.
Yeah, seems like the pace is going to be picked up.
Fire.
I can only assume that the ult is coming. It doesn't matter. It's Click again. This guy really doesn't feel like he's been missing. He'll be able to bypass the ult. In fact, his teammate will as well. Flyer and Shados combine. But a lot of damage being done, and Kata coming in from behind will get both. It is just a field day with Soulcast trying to ruin the parade, and he's doing a damn good job of it. One left standing, it's that operator again, and Click will ruin and rain on that parade. A real nice attempt, but not quite to be.
Even the stun was absolutely perfect, and a real shame they couldn't get there in the end.
Always waffling.
Always waffling, aren't they?
He didn't even notice he's on camera.
Oh, Kim and Pal. They're deep in talking about the micro of this game. And right here, look, the stun was perfect. Beautiful shot here. Great correction. And it catches him, but just peeking
guys,
at
fake hope, guys, calma, tranquilo, Soulcast, tranquilo.
Well, 1 round left to play for. Click's reposition as well. Playing this round, the previous from Dish, when previously he's always been on B.
He's been
such a headache. And he just has this global control with the operator from Movistar Koy. They're about to run into him again. The reposition at Click. I think he's won every fight up here in heaven. And he's cleared it out, holding the rope. You're about to walk right into his waiting arms.
Filu's got to be so salty. Oh, no. Well, he eventually falls. Not enough bullets left to take out Soulcast, but I feel like Filu has just been a magnet for that operator. Wherever he goes, he's like, don't be in the tower up close. That would be a ridiculous place to play with an ARP. And well, he's walked it into it again and again and again.
I can't see the head-to-heads, but he's 0 and 5 in opening duels, and I think at least 3 of those must be the op. It could even be 4. Position spotted. Salvo's on their way, but Mini seemingly under no threat.
Enemy remaining.
Keeps control, hat off his head, and it's not in respect. It's to close it out. All the info for Zipan, and a clean double to put them 8-4 in the lead.
Yeah, after a slow start to the map, it's been almost dominant from the side of mates. They only need a few more, and they'll be taking this 2-1. We'll find out after the break.
Remaining. Spike down A. Reloading.
That's what following. Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Koi have already claimed their first map of the stage. The question is, was that their last? A series win on the cards, but after a 3-0 start, only one round sprinkled amongst a sea of Gentlemates victories. Now they move to the defensive side, and they shall be truly put to the test. A big comeback needed, but Tom, they've won every pistol round so far. One more could set them on the right path.
To make it all the more exciting, we're taking you back.
It's time to go back.
See, it's just like your ranked games, except Click can aim slightly better than you can. Oh, there we go. HUD's decided. Make a resurgence already, though. That's going to be Soulcast getting the opener. They need to keep that pistol streak going. 5 for 5 so far in the series, but a post plant to face off against Click. Looking to get aggressive, doesn't have the refract, doesn't have anything to play with. In fact, other than the pistol in his hands, his position will be known. His utility was non-existent, and he's still going strong. One of the best performances we've seen from him individually, but he is going to get flanked on. Filu finally dealing with his demons. But Mini might just be the voice in the back of his head. It's gonna, well, it should have been the bullet in the back of his head. Instead, it will be a little bit whiffy.
Wow, it couldn't have ended any other way, Tom. Movistar Koi taking a pistol round. That's 6 for 6 so far.
100% win rate.
In this series. And only this series, but it is a massive improvement on what we've seen, where, as we saw it starting out the series, their win rate has been atrocious. One of the worst in the world when it comes to pistols.
Really?
We needed slow-mo for that?
Remember, just double every run. Double kills every run.
I don't think I've ever heard Shadows make that sound before.
That's actually him doing Whale Song.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, I fall asleep to that every night.
That's what he's doing. He's trying to make his opponents fall asleep.
Follow up from the pistol. You said it before, Tom. It's always been 2 players left alive for Movistar Koi. A little miss from Click. He's slow to follow up, and Gravino's picking them apart. Much healthier looking round from Movistar Koi. Doesn't get much worse with that. Only the one pick.
There you go.
Mini's got one. He's gone to the frenzy, though. That could be a big mistake. He's been a demon with the classic. Sulcus is low. Opportunity here. But he's got support. Philo up top.
Not really a reason to take this any wider. They're actually This is not the man I'd want to challenge. I understand he's low, but keeping on to that weaponry, seemingly more important. Looking to just break the trend of how many players are left standing, and they will. It's going to be 3 to survive this time out. A slight improvement for Movistar Koi, who will get to keep some of that weaponry. Did they get the Bulldog at the end? Maybe they did. I don't know.
I think they walked out 1 Bulldog, a Vandal, and a Spectre. It's not the worst. Certainly not as bad as it has been before for this squad. They'll be able to come into the next without pulling any punches. An extra Bulldog pulled in for investment. And for Gentlemates, 8-6, the gap closing, but Rifles come out here. Click with a big performance in the early half in these last 2 rounds. He's almost got his ultimate online and ready to rumble. Look at Movistar Koi's response. Noise heard on south side. They go pushing into north, and Mini's under pressure. He's being hunted down. No way out. And a free pick, really, for Grabinho. Can't retrieve the weapon, but at least they've got the advantage to work with.
Solcas under pressure. Slows, stuns. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him, but he now has a little bit of help from his friends. 4 players on the side that is being fought for. Filu's position clear, but he'll be able to dance his way through the smokes. And actually, if they reposition towards the spawn, they could actually make it to the B side. There is still a player there, and well, with the casualties alone, that might make it just that little bit more difficult.
That is the second nade from Filu thrown out as well. The first completely halted the push from Gentlemates. Now as they move towards the B side, steps are heard from the cam. Flya, he's got eyes on, and they've realized now the rotation from Movistar Koi will take quite a while. He's only got a stinger to work with. We don't want to see him going swinging out wide. In fact, even conceding the plant. And from this point, you might assume that he's just not on site. Maybe he's somewhere else. Having rotated to A, just left the cam behind, but now they've realized their mistake. And it's Click in a 1v4 to defend that spike. It's planted for him at least, but it's not an easy fight. They've seen him. They'll swing together and close this one out. Movistar Koi climbing back, rising up to the challenge. Now 1 round behind Gentlemates and hungry for their first series win.
They won the first 3 rounds in the first half. They won the second 3 rounds, or in the second half.
Yep.
And they have 7 rounds. In other words,
I'm swinging here.
I'm waiting to see what happens in the next one before I start getting too excited. Then again, I'm looking at the amount of stingers, but with that convergence path for Click, I do wonder if they're just going to try and run it down onto some of these players with rifles. Cheeky little speed boost.
There's a good chance. And how you stick as a team or even split like this, you maybe even have a better chance. But the reality is, Movistar Koi, they've got 3 players on the right side of the map. They're not playing deep into angles, so they won't be fully caught off by these players. The dash in, spotted, Filu ready. Well, I'm not sure what Kamek thought was happening there, but he did not have the free space he thought he did. Swing out from Filu, doesn't get there, but it's a 2v4 that he's left his teammates in. Easily secured by the rest of the squad, and that is the mold broken. 4 in a row for Movistar Koi, 8-8, neck and neck, and getting ever closer to picking up that series that's evaded them. Look at the top, 0-4. No maps picked up along the way, but today, everything is changing.
They've broken one by getting their first map after 9 straight map losses. Now they're looking to break the 4 series streak. Actually,
I see the rolling, they hate it.
4 in stage 1. And the difference now, though, is obviously when you have that defensive side operator, there's good opportunities for Click to find value without having to take crazy risks. Wow, speaking of crazy risks, a complete pincer.
I don't think I've seen that one before.
I don't think we needed to follow that. I'll be honest with you. I could tell that wasn't going anywhere.
That is a new one for me, let me tell you. It was just singing, they see me rolling, they
If we just saw the map collapse, just like the full north side of the map.
Tech Flyer.
This is a nasty position. I just can't find 3 for it. The IGL finally adding the fragging as well. 4 for him. Kada, last man standing. Well, 1v5 ace needed. He got the first.
Damn solid performance from Flyer. Orb taken. Spam is good though, and Kadu will be dropped in the end. He gets more orbs than he bargained for in that fight. 9 on the board. Movistar Koi, 5 in a row. The lead now theirs. And that was a full buy coming out of Gentlemates that Flya single-handedly tore to shred. Okay. Who thought that was needed? Oh, wow, look how close that was, Tom.
I'm so glad that we had a third-person camera of that, just so we could see where it went.
Absolutely nuts. And obviously for Gentlemates, they're not expecting someone to be there. There was heavy rotations early on from Movistar Koi. They pushed Southside on A. They got all that control, so then you're a little more comfortable to embed and cut off those rotations, keep that map control. But there was no way that Gentlemates could have known that that had happened. Still, the fact that 2 players swing to start with, they had the right idea. They were ready for him being there. Yet Flya just hit his shots, and in no more important of a moment could he have stepped up.
That said, I think it's going to be much more difficult for Click to sort of keep that performance going on the attack. But you're the guy diving in, taking space to come out with a multi-frag in rounds is much more difficult than what we saw on the defense. And without him, it is much more of an even playing field, maybe even leaning slightly the way of Movistar Koi. Soulcast has been having, I'd say, one of, if not his best series of the tournament so far. Swinging here.
No surprise there, though. 31% of his team's first engagements. I think it's probably more.
Well, I know it wasn't Kim because he's too busy waffling in the crowd. So that one I think was written by William. Getting the credit he deserves.
Thank you, Captain Cal. 9-8 for Movistar Koi. The lead taken. Ults online. Orbital Strike. Not far from Rolling Thunder either, and Solka's just 2 away.
They're taking so much space every single round.
Free.
The first, we saw them go all the way on that south side. Now they've taken the full north side. Now it doesn't give them full info as to where their opponents are actually going, but they can start to put the pieces together. Soulcast moving closer into the corner. Grabinho also has that orbital strike if they need it. Although it might not be damage, they may just want it to delay.
They even leave that trap online. They've got the information, but they don't want Gentlemates to know just how far ahead of the play they are. Movistar Koi with a big opportunity. Orbital Strike put in. It forces the dash out of Click. He's wide on sight with no one to help him out. Solkas ends up going down. Nade and a salvo good as Kata falls and numbers thinning. Gentlemates being left in the dust. Rolling Thunder put through, but Mini doesn't want to swing. He's 45 HP, waits for them, but Flya ducks under his shot. And the plant, the reposition afterwards, but the info is there for his opposition. Kamek, man who walked away with an ace earlier, great stun. Aftershock put through as well. Pressure on.
They split them.
He's going to reposition, but they're just grouping back up. Looking to take this fight together. It needs to be a nasty spray, a double takedown. They haven't got a ton of utility, but still a flash on Shados. Where does that get thrown? Backside or into main? In fact, it's the jump peek across. It's risky. It's giving him a chance. The spam puts pressure on, but Shados is defusing and he's going to stick it all the way. The spam doesn't get him. Shados saves the play with that defuse and even takes Kamek down after. Double digits for Movistar Koi. We knew they had a strong start in every half, Tom, but this is getting ridiculous.
That's disgusting, though. The initial, this is what we said about sort of combining those ults. It was the convergence path sent in alongside an Ultra Strike just to eliminate Soulcast. But then while dying, he places salvos and trades himself, which again, not too common. I think a lot of the spam damage actually went onto Flya instead. Wow. A little bit of, NA toxicity coming out.
Oh yeah.
Us guys in the EMEA are much more chill. Just watch Padatek when he played against Gentlemates.
Or most teams.
We had to bleep 99%, but the rest was just telling Kamek that he was baiting. That was I enjoyed those comps, I'll be honest.
Well, having mentioned the combination of ultimates, combinations of utility, there's a very dangerous duo online for Movistar Koi. Perfect for a retake. But in fact, look at the aggression coming out of Philo. A good read with so many players. 4. The only one that he can hit who can survive a shot of this weapon is Mini. Anyone else will fall to a single barrel being emptied in their direction, but Philo realizes the full force is coming his way. He backs off, concedes the space, and that's because they have these ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon can come through and completely annihilate these players.
They know it though. You can see how far forward these players are actually pushing. Click wanting to get all the way towards their spawn. And he hasn't checked the corner. He's not cleared it properly. Luckily, the trade is almost immediate. But as they look to go even further forward, it's another drop. The salvos take down Zipan, and all that is left is Kamek. Another body hits the floor. 11-8 for Koi. They are running away with this defensive half. And I'll be honest, I said that maybe it'd be slightly better on the defense. I think I was wrong.
Yeah, well, 7 in a row is hard to predict, let's say. And we saw Gentlemates in the last map use their timeouts early on. They've kept this one late, but after a 7th conceded round, after a beautiful combination of utility from Movistar Koi 2 rounds in a row, they are now calling that timeout. Their final one to touch base with their squad. 2 rounds needed for Movistar Koi to do what they failed to do all stage long. They may have waited until it's too late for playoffs, but it's not too late to claim back that pride.
Pride and a championship point. I think the former may be more valuable with how things have gone, but we'll see. Maybe in the future that point can make all the difference.
Maybe.
Of the squad. Just not ending with that goose egg on the scoreboard. Taking one over on mates. But I actually put them above them in the head-to-head, won't it? They'll literally not finish last if they win this game. So mates will be the one at the bottom of the table. Maybe some conversations will have to be had, but which is crazy as well, considering if we see Liquid get the victory, the only team to have beaten them will have been mates, and then they finish last in the group. It's been a weird group.
Again, like, I feel like in a lot of Movistar Koi's games, we haven't come in and gone, oh, it was close. Oh, they were real close to taking that. But when it comes to mates, they've had their OTs that they lose and then they run out of steam right after.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing is, like, you could imagine a world where they take those series 2-1, where maybe if they come in with the victory, they look a little better on map 2. But that hasn't been the case so far, and yeah, it's how the cookie crumbles. Movistar Koi with the chance to claim that extra spot up above. As you said, a chance point, but I think for these players, they just don't want to end the stage without a single win on the board. Dash in from Click, caught by Flya. He's been phenomenal so far. Finally put to bed, but Philo and Grabinho quickly filling in the space. Spike is theirs, and it looks like another round for Movistar Koi. After a pause from Gentlemates, they get nothing.
That's crazy as well, because that position has been consistently played by Soulcast, so I think him being able to get away with that is very surprising. Well, okay. A 1v1 for Zipan. He'll take fights like that all day long. The nade will do a little bit of extra chip damage.
There.
You do have to be careful. Salvos forcing them out. Another fight taken, but then the swing comes in from behind. Soulcast alongside Zipan as well. And that is going to be 12-8 now in favor of Movistar Koi.
I would have called you a fool, Tom. If we started out today and you told me we're going to be 12-8, 4 chances for Movistar Koi to take a series, I'd say, well, they haven't had one so far this stage, so I don't believe you. But here we are, and against Gentlemates, with a streak of rounds like this, they were 8-4 at the half, Tom. 8-4 to 12-8. How they've managed this will be studied. Some parts of it maybe don't need to be. One round between them, 4 chances to close us out, and a weak investment from mates. They've decided to go together to A main.
They're trying to pick up the pace, but instead they've been met by the operator. Maybe expecting after struggling on this site for a couple of rounds that their opponents will make a misread, make a response in the other direction. Solid flash will make it a little bit tougher. Soulcast on the site can only garner the one. With Shadows desperately low, he will also fall. His spot has been held by Filu, but he can't do too much about it. They're aggressing forward. Flya, this battle may end up being everything. Instead, it's going to be the switch up, an attempt to get to the site, and it's actually Mini to get that kill, coming back in from the spawn.
I don't know how he's managed that, but fair enough. An ambitious play with the shorty. One that unfortunately hasn't worked out this time.
He expected Mini to be further away, which is fair enough after he goes for the fight in spawn, but I want to see the last kill.
Cage triggered.
Oh.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'll tell you what though, if Filu won the round with that play, they would be singing his name in the streets of Spain tonight. There would be no rest. Sergio Ferra's voice wouldn't be audible for at least a week. But 3 rounds.
I think Uli would break the sound barrier.
Absolutely. 3 rounds in a row.
He'd take off like a jet.
Spread his wings and fly. Big investment from mates again, of course, and the same thing can be said for Movistar Koi. They'll be able to buy even if they lose this round. Keep building up those ultimates as well. Orbital Strike online. Filu 1 away from a showstopper, and Solkis isn't far himself. This is definitely somewhere that we could see them save those ults up and invest them later. Or burst it now and risk tapering out.
Thunder available, and it actually would connect, but you can see
Feels
the
ahead of it.
adjustment. No, I really like this. Movistar Koi saw that ultimate come online and then immediately moved. Click has now gone down. He has been struggling in this second half after a stellar first half. And Okada trying to fill in the gaps. He's just gone in alone. There's nobody else even remotely close. Now we have that rolling thunder coming in, but like, how is that ever going to find any value? And if you think you've got an open site on the other side, you must know by now that you might get the rotation of 4 players, but Flyer has not left.
He's always here. They could even spam it out. You got to assume it. They've got players on either side, but Flyer is not taking the bait. Showstopper's on its way to back him up. 12 seconds left. He just has to delay, and he won't take Zipan. In fact, Kamek is stepping up for a triple. Gentlemates have the Showstopper to contend with. The nade in, the time low, the spray. Good for Filu and Movistar Koi. At long last, they've taken a series. 13-9, 13-6 at the buzzer. They've done what nobody thought they could.
They've ended it with a Red Bull clutch, the star duelist. And of course, a big victory for them. I think for many coming into today, and many of these sort of like lower matches, you didn't really think there was too much on the line. But I think for this squad, it meant a lot to prove that, okay, we were doing work, we were trying to get ourselves to a point of victory. And although it came right at the end, smiles all round for Koi.
It might be too late for playoffs, but like we said, you got your champ points, but you've got the pride of not just taking a map, but taking a series off a team who have pushed some of the best to their limits. This is the win that they've been waiting for, and a well-deserved victory lap. At long last, we get to see that smile on Gorilla's face after the game. I've waited so long. And finally, they're the ones center stage in the EMEA.
Oh, let him in, he's only little.
And a well-deserved foul after a well-earned battle.
It's a good way to close out their stage 1. At least, as said, showing what they had to offer, showing some of that individual brilliance, showing that when the synergy is there, this squad looks decent. Because I don't think there was a bad player in the server for them today, which I think you look back prior to the season. Well, for the coaching staff, I know for a fact that they have put so much into this squad over the last few months, and even though it hasn't necessarily gone to plan, well, we now get to finally, for the first time this stage, have a victory interview with Koi.
I've been looking forward to this day, Tom. Thank you very much. I'm now joined by Soulcast from Koi. Congratulations, you guys managed to bring out a win finally at the last stretch of this split. It's a long time coming, right? Because you've had so many close maps, so many opportunities. So why do you think it happened now?
Because we wanted to win when it mattered most, so we did it. No, basically, I mean, yeah, I don't know. A lot of the games, yeah, they were pretty close. It obviously does suck when like we haven't even won a map and stuff, and like some of the games that we watched back, and there was so many like small things that happened that just changed the shape of the game. But I'm glad at least, you know, at least we got a map on the board, a game at least on the board. So that's a good thing.
And you had the head-to-head over them, so you actually didn't finish last in your group either. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned the small things that happened along the way. I think one of the nicest changes that we saw, and one of the most effective changes, was you going over on that Tejo, taking on that duty after the KC game, during the KC game. What was the reasoning behind this? And maybe if it had happened a little bit earlier, you think the results could have been different?
I mean, maybe. I think we just kind of tried to reevaluate like what was working well, what wasn't, like some of the strengths of the players and maybe some weaknesses, and we tried to like shift it around. And I think they liked me on Teo, like just the way I used abilities and like timing of drones and whatever. I don't know, they believed in that, and I think it's working out pretty well. So I don't know, we'll keep it going.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Now, you're no stranger to having some challenges on this stage. You know, present, past, the last 5 years has not been the most fun, I think, at all times. Yeah. What's the most challenging thing you think has been for this season on this stage?
I think it's just the kind of the endurance of it. Like in Tier 1 right now in Berlin, like I know all the players and stuff, you know, it's a long grind, like playing like almost every day, playing until late. You know, even when you come home, you want to still like do VODs, aim training and whatever. And it's like, I think the biggest struggle has been like this, just endurance and trying not to feel like burned out and stuff. And especially for us, like, you know, we're not having much success on stage, which makes it become even harder. And it's just a bit of like a just massive slog, just trying to get a win. But I think, I'm glad that we won, so it doesn't feel too bad, you know, at least, I mean.
It's so many times it's been close, you know. It hasn't been as dominant as it's looked on the score sheet. What's next?
Another map. I don't know, at least another game, win another game. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Koi. I don't know if there's Operation Oppenheimer going on in the background, but I don't know, we'll see. we'll see.
Don't laugh, whoever, Pal, why is Pal laughing? And lastly, before I let you go, what's been, because at this point in your career, I think you've seen it all. You've learned so much from every roster you've been a part of, but what has been the biggest lesson from this split?
I don't know, it's tough to kind of point out one thing. I think, well, there's like loads of things. I think it's just trying to
maybe something you didn't learn before.
Yeah, I think it's just like really trying to kind of talk about things and mistakes that we're doing like a lot earlier, or like bring up kind of problems that we've been feeling like a lot earlier. I think we kind of spoke kind of how we felt a bit too late with how we're kind of playing and what's everyone doing in the team. And maybe if we spoke about that a bit earlier, we probably could have had more time to, you know, start playing a bit better and whatever and start winning some games. So that's like the biggest lesson, is to just make sure we bring up things a bit earlier.
Well, you got this for Split 2. We believe. We believe, Dom. We believe. Thank you very much for joining me, and congratulations once again. Some smiles here on stage, always nice to see, but let's see if that continues over onto the next game, because Vitality and Na'Vi are looking to avoid that dreaded Seed 4. We'll be talking more about that after this break.
Feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Welcome back to Throwback Thursday, where we take a look at an iconic moment that happened in the history of Valorant. And today I'm joined by Les, and there's a very good reason for that, because today, Les, is an anniversary for something that's happened in your career. Can you guess maybe what it might be?
I don't have idea. Maybe 2022 that I won the Champions. I don't know.
Oh, close, but it was a little bit earlier from 2022. It was the grand finals of Masters Iceland back in 2022. It was actually today, 3 years ago. And I know you didn't win this final. I'm not here to re-traumatize you, but I think this is probably a very iconic moment in the history of your team, of you, and of Brazilian history as well. So how much of this do you remember?
To be honest, I think this tournament I remember a lot of things because it was my first international. It was the first time that I left Brazil, as I never went to a different country. This was my first one, and I think this tournament was the most important to show to myself that I can be in the top, you know, I can be with the best players in the world.
How old were you at this tournament?
I think I was 16.
16! Were you nervous about, like you said, leaving Brazil for the first time, going to a new country, and all of this?
I was really afraid because I never went to a place so cold like Iceland. So I was like afraid because in Brazil we don't have like the same cold. So I bought a lot of like expensive clothes because I was like, maybe I can die in this country.
Oh my God! How are you feeling about Berlin then? Because Berlin was quite cold in the winter as well.
Yeah, but I'm used to it already. I went to a lot of countries in Europe, and I went to Madrid when it was winter, so I was more used to like the cold. But Iceland, it's different, the cold there.
It's a nice country though. I had a really nice time there as well. You didn't win that grand final, but you did end up, you know, later on in that year going to champs and winning champs as well. Did you learn a lot from, you know, losing there on that stage and all of the experience you gained?
I think the best experience that I had, because I lost one game, it was in Denmark, and this final. Like this final, it was the most important for me because we beat the Optic in the grand final winner. And like it was a really nice game, and like we were so confident to the grand final, and then they went and they stomped us a little bit. It was, I think, 3-0.
It was a 3-0, yeah.
Yeah, it was a little sad. But like I learned a lot about that game because like it was a really good team with a lot of experienced people, and like it was a really hard game.
And last question, looking ahead, because we have Masters Toronto coming up as well. It's been a little bit of time since you've been to a Masters event too, so how are you feeling? Actually, no, I lied. I'm forgetting about Bangkok. But how are you looking forward to that one, you know, going back, I guess, over to North America soil as well?
To be honest, I really want to go to this Masters because basically all the years that I had in going to Masters was the same experience. The first Masters, I go very well. Like I went to finals and I went to semi-finals. But the second Masters in every year, I don't go or I lose really fast. So I really hope to go to this one and at least go to like semi-finals, these things. Of course I want to win, but at least break this curse that I have, you know, that every time that I go to the second Masters is not so good.
I believe we're going to break that curse this year. Thank you very much, Les, for joining me, and I look forward to your game later today.
Thank you.
bringing a tear in my eyes thinking about the past. But let's talk about the present, because right now I am joined by Billy and Flyer from Koi. First of all, massive congratulations on getting that win today. We were actually genuinely all here rooting for you, screaming our heads off. Where was this Koi earlier?
Man, I feel like it took a long time for us to get used to the stage, to be honest. Like even map 1 on Split, like a lot of times where it's like downtime and we need to be proactive and like moving and like making a plan, and I feel like we're just letting them play the game. I mean, we were saying it, me and the coaches especially were saying it during the halftime of Split, like I just felt it shooting them. They were so nervous or like playing like on their own. I felt like it was so easy to kill them. So like once the message got across that like, guys, we just gotta play together and we're gonna destroy these guys, and we did it, destroyed them. So.
I mean, we had Meg on the desk last week shouting chants and everything.
Yeah, we have a song for Koi and everything.
Yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, how does it feel to finally have that kind of win under the belt? Surely you can kind of bounce back going into stage 2 now that you have a win?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a weight lifted off my shoulders, to be honest with you. When you don't win for a long time, it honestly gets to your brain a lot, especially as an IGL. Like I was very mentally kind of like going through it. I mean, obviously I don't make playoffs, which sucks, but like getting this win, I feel the happiest I've been in a very long time, regardless of what it means, just because I haven't won since like Ascension qualifiers of last year, which is like July, you know, so it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very deserved win as well, because it was a great performance from the whole team. You know, it wasn't like one person carrying; everybody was on form. Absolutely, I loved it. Hey, you can still make champs. Yeah. You can still make champs. Think how amazing of a story that's going to be when it happens. Yes, and so can these teams, as you guys can see here. But more importantly, as we head to Vitality versus Na'Vi, the winner will lock seed 3. The loser will be in that seed 4, and Billy, which means they will start in the lower bracket. You know how Angel is haunted by having to start from a lower bracket, because that happened 100% of the times last year.
It's so sad to think about it, isn't it? And I mean, that could be a contributing factor of Na'Vi not making an international event last year. But I guess, Flyer, from a player perspective, is it difficult starting? I mean, of course it's difficult, but how much does it weigh on you having to start in that lower bracket of the playoffs?
I mean, I personally wouldn't want it at all. You obviously want more chances than one. I think it's just like, when you get in the game, you don't think about it a lot, like, you know, just play to win every single time, but being able to have this like in the back of your mind, like, okay, we can figure things out like through a loss, like, you know, maybe we gotta work on this map, whatever, like, it just is a big mental block that's like good to not have on your shoulders, you know?
But also, you don't want to lose now, wait a week, and then go to playoffs. You want to win now, and then feel really confident as we head to playoffs. And it does help when you have players like Kix on this roster. The Vibe Merchant, we heard him talk about it last week as well, giving us an insight on what it's like to be a part of Team Vitality. And actually, here's a quote from him saying, "I'm always good vibes. I'm the biggest Vibe Merchant on the team." I was personally a little bit surprised to hear this, because, you know, he's surrounded by superstars. I think I would be a bit more reserved in that kind of environment. Are you surprised? And also, how important is vibes?
Oh, dude, vibes are everything. I feel like even part of our win this week was due to vibes.
So yeah. who's the Vibe version on your team?
Filu, 100%. This guy screaming the whole time. But yeah, vibes are everything. I got in a rank game with Kix like a week ago, and I didn't actually realize he was the Vibe Merchant either, but after playing this rank game with him, he was playing Reyna and using Odin only, like jumping around, being crazy, and you could just tell he was the guy that's going to keep the vibes up. I think it's also good, like, the support player on your team, like in the role he's in, having that constant, like, good feeling from him. I think it's good to have.
I think it's needed as well, right? Especially after that loss against Team Heretics, the loss against Fnatic, you kind of need someone being able to lift the spirits of the team. And I think Kix has been doing such a phenomenal job of that and being the self-proclaimed Vibe Merchant of this team. But I think most of his teammates would agree with it. And I think something as well that he brought up last week in that interview, Yinsu, was the fact that he's got this dynamic duo with Derka, which I really love to see. I mean, we always highlight all of the duelists and rarely ever highlight the initiators, but I think Kix is probably one of the top performing initiators that we have in our league right now.
Oh, he was digging them out of every single bad situation that Vitality found themselves in. And I'm going to be very upset if he doesn't play Odin-only Reyna today. Now I know that's in his repertoire. I really, really, really want to see it. And I think that's why we highlight Kix a lot, right? Because he's not supposed to be the best player on this team. He just isn't. And sometimes he is the best player on this team. But I do want to talk about maybe the obvious one that everybody always looks towards, and that is Derka. He is going to be going up against Koala Noob today. Now, I don't know how many times you played against Derka, but Koala Noob, you're familiar.
I don't think I've met Derka yet, but Koala Noob I've probably played around like 15 times. And I think he's got the better of me probably like more than 10 of those times.
Oh no.
In tier 2. I think that if you were to compare them side by side, I will definitely give Quality the better op, 100% playing against him. I mean, in Tier 2, our whole game plan against him was countering his op and like, where's he going to be, make sure we use extra util. But I think in terms of experience, I mean, you can't give anything else to Qual. I feel like Durka's going to take the cake every time.
I think it's difficult because when we're looking at this head-to-head, I think back to last week, right? Our Vitality looking to move Durka away from playing as much Yoru with him playing that Neon for the first time last week. So yeah, I think that his plays getting a little bit more predictable. I mean, we definitely saw that against Fnatic, his former team. So yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see, are they moving away from that Yoru or are they sticking him on it? And if we do get to see a Jett head-to-head, that's what I'm most excited for because the amount of reps that Koala Noob has on Jett is absolutely ridiculous. It's his most played agent.
For me, Durka, we haven't had a lot of Durkin time. I think there was once upon a time, every single game, every single map that this man stepped onto, it was full Durkin time. And this split, maybe it's because it's a new team, they need time, they haven't had they haven't had as much time as everyone else because they were so deep into Masters Bangkok. And that's why I think when people look at Durka and they go, oh, he's underperforming, I don't like that. I don't think he's bad. I think it's because he's not dropping 300 ACS every map.
Expectations that we have of him.
High.
Yeah.
But for Koala, I have been pleasantly surprised by how consistent he has been because, like you said, every time he's got an op, he's had the most impact that we've seen maybe across all duelists for his team. But is it as simple then for Vitality just to shut down that op and they can do this?
I mean, I think it's hard just because I feel I've played with Guanlu in like pug tournaments before and stuff like that. I play with him in ranked. He's very vocal about what he wants to do. I feel like he's ahead of the, like one step ahead in terms of knowing like they're gonna counter me, come do this time, like can you do this for me? So it's not so simple of countering the up. It's about like meeting him where he's gonna be next. You know what I mean? He's always gonna be moving.
I love that insight. I love that. I'm gonna write that down. If I ever have to play Koala Noob, you know, just in case, I've got that. But these are two teams who have had their ups, their downs, and now finally their momentum. Vitality and Na'Vi have battled their way back into form, and today is not just about a win. We talked about it already. It is about avoiding the lower bracket and setting up a real run at playoffs to make it all the way to Masters Toronto. So let's send this back to the stage and welcome the players from Na'Vi and Team Vitality.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my lord said don't do it, I said bah.
The season is far from over for these two teams. It is going to be about who is going to look more convincing at playoffs and who's going to have a better chance at playoffs as well. Let's take a look at the map vetoes here. And Vitality taking away Pearl, not really a surprise. Billy, talk me through, again, no surprises so far.
Yeah, absolutely no surprises so far. But looking at this Icebox being picked by Na'Vi is interesting. And Na'Vi actually deciding that we're going to go to Ascent. I mean, okay, this is two maps that we've not seen Na'Vi play so far this split.
I'm really upset they didn't pick the Ascent. This is the biggest bone that I want to pick with this Na'Vi team because Na'Vi have always been good at Ascent. It's been their home ground. They pick up a player who I assume, Flyer, Koala, you know he's going to be good on Ascent.
He's going to be crazy good on Ascent.
Yeah, like that's like a no-brainer for him. So the fact that they've avoided this for so long really annoys me. But let's talk about that Haven real quick because if they do what we think they're going to do, we're going to get that ISO Yoru comp. Do you like it, Flyer? I mean, you guys had an ISO player. You decided to take him off the ISO for some reason today.
I mean, I've never been a big fan. I've liked Haven my entire career, but this last year I've hated Haven. I just hate the comp. I feel like it's very like, out-aim the other opponent instead of like out-game them. So I don't have a lot of experience with it, but I think it's just pure meta. Like you can't play against it really. So.
Are you talking about the Vitality Haven
Yes.
comp here? Yeah, no, I think the Vitality Haven comp, I think, as I said, we saw Durka get shut down a lot when they played that against Fnatic, and it's not looked great for them. And I think that has to be because they said that they could joint that comp and make it look better, and I think that they felt the pressure off of that, and they just... not getting away with things they need to.
I want Na'Vi to run that comp. I don't like whatever the hell they were doing before Billy. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, the Haven comp, I just think it's so interesting that we have Angel playing the Vise on that Haven. Like, I don't know what the decision behind that is. However, I do love to see Xiao back on that Sova.
Yeah, and it looks like Vitality have just decided they don't want to play that comp at all anymore. And Durka is going to play the Neon. Again, this is one of the... Durka never plays Neon. This is super, super, super new for him.
Yeah, this is why I asked, is this something that they're going to be keeping with? Are they moving him away from that Yoru? Has it become too predictable? And it looks as though they're trying to answer that question at least. And then the rest of the roles, I mean, I hate to bring up the word comfort, but these do look like comfort roles for the rest of Vitality, which I'm happy to see.
I know you don't like Haven here, so Fly, I'm gonna ask you, who's getting diffed in this Koala versus Durka head-to-head?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, honestly, I feel like the comp with Durka as your duelist, all these stuns, rockets, everything is going to help him out a lot. He's a great entry. I think I'm going to have to take Durka on this map, but I feel like the interaction with Durka and the Vise is going to be difficult just because, you know, Yoru versus Vise is way better, you know, bait the wall. They're going to have to work around these characters a lot harder.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think, as we said, Angel on the Vise is something that they were suffering from last time that they played Haven. And yeah, I mean, looking at the rest of Navi's comp, I mean, it's tried and tested. We've seen it. Yes, it didn't work out for them so far. I think it's Vitalities that we need to hone in on, right? The amount of aggressiveness that they have behind that breach, behind that Tejo, the amount of A lobby control that they're going to be able to take starting on that attack. And it's just, yeah, it's going to be really nice to see the sort of switch in utility between these teams.
Yeah, and I really didn't expect this. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think that they were going to be the ones to drastically change anything. I thought Na'Vi, surely, after what happened against Team Heretics, it would be them that changed things. But I think this makes it very interesting too, because it also takes away Fly at the prep, right? Na'Vi cannot prep for something like this.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Na'Vi is a big prep team as well, like macro. They love the macro, thinking about the game outside of just shooting. So I think taking away their prep is going to be big for them.
And have you scrimmed against either of these teams? I know not on Haven, but in general, do you have any scrim bucks on who's better?
I mean, for some reason, we always have better results versus Vitality.
Oh!
And Na'Vi, I think it's pretty even. I think Navi's been getting the better hand against us, though.
Well, very, very interesting. Thank you so much, Flyer, for joining us. If there's one thing we know about the next cast, is that no shenanigans will go unnoticed and no ego will go unpopped. Pansy and Hypark are your casters for this game today. And yes, they're probably already judging you, because you deserve it. Take it away, guys.
Well, we wanted to kind of start, I guess, on the composition.
Yeah.
Change and not change as well, because as much as, yes, Vitality and Occasion did look good initially with that composition, it felt like it had run its course.
Good, yes, but still a little underwhelming.
Yes,
is
I
the best
agree.
word for it. So yeah, massive positive to see this. It's a lot more front heavy, and actually a really good contrast of two styles of play here. Almost one leaning heavily into Na'Vi's sit back, receive information, and not a lot of opportunities for them to really go out and contest this. And actually early on, Vitality, a ton of opportunities here.
There certainly is, right? It's in the unknown, and I'd love to see what Vitality looks like when they have their chance to be a little bit more, I guess, creative in the compositions, kind of come in and see what they can really do here. It's been something we've been question marking throughout this. Is that form they've been running with, how they're looking as this series hopefully starts up, because I feel like we're a bit delayed getting to game, but we'll see.
Music's still going, still looking at crowd shots.
Not seeing the timer move though, Michael. Not seeing the timer move. I'm getting worried, I'm nervous once again. Anxiety is at all time high. I'm told it's all fine. I don't believe it. But yeah, kind of, I guess then flipping the script, if we've looked a little bit at Vitality's comp and the changes that have happened there, and we can go deeper into that at some point. We do have to look at Na'Vi's, and I think something that Minnie was discussing, a lot of us were kind of looking at, is that double Sentinel still in play. Does that then deny the, I guess, want to be more proactive?
Yeah, this is the thing. It leans into some of the things that have become concerning about Na'Vi this season, which is just getting out of that old headspace, the old kind of
turtle in,
mantra that this team has just famed over the last few years, and it's about time. I think that actually there needs to be some sort of I don't want to say overhaul, but change in approach, because certainly this stage, we've come away from it looking, again, I hate to reuse the word, but underwhelmed with Na'Vi also.
We are waiting for big things from both of these. Vitality, some glimpses. Na'Vi, similar sort of thing, but both tied up at 2-2 in the group. So there can only be one to lead out with the advantage. We dive into this with the UI really telling us what's happening with Vitality on the attack, and of course then Na'Vi on the defense.
Slow approach here, Vitality. Trying to take a little bit of space towards sewers, but just tuck a player in, actually. See, safe here. Playing off with drones with Xiao. See, I think Hero spotted here. Jump peek. Should be the green light for Vitality to actually try and find some pressure here.
Yeah, we do have to keep a bit of a track towards Durka on the Neon. Maybe obviously not the highest of highs when we look at his form. No slouch, really, but still.
I mean, there's still 60% Durka.
Yes, which is pretty solid. Na'Vi doing well initially, though, fighting from the back of the site here and finding some isolated duels. Durka still alive, though. Down to 40 with only a couple of bullets to play with, and they do run dry, leaving just one alive. That is safe, noted earlier on. And this will be a formality. Na'Vi prepared, ready, and got themselves the first.
Again, it's really the drone from Xiao that kind of forces out initially an answer from Vitality, but where it stands the test here, at least in the pistol round. Na'Vi able to get bodies across to defend this early enough. With Ruxic and Koalanu. Again, good early protocols here from Na'Vi. Like I said, this composition doesn't really enable them to go out hunting, so really look towards Xiao and Hero to be the ones that are, I guess, relaying the information, the crucial information, for Na'Vi to make moves.
And something else I do want to kind of hark back to, which I guess if we're talking about the likes of Durka, you can kind of do the same for Hero. A bit of a specialist on this C site, on this map. It was something that suited him very well. Even in the previous teams, he looked very solid at it, one of his better moments. That's with an early identification on the ball. Decent enough info to maybe drag forward here. Again, going to force the hand a little in the future for Vitality, who are still taking the tour.
Just waiting for somebody to swing out long here, but I don't expect Na'Vi to be doing that. Xiao, obviously. Tucked a little further back with the rifle, so second layer of defense here on A site going to be pretty difficult Vitality to overcome, but sightlines cut. Oh, less lucky to survive there. Actually, on the second shot, Angel will shut him down. Actually does find Seavoff as well.
Look, at one of the last performances, Angel was one of the highlight players. It was surprising at times, but mechanically he looks pretty solid. This was never going to be the one to write home about for Vitality. It was only classics, but for Na'Vi, a solid in-zone flawless to keep themselves moving forward. 2-0 now, a very good beginning.
That's what you're right, looking towards this round now for Vitality. Necessarily got a taste of how Vitality want to embrace this new composition. Said plenty of options here. The early engagements, you got to say, leans towards Vitality, but it's whether or not we see any sort of commitment from Na'Vi. Happy to sit back and almost sponge a lot of this pressure. The double Sentinel composition. Rather than set that straight into sewers.
Yeah, and it looked like everyone turned, I assume, for the dart that came through to try and break it that Xiao sent in. And they caught Kicks just completely unawares, glancing into the sky.
Huge win in the buy round.
That's massive. Love that little idea, potentially. Koalanu does give away his presence, but still going to be a hindrance, but is going to be forced off.
The judge noted as well, so I don't expect anybody to be entertaining Garage side of Vitality. Less going through the protocols once again in mid. Draw out a smoke as well from Ruxic. Vitality collapsing once again into this formation outside A. But the smoke going to keep Xiao here.
Dirk has already gone pretty deep at this. Does he carry on? Okay, Paranoia drawn out. They've done well, right? This is kind of it. They've got the utility where they wanted to be, but Na'Vi not feeling any pressure. We're down to 35. They do need to make a move, and somewhat soonish. C feels completely unavailable. They're going to know the Cypher setup's still there. They've cleared a lot of the Vice util, but Angel's fallen near on for free, just spamming through the smoke, hoping for the best. It's opened up the potential of a plant towards B. You can see what Dirk is maybe intending to do. At least patrolling that smoke for now. As a glance back towards the C connector.
Oh, Koala looking for an upgrade, but less patrolling the backlines here. Shut that down. Durka deals with the dart. Hero. He's going to find the wall bang on him, sorry.
Chow. Those darts have been lovely for him. A lot of reward off this, actually. They clear the close corner. The smokes are going to be coming in the one way now, kind of negated almost, with the double smoke on top, and Na'Vi clearing house down to, depending on the Teo. The Salvo is going to find both. So strong in the post plant, and surely it's there for save. Very controlled for the Red Bull clutch, giving Vitality their way in.
Right down to the wire. It does come out with the Red Bull clutch. And the groans from the crowd echo.
Lights out and away we go.
Yeah.
Ah, we have
a
tech
chant
singers.
now.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant.
That's
Nice
what it's
work,
been
crowd.
missing.
Appreciate you guys.
That's
You're
what's
here
been
with us.
missing.
Yeah, look, we don't have cheers for teams, you know, apart from the URE, but we have a Let's Go Tech Pause, and that is why I like EMEA. No one else can pull that off. So, well, what's the issue? What's the issue?
Oh, no, it's
they're
still investigating. Yeah,
well, that's not a
investigating.
good look.
No. Not initially.
No. I can't even get the blame on this one. You know what I mean? Like, initially it was like, ha ha ha, funny joke, panpoc, tech pause, woo. But now, it's not even me.
Obviously, as soon as we do, as per usual,
yeah.
Find half a life saying, yeah, when we get an update, we'll let you know. Just need to get that. Need to get that on the soundboard.
Yeah, just play it. Just
yeah.
play it. Yeah. So how's the day been?
Yeah, pretty good actually.
Yeah?
Good first series.
Oh, got any signs?
What we got?
Marry me, wait. Oh,
wait. From plant the spike to marry me.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn. E-dating simulator.
Yeah, hey.
Never getting away from the allegations. Just a Kicks fan.
Yeah,
Kicks fan in the audience.
Yeah.
Love it. Love to see it. So far, 0-3. We're gonna have to hope that helps him out. All right, he needs, you know, we'll get there. Look.
We didn't even,
Say it how you see it.
didn't even have the scoreboard up on screen.
No, but I can see it.
Yeah, I know.
Playing along at home.
Are those the only two signs in the audience? Surely not.
No, there's more.
There's more.
Cameraman, please. Send us assistance.
No, we don't want to look at the players.
No,
Come on.
what? You got Angel looking miserable. Give
For
us...
a change. Yeah,
Right.
same.
Here we go.
Right,
I need a hero. That's nice.
That's
I like
good,
that
yeah.
one.
Olá, Brazil.
Nice.
Bem-vindo.
Oh, you're going to run us a little bit of that?
Obrigado.
Obrigado. Very nice. Very nice. Very good creativity. Look at that. Anything else? Anything else we've got here? Wait. Got dancing already.
Oh, wait, what? I can't even see that. The lighting's
Hold on.
awful. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, I get it. I get it. That's solid. Let's go.
Play on words. I see what he's done.
That's smart.
Yeah.
You after my job?
Durka go. Yeah, standard.
Yeah, I agree.
Again, the lighting.
They always worry about the lighting.
Pew pew.
Vitality. Vamos.
No, yeah, but what does it say? Pew pew on vitality.
I don't know. No, surely not.
That's highly
Surely
appropriate,
not.
actually.
Security. But thank you for the updated entertainment audience. You are now stuck with us. You are in jail tech pause with us, so we appreciate it. But beyond that, I'm going to start looking at chat. Yeah, I've got
Already, yeah. Well,
Ace, look, mate. We've got 3 rounds. What should we say? Yeah, it was a bit of a rubbish, first buy, even though they won it. What, one gun? Come on now.
gun.
What's that about?
Safe on the clutch.
Yeah. Teo in a post plant. Oh, thriller. Chat, help me out here. Here we go. Panty needs to change her contract terms. Make it. Yeah, if there's a tech pause, financial benefits for both of us.
Just for you, apparently.
Well, look,
Wow.
Look, I'm here for you as well.
I'll see myself out then.
No,
This is
please
all
don't.
you.
Please,
This is all you.
Please don't. Yeah, hello, chat. Well, don't just say hi. Give me something. What should we ask chat?
You put me on the spot like that.
Bro, you just froze.
Yeah, I did. What would you ask, chat?
Oh, you can't. No, that's not it. That's not it. Thanks, guys. You're not helping today. They're tired. They're out of content. Think how we feel. have you tried Oblivion Remastered? Not yet. I'm waiting till I go home. Proper PC. Really embrace it. And I hope it's just as janky as I remember. Why do I do a tech pause? Right, brilliant. Pansy, tell Hypoc he cannot say that pew pew comment on stream. You've been told.
I was reading the sign.
Well, I've heard things about Sliggy's mods. They're pretty rough.
Cameraman set me up, actually, for failure.
That's true. What's our favorite shade of red? Very funny, guys. Love that. Anything else we've got going on? It's sleepy time. Yeah, they're a little tired. Would you take on 10 Sliggy-sized minis or 10 mini-sized Sliggies?
Just asked the same question twice.
Did I? Well, they wrote it wrong.
The question should be, would you take on 10 mini-sized Sliggies or one
Did I not?
Sliggy-sized mini?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, otherwise that's just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 mini-sized Sliggies.
Okay, top 4 at Toronto. Who are you rating there? That's actually a big question. I know.
Wow.
Yeah, someone's actually paying attention. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, G2.
G2. I'm with you on the G2.
I'd
100%.
go Outlier.
You going for a little bit of a fun one? No, you're not. You're not. You're not. You're saying Fnatic.
Yeah.
Top 4.
Yeah.
You're sending a top 4.
Yeah.
You've gone G2 Fnatic.
Yeah. Wow, we've
got a replay. It's a replay. It's a replay. No excitement to be found here. Don't worry. Oh, there's the dart. Like that, actually. Thank you. EBS. Doing the hard work. So, okay, we can talk through this.
Oh, that's... Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought Angel was actually
just
spamming.
yeah. Just ahead of the blue.
Yeah, so Fnatic G2.
Yeah.
Edgar? Well, not sold. Not sold on Edgar. Wow.
No, I think it's I mean, obviously until we see playoffs, it's
hard
very hard to call, but oh, I just heard the word unpausing.
Yeah, we're being let out of jail, so you don't have to commit to too much.
We're actually, oh my god, the stage has changed. Look at that.
Oh, hey! We're back in for now. It'll happen again, so if you do have any questions, get them ready. I have no hope. However, we do have round 4 coming in. So, as much as, yes, that was the bonus in round 3, and of course, Vitality on their first buy did convert, they were only down to that one rifle at the end in the hands of Safe. So the economy's certainly not going to be booming from this point onwards.
No, but at least rifles in hand here. So on the flip side, again, Na'Vi just no interest in contesting this early space whatsoever, which is the right decision on paper.
Drone going out.
Vitality are actually going to struggle on the back of that, to be honest with you. It's obviously progressing here. Kind of want to deal with some of this utility early on in the rounds for Vitality.
Yeah, you see it, well, it was towards mid before with the wall, now towards garage. It's a thankless job, but it's pretty imperative.
Yeah, intention to draw a reshuffle from Na'Vi. Nothing too telling just yet. Once again, Vitality set up outside A. The Angel and Shao to hold down the 4. Liking something initially.
It's pretty nice. Uh-oh. Yeah. There's a little bit of a trap sprung on this. And I like the way they're kind of dividing the timings, forcing them late into the rounds. We're at 25 seconds. And now Shao's got the angle. Oh, he's controlled it as well. Yeah, this is really nice from Na'Vi. Lovely layering, but Dirk is still delivering. Gets him 2 and opens up the chance. 14 seconds, the plant's going down, but it is a 2v2.
Spike planted.
And Hero here, still an opportunity. Smoke going to close off CT for the time being. Koala Noob can be rewarded here from heaven. Unlikely to see a peek from either Dirk or Sevov, but...
Not complimentary.
Yeah, I was going to say, whether or not Dirk was actually sticking out from hell here. Flash is going to be an awkward angle. Sevov finds the Hero.
You're kind of thinking that might be Raps! That's stunning! And they know where Sevov was as well. Koala Noob, this could be everything! It's fantastic from Koala Noob! Beautiful work from him. And the defuse in place. Na'Vi not only stalling out that hit just perfectly, but then also with the clutch on top.
Yeah, the timing's really awkward here for Les, because Sivov, you can see on the X-ray, he's basically primed for this paranoia to be sent on site. TP actually from Rucksack set up this crossfire. Durka does well to respond, but then the damage is already done.
One enemy.
It's so difficult here for Sivov. Like you said, tucked into the corner. Maybe the early TP would have been a little safer for him. Na'Vi find their response here.
And again, that Outlaw is just coming into its own here. Love the usage. Punishing all those light shields. I don't think you would have won that fight in many other ways. And now Vitality suffering because of it. Look at the state they're in. Down to Classics. Not much. This is going to be a long old game. And Na'Vi probably feeling quite good about this so far.
Oh, definitely. And not getting eaten up in this util early on in the rounds is really paying off for them. Forcing Vitality to dig pretty deep, actually, to even find an opening engagement.
This positioning again, the Outlaws here.
Just give it up as they walk out, yeah.
The camera's
yeah.
No, there's still a bullet to play with here. Stun's going to come in. You can see the pressure. And actually, Durka going for the ult now. They haven't cleared the Cypher utility. This is not ideal. Yeah, punished on this. Durka still trying to fight their way forward, but Koalanu just backside here. Trying to wait it out. Gets mowed down by Durka. They don't have comfort towards that C-long side. And maybe wait out for that ult to stall. Lance coming in.
Chance here for Durka to convert even further. Still a 3v3 here. Less tagged up. Sivov down to 26 as well.
Still got the dart on Shao. I'm looking for that one. Paranoia's been burned, but the fight begins. Oh! Angel gets away with daylight robbery. It's all on Durka. Oh! You can't say he didn't try. Bloody hell, that man is still a danger in any occasion. But the round, nevertheless, will fall to Na'Vi. 4-1. Vitality need to find an overall answer soon, Mike.
Almost a miracle from Durka there. Finds the fourth.
Got the time.
It does well to obviously find entry here at least as well, Durka. Beautiful shot here. Follows up with a classic headshot. It's only really the ping off the dart that makes it awkward for him. Came down to just Shao. Actually, Ultimate starting to build now for Na'Vi. Angel, Koala, and Hero. One off the Hunter's Fury as well.
Similar things with this dart, but it feels like they're working out some of those systems. Some of what Na'Vi were going for, and Koalanu gets punished off the rip by Durka. And to the good now.
It's a sort of engagement that Vitality are going to be extremely thankful for. An awful lot of input required on their part. A ton of information here on the back of the neural theft. But again, look what they're walking into, Lauren. It's not pretty at the front of Seaside, especially for a Neon.
Camera taken out. He's been pretty good at handling this, making the right choices, but look at the issue here. There was a bit of a window, and it's been taken by Les. Removes Hero, but it is traded back in. Ult invested, a quick evacuation for two of them, but the plant needs to go down anyway. Good reveal on the dart here. Safe now under scrutiny. Can't stand up to the test. Ruxik sweeps back through 3v3. Sivov with the ult not really going to make much of a difference. But Shao only one away from his too, so it is getting uncomfortable here. Pulling some of that util out on the tap. But Durka trying to still stay relevant. Another tap. But Na'Vi want to get proactive. Sivov, lovely denial.
Last player standing.
And yeah, this is nice from Vitality, keeping stability under this pressure. And Durka does it from Garage. Good work from Vitality there.
Again, yeah, they either have to remove Sivov or Durka early on. Make sure they can benefit from Vitality retreating back towards these positions on long. See, good evacuation from site, as you noted as well. Mitigate.
Nice, Darky, you're the goat.
The ultimate coming through. Yeah, well said. I mean, a 4K into a 3K. So closing this one out now. Keeping things in touching distance. Obviously with the damage done in the previous round. Navi actually forced down to pistols here. Can ride this out though. Vitality trying to build toward Kix's ultimate.
Stuck. Love trying to do something on a round like this. You know what I mean? Rather than just playing it out.
Sevov in a position to hang around a little bit, maybe sell something towards C side, keep the stack interested at least. A little bit of a red herring here, actually. Is he gonna be able to get out? Charge down.
Ooh. 32 HP is getting low here. The hunt for Sevov is there. Koala Noob's gonna get it. Now, get away from that. He does keep his life, actually. He's gonna keep a little bit of territory on their side. Like
They've got to take space from CT here. Yeah, there's a rifle on the flank. They should anticipate that. That's the ultimate being popped here. RB feeling semi-confident about this.
Oh, that's so sick from Koala Noob. Oh, this is so nice from Na'Vi. Love this split retake. Kix is screwed. He's dead and buried. Na'Vi getting proactive, having a plan. Lovely split on the retake, making the most of it, and Vitality looked a little unsure at the helm. Didn't know how they wanted to handle that post plant.
Well, as soon as Sevov feels this pressure on long, they need to pick up the pace towards it. Yes, there's still a little paranoia, sure, but even if it's just 2 or 3 members of Na'Vi, you have to almost roll the dice there, take something else on the map, play for a trade. And it's probably why we see this timeout called now. Fairly frustrating round to sit back and watch. I mean, Sevov is desperate to get out of that. But it's this here, the paranoia on the back of Koala's information. Just felt like dominoes.
Let's go! Come on, boys!
He looks pumped up today. He's and again, he's not top of the scoreboard. You've just got Durka sitting towards 10 kills. He's more of that 7-3, sitting mid-table even for Na'Vi. But impact alone from Koala Noob has been fantastic. I actually like the fact that they popped the ults there. It felt like Na'Vi almost got, Vitality almost got a little bit too comfortable in that scenario and got caught off by it. So credit to that, but Vitality deciding time to slow things down. And I think some of our bigger worries with Vitality overall was when things do get tough, when people start working them out, Mike.
Yeah, it's a recovery factor, really, that you look towards. And I hate to come back to that same word again, but that's where they felt underwhelming, right? Where they struggled versus Fnatic here, particularly on Haven as well. There wasn't enough kind of pop from the gameplay. It was almost like they just were happy to slow things down, and especially with the composition they were running previously, doesn't really lean into the strengths of it. And here, like I said, you can credit Na'Vi. Definitely not giving away too much in the early round, but you're not really seeing that same kind of determination from Vitality. Like I said, it doesn't feel comfortable to send a Neon into a double Sentinel comp. Whichever side, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So we go back in, but I like this. With confidence starting to build off the back of a timeout, pull out something a little bit more unique. Maybe a one and done, which might be this walk middle. That's very cautious in his steps. He's been very diligent in how he's been working, trying to clear that utility through garage, through B. He's been good at this. But Koala Noob shows his presence, but backs away.
Adjustment here of Angel's util as well. Was looking to try and sell something on the back of Durka's presence, but Xiao once again saw us in the pistol.
Drone going out.
Timing of the drone, really crucial.
Case triggered.
Maybe something on the backside of the smoke, but now 40 seconds left. Vitality again drifting into the setup outside A.
Does that flash not finding anything make the move? No, because there's nothing else to really indicate presence.
Xiao's timing on his util, by the way, has just been so good already.
30 seconds left. This time banking on the ult. And Na'Vi already posturing quite deep on
Koala's
the
not stunned.
Excuse. Oh my god, how is he still there? Safe does clear him, and Durka doing what we kind of asked, getting a bit more proactive towards CT. This time there's not even a flank on the way, but still like it. Numbers, solid advantage here, just down to the 3. Very difficult to work back in, even with the chip on towards Safe and maybe Kix. Lot to clear, but that will start things off well. Ruxic removes Durka, opens up a small avenue of chance, but time will be starting to tick here. Paranoia, the big piece to set this in motion. How much can it get you? Doesn't look like a great deal so far. Sivov now does get taken down. Oh, Rooksik! Outrageous on the way back in. 3 pivotal kills, but we still have that Teo ult in play as well. Less needs to be cleared fast. Teo ult comes in. Na'Vi running low on time, but you can already see the threat to it. Less the last one standing, still does the damage, and the time is secure. Vitality fine here in the end, but bloody hell, that got close.
Vitality, everybody falls as well. So no real comfort coming out of the round victory either. The investments of ultimates.
30 seconds left.
I mean, crucial, to be honest, to win the round. Koala Noob has just a slice of hell to play in there. Luckily, Durka removes that risk. But Rooksik looking fantastic on the way back in.
And more deadly, isn't he? A couple more seconds either way. No Teo ult to bank on. It could have been something totally different, but maybe an answer to their woes here, but a very similar start. Na'Vi, we've seen this before now. Durka last time won this fight as well.
Yeah, but it was Koala previously. Take a shot for Rooksik looking sharp as per the previous round.
You can see Koala Noob's confidence has not really been denied. Slow and steady ain't gonna win that race. Koala Noob delivers the bullet and Durka falls. They're getting mangled trying to get through A main.
Hero just tucked in, anticipating someone like Les to find something for Vitality. On the back of that pressure outside A. Get another situation we're seeing Vitality just kind of swing back and forth. No real tangibles for them to work from. Across this all at the same time if they do want to commit, but in 30 seconds still. Na'Vi very comfortable to sit back here.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Got that deep line held by Koala Noob, right? You can free up the rotations. You can bring players over. Angel now has help if he needs it. Stall it already a bit towards Garage. He doesn't overstep. They've got 15 seconds to make up their minds. It's safe and Sivov. I think time's gone, yeah, it absolutely has.
10 seconds left.
Gotta say, looking very solid here. I like what they're doing. But again...
Safe just made a step as well. Yes, I was going to say Sivov probably going to get spammed out here.
Okay, she hits that, but still, bigger picture, Mike. I feel like Vitality look a little bit unsure in this. I feel like they look a bit directionless.
Yeah, like I said, this is a very kind of front-loaded composition from Vitality, and it's a total contrast for Na'Vi. But again, whether or not the arguing on the side, okay, well, where are the set pieces? They're being asked to dig a little deeper to find these opening engagements, but we're certainly not seeing that across the board here. Again, Xiao, in terms of the util, has just been able to shut down a lot of this mid-round.
Is this a gear shift? But I actually quite like what Angel's done here with that change up of the wall as well. We've got a deeper line being pushed through by Koala Noob. This is perfect.
Retrieving
Flash invested. You know, he's going through his own sort of protocol list, but this feels so heavily lent towards the A site, but that wall could be a real nuisance. You look at the buy, Kicks and Les are down on nothing pretty much. Smoke towards long, good information off this. And they don't have much in the way of the rest of the map, and Angel's curiosity could be the death of him, but he's not going alone. This time he's got help, and Rooksik is firing today. 2 removes from Sewer, making this push up from A long feel very awkward.
Looking to get a little more active here, but it's a weird exchange. Yuta or Xiao still just able to tuck onto the side of default here.
Oh, swings into it though. But Rooksik's still unmoved here, but Hero wants his time in the sun. Na'Vi looking completely unfazed by Vitality's approach.
See, an awkward purchase here for Vitality, but again, this slow creep just hasn't suited them. So far here on the attacking side, again,
Nice Hero! That's what I'm talking about, bro!
You make the argument on the flip side that Vitality are going to have similar opportunities on the defense, sure, but I've not seen it so far here. Another kind of well, yard sale of purchase here for Vitality. And waiting out for round 12.
Plant the spike.
Not less is...
Sick. I don't feel like he's not going to get cleared.
I don't think he's going to get cleared.
Oh my god. He almost had more, but hey, good trade from Zevov, who's it feels like he's the redeeming factor alongside Durka, who's had some big rounds. But Angel still very much present on this side. Don't forget about him. Zevov's removed hero, but Angel... Oh! Wow. How's he gone away with that then? The rest of Na'Vi have made it here, and Safe with just a frenzy and a dream trying to make this happen. They made it close, but close is not enough. Na'Vi again, even in all that chaos, keeping control and keeping the round.
Shao retrieves the operator as well. We'll see the purchase here for Vitality, but again, just we're staring down the barrel of potentially a 9-3 half here. Rumor has it Angel's still looking for somebody on top side. Like I said, at least he turned around and got the kill. There's a moment there.
Angel. Bro, where is he?
I love Angel so much, just for those reactions alone. And in rounds like this, again, I love the fact that Na'Vi is still being proactive. It was something that I didn't like before, that they weren't trying to play around it, but I like this. I like those deeper lines being played by Koala Noob every now and then. He's been slow walking down C-Long. We've got Ruxic being proactive towards middle. It allows for more presence to be on this A site a little bit quicker. Heavier stack towards Sewer though, Mike. They've adjusted this hit. And Angel might be dead here.
I was going to say, he's got his ultimate here, so we'll see him playing a little deeper. Durka opens up the site though.
But Xiao's still holding on to the back of this. He's still standing, but finally removed. Traded in on, but took its time.
Cage triggered.
Numbers advantage here, and a retake with the operator not easy, but they had some finances, able to split the wealth. This time Hero from up above. This is ult 2. The preemptive use to stall out the push back in from CT for Koala Noob. Here comes the ult.
Take on the cards.
Here's the flash. They gotta get pushing. They now know what the positions are. The double swing, almost deadly, but not. And now one left. It's gonna be less waiting, and patience pays this time. Less gonna get them up to 4, avoiding the 9-3, but this is a long road back here. Na'Vi look very good.
Very well composed. Again, reading the composition perfectly and how to adjust. Vitality just not being given a way into some of these rounds.
Last player standing.
I just caught a glimpse of the new commentator, Pal, in the audience.
What an honor.
Yeah, honestly, blessed.
Now they're judging us silently.
Yeah. We'll get a review afterwards.
He's coming for us.
8-4 though, Na'Vi very much in the lead, but does this composition translate? Obviously,
Well,
this is the question.
The other side of the coin here is actually Na'Vi, how are they going to get the ball rolling here on the attacking side? Like I said, Vitality, still the ones that ultimately have the tools at their disposal to take hold of some of these rounds, dictate the, I was going to say the outcome, but actually the the tempo.
Yep.
How the Na'Vi kind of adopt their approach here on the attack. A lot of this rides ultimately on Kuala-Noob, it goes without saying.
I feel like he had a confident first half, which might genuinely help. And you're looking at Ruxic too. He had some real heaters on the other side. Vitality taking no prisoners as they're beginning.
I was going to say, yeah, hopefully. Going to be an extra body or two from Na'Vi coming across. Ruxic down to 11 HP, but able to CP out. And given a second opportunity here.
I mean, Zivov trying to stick around on this. That's, I think he might have made an error on that one. Maybe he had to stick around and try and do something, but try to hold it and loses out.
Kicks takes a tag as well. Makes it even harder. Les going to hear a couple of steps here.
Spike drop.
Actually drifting down mid towards the camera. That could be a little awkward if this camera's checked. I don't think it has been though.
Doesn't look like it. Les has still got his setup here too. There we are, good info. Lovely work from Les. Oh, just caught on the door frame. Good. Still very nice from him.
Spike planted.
Now Kix needs to kind of match this, and he does. Perfect.
Flash on the fault line as well.
This is still very much game on here. Les has got to fight on CT, and Hero could be stunned up. No, evades. Falls back towards side. They're piling up together, but Hero going to find Les. No trade there for Kix. Denied by the cage, and now the options look rough here, Mike.
Angel and Hero able to retreat far enough away. 23 HP now for Kix. Not going to be able to even get the half. And it's Na'Vi to find a pistol in the second half.
And look, we were saying about this comp, that's huge for them to win the pistol, open up the chance to maybe build a couple of rounds, because this could be flawed on this side, right? It does have those genuine weaknesses, but what a start for Ruxic too.
Yeah, definitely. And again, the timing to know that, like I said, it may be an extra body over towards helping Ruxic, but wasn't even necessary. Vitality is just forced to kind of lurk in lobby behind this smoke, wait it out, and ultimately the grand reveal favors Ruxic.
Is Kuala-Noob just the new vibe merchant now? I feel like he's
I mean, who was it on Fracture? Who were they playing against on Fracture? He promised us a 30 bomb. He didn't deliver. But
that's true.
But he was the merchant in that game, for
I'm
sure.
not ready yet. Retrieving flash.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Stack. Here we go. Angel Hero on the ghost. Everyone else up towards either Vandals, Bulldogs, and such and so on. But this is now scary. Durka. Oh, just get swept though. Nice from Zevo to try and find a trade on this. That's at least a small benefit. And he's found a new corner to rat in.
So Ruxic with a fairly good idea, and fortunately Seavoff not skinny enough. Kicks the next one to potentially have a stab at things, but just a tag. Really? Oh! Cosmetic stun.
Damn! I thought it was just breach. Safe, yeah, lovely try on that one. Really made a go of it, but Ruxic's on a heater today too. Na'Vi continuing as they mean to go on. Don't mind it from Vitality. Go for the stack, try and make something happen, but wait, really, no reward here.
Yep, already up to double digits after a convincing first half to carry that momentum forwards here. So really asking for something from Vitality in their first buy round. Maybe quell some of that momentum. Not much wiggle room, to be honest with you. TP forwards from Ruxic here. But still wins out, safe will fall.
Okay, but Durka, beautiful. But Kuala-Noob succeeded on the other side of the map with less gone. Surely you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. And the C-hit, stunning. Oh, Kix just gets absolutely battered in this. But finally he stopped in his track. Seavoff gives away position, but he had to at this point. Had to try and deny Kuala-Noob running through the map. Plant's going to come in 2v2.
Not much in the form of utility here, but Durka slided out. Finds a third.
Still got to remember who that guy is. But shout. Timing. Oh, not quite there. Seavoff. Good turn in the end, joined by Durka, but Durka's just had a round.
Let's try and give the orb across to him. Purchase is going to be awkward here for Vitality. But on the board, regardless here in the second half. And I don't know if that's safe, just being caught off guard slightly. See the TP forward from Ruxic. Bold, to say the least. Ah, the pre-fire is disgusting. The kick stomping through spawn. And what?
Jesus. Ults though. Hold on. Koala Noob and Rooksik. Towards the top of the board, obviously, for the Na'Vi side. 2 away for Durka, 1 off from Seavoff, 2 off from Safe. A long way for Kicks to go still.
Deep stun.
Ooh, this looks like a set idea at least. Spotting out Durka. TP taken towards Heaven too. Koala Noob clearing through sight as best he can. Rooksik going to try and set him in motion with the Paranoia, and Koala Noob's going to take backside. Feels like it's expected because of Stave's stun, but still Rooksik in the meantime can take away Durka and Kicks.
That's sight firmly under Na'Vi's control.
Spike planted.
Vitality barely have a say in this. Tough here for Vitality to work back in with all this utility now. Yeah, Koala Noob finds less. It's fallen apart here, Lauren, for Vitality.
Safe, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, they're even going to be given the chance.
There's no saving here. Rooksik again carrying on. Love this. Look, where's this Na'Vi been?
Look at the tempo at Na'Vi at which they're playing.
Yeah. We got the names wrong or something? Because Na'Vi are playing at a pace that I've not seen.
For a long time, and it's not the composition you'd expect here with that contrast. Opportunity to really force the issue.
One enemy remaining.
Force Vitality into some pretty awkward decisions. And like I said, unfortunately, just crumbling under the pressure.
Rooksik's been good. There's been a lot of talk about Rooksik, right? Like the potential this guy has, you know, how good he could be, but I don't think I've seen numbers like this from him. 24 to 11, and you look at the value he's been getting. Super, super talented, and obviously Koala Noob, it's not just vibes he's bringing. 15 to 10 for him. He's having an absolute belter as well. And it's not like there's anyone slouching. We've been complimenting Xiao for the utility usage he's been setting them up with. Hero being very, very solid on holding that C site, and Angel being Angel.
Being Angel.
You know? Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe finish the rest off. But for Vitality, it's this might be too late.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to really say that Vitality have been the ones to struggle to get this comp going. Na'Vi adjusted perfectly in the first half, and here I think they're just probably just toying with the rhythm a little bit, which once again has caught Vitality on the back foot and have barely had a say in some of these rounds.
I'm worried for this Vitality team. The losses that they suffered, you kind of say fair enough, you know, but...
I mean, what do you do? What do you do versus that? Rooksik just like a Cheshire cat, just grinning.
We're all mad down here. It just feels completely topsy-turvy, seeing Na'Vi playing at this sort of pace, this sort of confidence, with the vibes sky high, and Vitality looking kind of like they're flatlining here. This isn't a buy they'd have wanted, obviously. Do have the hero rifle towards safe, but that's it.
Time to jump. Cover going out.
So once again, finding another kill. 3K for him on the round. Vitality now down to 2. You noted only 1 rifle. A million miles away from this. Going to be given an opportunity before the plant comes through. Safe has to find everything and more.
So how Kicks try and work into the equation, right? The util's going to make it tough. Look at what's in their way. It's this.
Make it interesting.
Good step from Safe, but still 3 to find, and time's gone.
Yeah, I mean, coming for the rifle, but
silver linings aren't good enough here, I feel. That's 12, Na'Vi.
Tough for Kicks and Safe to watch this one pass them by.
Have we had a Vitality? No, we did have a second Vitality timeout. I was losing my mind there a little bit, but...
Yeah, Ruff coming in here, obviously Safe. Durka and Seavoff do have their ultimates, but I mean, yeah, that's how Durka's dying. Tough. Na'Vi, stars almost aligning for them in some of these situations. Well, most of these situations. Again, it's not just luck here. Like I said, they are playing the composition perfectly. Nice.
For that.
You got that trick for me.
They ran me out. If they had something to bring in, right? You look at this round, you look at the ults. Safe with the... Well, there goes one of the ults. Yeah. There's the 1 out of 3 gone. Koala Noob controlling and punishing towards A, and a tilting game probably for Durka. No chance to play in the last round here. Not much of a chance either. So where do they go now? Safe does still have his ult. Zero still has his, but... Na'Vi striding through this.
The problem being is now there's a wide open site, and this is the composition you don't want to ultimately give a post-plant situation to.
Nice.
That's good for the first, but Ruxic on the trade.
And it feels like the trades have been good, the individuals have been good. We've seen the best from Na'Vi in a very absent Vitality. The stars maybe not shining so brightly today for them. Stalled out. Still got that ult for Safe here. Okay, making it tricky to evade this. Xiao will find the time though, just to slip away from the ult, come back through, and then layer it up with Angels. Post-plant now, you've got free amounts of time for Safe and Kicks, just have to sit back and watch.
Once more, to be honest.
This is...
yeah.
It's done for that. Is a beautiful moment for Na'Vi, finally seeing some of the qualities we were waiting for. Excellent performance from Ruxic. High octane play coming out from Koala Noob, but everyone pulling their weight. On the other side, it's not a pretty picture for Vitality, and they better come online for map 2.
Angel, bro. Where is he? On top middle, bro. I did like shout whip. No, where he disappeared after? Die. Ruxic, go.
Through the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
What a fantastic start there for Na'Vi, taking down Team Vitality on Haven. I am your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. I feel like it's been so long since I've said that sentence. A good start for Na'Vi, a great start for Na'Vi. Kakuka, what was going on?
Especially when we think about it's Vitality and their Haven. They come in, they change this composition, and things are just not working. We see a Na'Vi that with the composition that they have, they stay extremely proactive on the defense, and every small gap that Vitality leaves, that's where they go.
Literally every single time, yeah. It was quite difficult to watch, I think, because you think, okay, they're coming in with a new composition. They clearly have some key things prepped and planned, but wherever they were trying to get aggro on their defense on one area of the map, Na'Vi were just completely abusing that and going aggro in another area, which was nice to see. We got to see Koalanud pop off.
Yeah, we did. I mean, Durka also did not play badly whatsoever, but it was all about Koala on every single weapon, I think, but in particularly that sniper.
Yeah, before coming into today, that peak rate that we're seeing is 25. Currently, it was the highest of the season. As I said, before coming into today, we know that he is able to find a lot of impact, and it's his weapon of choice if he can. But to me, this map was even more so about how he was finding himself useful. Pushing on every side of the map, if it's not with the operator, with a rifle. When we went onto the attack, that beautiful round that he comboed with Ruxic and his ultimate, both of the ultimates, to find all of that impact. Like, numbers here are not even fair, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Flyer said it literally before we got into that Durka is going to suffer at the expense of Koalanoob's op. He's going to be able to diff him, and I think Koalanoob himself has said before, you know, like he wants to be known as being the main opper on Duelist in VCT EMEA, and I think he's proving that to us.
I mean, 7 out of 18 rounds there, he picked up a sniper. I'm not good at maths, so I'm hoping one of yous can work that out in terms of that pick rate. And I agree with what you said about the fact that everybody on the side of Team Vitality suffered, but also they were suffering because Ruxic remembered he's Turkish. There's a theme in our league right now that the Turkish players, the second they remember they're Turkish, they are ridiculous. And last time against Team Heretics, he, for lack of a better word, did let his side down a little bit. He definitely wasn't shooting back the way he was today. And my goodness, Billy,
Omen player, by the way.
6 ACS. That is absolutely disgusting. And it's because every single round we saw him play, he was getting multi-frag after multi-frag. It was never just like one and dip out. Like, he wasn't just playing, oh, I'm on Omen, so I need to play safe. He was playing aggro, and I love to see it.
242 ADR is out of this world. Not only that, he went 9-0 on first engagements. As you're saying, maybe the going extra aggressive, remembering that he is Turkish, that he has that aim. And also, one thing that is very important that Flyer was mentioning, oh my god, if Na'Vi had preparation coming into and trying to fight against Vitality's Haven, it would have gone out of the window, but they didn't need it. On the defense, you have the double sentinel, so let's say that you have the upper hand, but also every single round that they were being proactive, things were working out. Like Vitality, even though they won 5 rounds, they only got a couple of first engagements. They won like a 3v5 turned into a 1v3, you know, this kind of like weird round.
And Xiao's util was so beautiful. It makes you think why he doesn't play Sova on this team more often. But yeah, he had a great map as well. But let's talk about the next one, because this is where things could get funky, because we just haven't seen Icebox and Assertive at this point.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm a little worried for Na'Vi, especially now that they are going into the playoffs. They're having to show their hand on 2 maps that they've been able to keep hidden for this long, and now they're going to be exposed on it. So I'm intrigued to see, do they run what they've actually been practicing? Or if we do get to Ascent, do they just give us a throwaway comp?
I think Koala could be the perfect Na'Vi player because he has played Omen on Icebox.
That's all they need.
He can do it.
Yeah, exactly. We know that Na'Vi have been very, very famous for trying out different compositions. And as you're saying, if we are to get to that Ascent, we'll have a different conversation. But for now, we're looking at a Na'Vi that has just won Haven against Vitality. And remember, people, what it's at stake, that third seed, that having the chance of having 2 lives in playoffs. We know that Na'Vi in the past, when it's about knockout rounds, There's been some history. So right now, I really want them to use this momentum. I do not care about the composition. I just want to see a Na'Vi that shines individually, as we're seeing, not only in terms of frag, but playing as good as we know.
Okay, I care about one thing in the composition, nothing else, but Xiao has to play Sova. If Xiao is not playing Sova here, I will do unspeakable things, which I will talk about at a later date, because Safe on the other side on the Sova didn't look the best.
And it's the same as we could say for Haven. Well, for you, Safe is not going to be... Oh, yes.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I was thinking the last time that Na'Vi actually played this map, that Gecko was there, and this has to be the first Gecko that we see this stage in EMEA, an agent that has been completely forgotten and not used, because why would you? There's so many other good options. It was nerfed to the ground.
Koala is playing Omen. How did I manifest
You did
this?
manifest that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Oh my god.
I think the Gecko here is a big thing, right? Especially when we look at how people have moved away from it. We have so much utility that Tejo has offered since coming into Valorant and being able to deny those kind of plants, not being able to get that wingman plant down. And I think that Team Vitality, looking at this composition, they have a lot of things that they will be able to utilize to counter that.
I'm going to stand up, and I will be back when we get to Ascent. Can you guys drop me a message, please?
I'm coping because I think Na'Vi are back. Pansy and Hypok, Na'Vi are back.
It's a bold assessment.
Bang.
What do we make of this?
No duelist.
I do want to just double check while you're gone, because I do think the Kuala Lumpur did this in, was it M80? I think this might be very
Well, this or play the Omen, you mean?
Yeah.
I was just saying, not the comp, surely. Well, obviously because the Tejo's in there, but yeah, it's fruity.
It's a bit different.
Have they just been? Is this the ace up the sleeve for Na'Vi?
They picked it.
Could be.
They picked it.
It could very well be the ace up the sleeve.
I'm searching.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I didn't know you were still searching. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's lots of options here. I'll leave it at that. And again, the other thing as well, this obviously throws Vitality back into a position where we're testing old protocols, obviously switching things up a little bit in terms of expectations. The prep's not going to be there.
True.
See, slight adjustment here for Vitality also, but Durka after the... I don't even want to say the rough map one that he had, because it wasn't really, an underperformance in his part, but just unable to really find any sort of success. Now, unfortunately, once again becomes, well, the punching bag for Na'Vi potentially in this composition.
I wait and watch. I wait and watch. I'll continue my search later. As for now, again, I know that obviously Na'Vi's comp's kind of taken a lot of our attention, but also, obviously Heretics kind of put Durka in a box here. He was struggling to find that level of impact, but again, that was Miniboo having probably one of the better performances anyone's having on this level of map, and then you had Woot and Rienz absolutely funneling that info through. It was a very good game, so it's going to take a lot here, but Na'Vi have taken over the site control, so got him in towards that post plant. Now let's see how the layering looks. Stalled out, but
nearly on the half, but
and now it gets dangerous. Now they've got to put bodies behind this, right? You got to look at this one. Nice for Vitality. Half, I believe, was achieved, but Kuala Lumpur still posting numbers, but they'd have to get on towards the spike, which I don't think they're gonna have the time for. No, nice work from Kicks there to remove Angel, and Vitality get there first.
Obviously going to see those sorts of things happen with this composition from Na'Vi. Happy to sit back. Feel pretty confident about their retake in terms of the utility at their disposal. Some of the things we were crediting, or favouring, I should say, Vitality in the first map, but no, we didn't see it. No investment across the board here, Na'Vi, at least in terms of inventory. A couple of bits of utility, and then a few rifles on the other side of things, 3 actually. For Vitality.
Yeah, let's see how they do. Going through the protocol list. Just going to check through this, see how they get on. Yeah, it looks like the searching does have a reward, as, yeah, it's not a completely new look here. M80 did run a very similar comp. Obviously, the Teo being thrown in, but what, was it KO before?
Yeah.
So...
it rhymes, let's say.
I hate it. I hate the fact that you knew that I hated it as well. Now, after all of this work towards B, It's a slow little march towards A. Now, there's quite a few players here for Na'Vi. They've gone for a gamble stack. In mid, that is, not A. Now, have you missed A Site Simulator, Mike?
No.
No, same.
No, I actually haven't.
Absolutely same.
With this comp as well, it's like...
planted.
We've got team post-plant. And
yeah. Throw the wall up, guys. They can't see us. Diffuse.
Got him. Well, they're going to be forced away, but still fine. Can Na'Vi get under their skin at all here? I doubt it, but it'd be quite unlikely.
So Dirk take a ton of damage, though.
Stuck around a little too long there, but Vitality still have all the weaponry and everything they need, and it's just Hero. And this would be a lot. Not going to be, so Vitality get past stage 2 really here, going back towards A.
Don't look at me like that.
Michael, I hate it. I hate it.
Back over towards the A site. Well, I mean, unfortunately, there needs to be a couple of rounds that Na'Vi either find value in mid or contest the backlines a little bit ahead of these A site hits. Whereas Vitality almost take advantage. He's looking on the sidelines, please. You guys, not here again.
Go the other way.
Oh, that's the sort of thing.
Now that's a little more exciting. Taking the fight to them, and it was something that we saw Heretics consistently doing, is keeping Durka denied from being able to build up through from pipes or even kind of working over from belt. But
I got the spike.
Now I want to see if Vitality get kicked into gear. I don't want to see that same walk towards A, the dullness of it all, putting me down in the doldrums. But a good start for Na'Vi. This certainly should be a reminder for Vitality. They have to be clear on that protocol list. Xiao almost finding a connection there. I think Angel even catching a bit of a pixel. Les does well. Oh, I thought there was a chance just before that paranoia reached him. Now down to just one. Zivov, this is incredibly hard. 3 players there, not going to happen. Koala Noob showing some of that diligence on the Omen. And the first question mark puts really towards Vitality here.
He's up there so early as well. Durka just completely blindsided. Actually using the TP through the barrier. That's how he was there. Xiao following up perfectly. Yeah, even just talking about it in between rounds. That's the sort of thing that some sort of early deterrent towards Vitality. Almost haven't got this red carpet to take advantage of towards A site. Not too much initially. Vitality probably keen to return the favour here in the next round. So no operator this time around for Durka. So whether or not Na'Vi actually had anything set up there towards mid. You can see very quickly they've peeled away from it. Well, it's actually 3 stacked over towards A now. Fairly committed towards front site as well.
It's relatively well. I'm looking at how Vitality want to approach now. Okay, yeah, drifting away from this. Good choice from them. Good call. Only Angel here to try and hold this down. A little bit of util support, but not particularly much.
Spike retreat.
Again, on the other side, Zivov maybe making a little bit of a step here and there, keeping them very present. Knife comes in, that should be the indicator. TP goes in, sees nothing towards belt, and an actually commitment. That might catch Zivov. It does! What? Where was the expectation of that? Sadly, Angel getting caught drifting, maybe in just no man's land. Didn't have the freedom he thought he did, but the plant's going to be in, so we see Vitality in the post plant. Koala Noob's on the way here. Now, Les caught sleeping. I thought he was maybe getting ready for a flank. No! I'm a bit surprised by that.
Yeah, real head scratcher. Now, actually, Vitality find themselves in a 3v4. Still got plenty of tools here. And Durka's fallen very early on.
I thought this would be way safer in the... Someone? Anyone? Mike, have the headsets been removed? The TP, the flank? That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, a very, very bizarre set of circumstances. Doesn't fill your confidence when that's the first B hit you see.
No, 30 seconds it really doesn't. And again, this Koala Noob getting away with one.
No. Sorry, it's the less kill.
That's yeah.
More baffling. Again, he's solo here. They know that Koala's found a kill
Well, that
elsewhere.
kid just was running back and...
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, yeah.
Literally running back in spawn with a knife out. Solo. Again, there was no pressure towards site, whether or not, you know, Vitality have no confirmation it's only one member of Na'Vi, but...
Dear. It's the first sign of troubles. Let's call it that. Maybe corrected, maybe fine. But gotta say, as much as there was doubt around this Na'Vi composition, thus far, the confidence getting through all of the problems here, less should be now on red alert. He's been made to look a bit silly in that last one, and you don't want to be kept like that. Baruksik, summoning a little bit of that strength from map 1, denying kicks on the way in.
Na'Vi really well considered here so far on the defense. See, a lesser purchase, yes, but a Guardian and a Bulldog to round things out. Durka actually won away from the Blade Storm here.
More than just Seavoff this time though, right? You've got less on this side as well. Pressure on the B side. Durka is... He's not been having a good time here, and Angel gets first contact and wins! What is this beautiful setup from Na'Vi in this
30 seconds left.
very individual step in from Vitality? They look hesitant here, Mike.
I mean, making that the one-man advantage they have, they made it look like it was like a 2 or 3 man.
Yeah.
Winning out on both sides of the map. Safe just forced to wait this one out.
I'm really quite impressed by Na'Vi here. As much as that clearly there's issues with Vitality, there's been some faults to be looked at, but
that shouldn't take away anything from the way Na'Vi are playing tonight overall, to be honest.
Absolutely. I'm really enjoying this because I feel like we've been waiting some time to see some good positive steps from Na'Vi, right? Like, you look at this team, so much potential. A lot of fans have been waiting to see it. Who's that? Get back to work, mate. Get back to work. What's this?
Look at the team.
Fair play. Yeah, appreciate you. We like to steal people from the desk.
Pass that to Mitch.
Oh, that's rough. It is a timeout and it is Vitality's. So if you're one...
Yeah, no surprises really.
No.
I think, again, Vitality is not finding many tangibles early on in these rounds that they're able to act upon.
Yeah.
It's Na'Vi ultimately the ones to be in control. Like I said, Vitality almost feels like they can dictate the tempo, but Na'Vi are in control of the pace of this game.
Which is so impressive because we've always characterized Vitality as quite a powerful team if you look at it in that way, right? They've got firepower galore. And Dirk has been shut down more often than not in the last couple of critical rounds, right? Once the rifles came in, he's not finding that punch to start with. Seavoff caught off guard by the TP, and he's not been able to have much play in this kicks. Not really doing too much here. Oh, that's rough timing. Sorry. He is at least top of the board.
Cameraman just continues to troll. Oh, and Bad Robot is the tagline for that. Okay. I thought that might have been Kick's stat line, but the production just piling it on.
Even the observers are in on it. Cheek a bit. Oh, there's gonna be a Reddit thread about how cool we are. I know it, I can feel it.
We're being cancelled.
Bullies. Well, made it this far, might as well go out with a bang. Right, show me something. Give me a reason to believe, Vitality. Because so far, Na'Vi have been impressing. They have got me back on board. Maybe not completely, but a little more than before. Flash and dash Dirk is in, but it feels like Na'Vi very aware. Look at the presence of players. It is rife with them.
It's forced all the way back out here, so Vitality not really gaining much of this early pressure. Na'Vi reading it as a fake, so scrambled rotation back towards aim. We can see the spike still positioned over here.
Mitchell like that.
Yeah.
He loves a telestrator, does he? Oh, here we go, Ruxic. Look at the trade-off of damage.
Yeah. Down to 10 HP, and again, the fact that it's Durka is quite telling. Which is why you're going to see Angel making his way back across towards B here. Some utility to maybe support Ruxic.
30 seconds left.
Stalled out, 25 seconds.
Poison's off.
Know the word I'm thinking of. A fruit, perhaps.
Not quite lemons.
Melons, 10 seconds now, it's getting late. They gotta move, and they've got to try and pick a plant, but the paranoia is great, and Na'Vi all too aware. They get the plant down barely, but a 2v4. Oh, Steve, you gotta go nuclear, not gonna happen. Crisis averted. As Na'Vi so in control here, nothing feels surprising. Vitality hitting a brick wall.
Again, the thing that you can't forget is you can't sit back and look for a late scrambled plant versus this composition.
Nope.
There's just too many tools.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, again, and that's the tip of the spear really in this round, that you want pushing forward onto site, down to 10 HP.
One enemy.
You can't even really call it an engagement. Just a shoulder from Ruxic. Qualanoob up to 10 and 4 now. Operator in hand.
All missiles away.
Looking to go forward once again on A site. Oh yes, he is.
Kind of feel like you got to respect this now. It's been clean with it. Dirk on the other side with the operator, so a little bit of a head-to-head to be had there, but Hero's presence.
But be careful about the steps here. I was going to say, Hero pushed up deep enough in Tube that...
Look at Angel already starting to lean on over.
Drone is down.
Proactive Na'Vi.
Who'd have thunk it?
And they still haven't forced Qualanoob away. Just sit a little bit deeper around the corner if he has to. He's not feeling threatened. Again, if you're looking at this, flash, dash in towards yellow, similar. We've seen this before. This time tries to play it forward rather than falling back. Angel, where's that off to? Doesn't seem to matter. It's 6 HP, and once again, actually...
Angel desperate to try and convert that kill onto Dirk. He's down to 6 HP. But he will not fall.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Xiao does have ult as well. Qualanoob waiting for the drop. Oh, it's stunning to catch kicks on the way out. Gonna note another towards long, but still, Dirk's presence is in play. Oh, he gets distracted by the ult, but still, oh, it's still Dirk. You can't deny him. Falls away, but the ult's in place as well. One minute, this is getting dicey for Qualanoob. Has to respect this. Gets out in time. Nice reposition from Dirk. Should secure this round.
Try and hold on to the operator. Qualanoob somehow ends up with less HP than Durka in that exchange. But yeah, just not considered the position on top of yellow there.
Durka will get you one of those.
Yeah, he's able to apply enough pressure. How to stop that retake even getting started, Lauren.
Wow. 4-3. And it does feel like Durka will get you one of those once in a while, right? Even down that low, so pivotal to the outcome. This adjustment, just stunning. It's by all rights, you see everything else that's happening here. Prius could never be doing this sort of thing.
Oh, that's a really unfortunate way to die.
Oh, shrug.
Overflowing with charisma.
Sick, boys. Okay, back to what can work. The A hit. It's a classic.
The age-old.
Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
Guys, I think Durka wants you to plant the spike, perhaps. Shall get seen on this. No. He's going to hear all these steps getting a lot closer. He's got Angel in support, but he's a bit of an island now. Flash through the wall? No. Durka's stepping closer here. Smoke in, gives him something to play with. Very tense, and oh, that ult's going to send him scrambling. But no one really plays it forward until then. Lovely intuition, Xiao! Stop it! No planting of the spike, Durka's dreams dash. And the two probably going to be forced to save.
Yeah, with 40 seconds left on the clock as well. Spike behind enemy lines. Beautiful play from Xiao. Again, the utility flooding in behind that Viper wall forces, I believe, kicks into a very, very awkward position. Yeah, the second was the gift from the gods for Xiao.
Na'Vi look good. They look, no, don't put your headset away. Put your mic down. They look really good.
They do.
10 seconds left.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been a minute since I've said that. And not in just the, you know, one player's having a really good series sort of way. A lot of people are having a good series, and that's adding insult to injury. Sivov doesn't want to take a step.
Nah, don't move.
Na'Vi, what have you been up to in the last couple of weeks? Because it's working.
Yeah, it definitely is. Looking very promising. Again, on a big question mark in terms of looking at the veto coming into this series.
Yeah.
Icebox is sent on the home stretch. Is this the ace up the sleeve?
They've been playing us the whole time. Comms looking good here.
Yeah.
Thanks for that one, Riv. We'll be back after this break.
Flowing info.
And Kuala Lumpur back to business. They don't have much. Ooh, the knife. Yeah, but still, he's still. Oh! Durka just deleted. This has got to be tilting. This has got to be so tilting.
He's
on a heater.
Yeah, flow state. Finds a second, less will fall as well now. The confidence brimming for Na'Vi and Kuala Lumpur in particular.
It's nice to see a fight back. There it is. The Kicks fan in the audience, sign in the air. Finally getting a bit of a fight back, but they still have Shao to clear if they want to go this way. And he's been sharp. And on the other side, well, Bruxic. Pretty rough, but a lot of kit still in play for Kicks.
Yeah,
Pretty util for safe.
Plenty of time as well. The ultimate available for Kicks on top of that. I'll say plenty of time, but I was going to say still shift walking
left.
around here, maybe anticipating a rotation. Na'Vi, rightfully so. It's been a little bit of a lull out the round, and I think now, yeah, the pennies dropped that Vitality have found their way back onto A site.
Playing close on site here, not sitting deep in the post plant. Kicks trying to be played. Oh my god, the timing. They should be able to identify that both are now on site, but trying to take him away from this would take some mistakes, I feel. And Safe didn't want to make him, but Kicks now still alive here.
Down to 53 HP as well.
Bruxic gonna eat that flash, buy some time for the reposition. Kicks. Oh no. Oh no, Ruxic given another opportunity, another bite of the cherry, trying to hunt him down, but time is against him, but he can deny vision. No.
It's going to top the wall.
Oh, he's got half though. Ruxic has to pull it in for the fight. Another tag, another run. Kicks is doing the dance. He's kept it busy. But is it busy enough? Yes. Just about gets him over the line. Bloody hell, if that knife hadn't come back up.
Composure. Allow the knife to drop the wall, Lauren. Never in question for Kicks. Played to perfection.
Jump scare. Oh.
Yeah, Durka unfortunately just did.
What a
up
round.
towards Pipes. Caught off guard early on. But yeah, credit to Kicks here, keeping his cool. And then the dance back and forth.
The coach is still not looking pleased though.
Well, I was going to say, Kicks felt confident.
Yep.
Maybe not so much in the coach booth.
Speaking of confidence, he wants a bit more. He's here in this.
I think I just saw Kuala Lumpur actually smiling that Durka's here.
Send this in from far. He's followed it up a little bit, so he knows that there's maybe an extra body here now. This is good information.
Kuala Lumpur wants to be, you can see it. The cog's starting to turn.
There we go. He's stuck here now. He actually could be in a pickle himself. Forced to try and fall away, they've caught him. Vitality felt there was something wrong. Well explored in the end. Hero trying to play his life, not get caught.
Yeah, big info though to see two. Oh, actually, a follow-up headshot here from Hero. He's done a ton of damage to both Safe and Less here in this exchange. Pit over towards A as
look
well.
Push up, Angel. Oh no, it's an Angel moment, isn't it?
One of those Angel moments.
Yeah, you love that. Ah, well.
Wow, it's fizzled very quickly.
It's all right, cut the highlight real quick. Just a nice little highlight. You love to see them. Away we go to the races. B site looking available. Popping the ult just to make sure. They want to take no prisoners on this one. Plant's going to be in.
1 kill for Hero, though. He's got his ultimate. He gets it early enough here in the retake. Could almost actually cancel out the Viper's pit. Don't think he's going to be given an opportunity, though. A spam maybe to be found in the pit. Careful here about the ammo now.
Someone's got to respond. Yeah, the util pour on here is nice. Rhythmic looking for an opportunity as well, not being given much. Okay, well, there's Hero and there's the lockdown, but time feels like it's already gone. Les should have secured this round. That Viper's pit on top kind of denies much potential. Rhythmic still going to find some exits, but a road to recovery for Vitality, Mike. They're slowly building back in.
Yeah, things back to at least level pegging here, 5-5. Really strange round there, snappy from Angel.
That was sick. Love that. Love the both perspectives. Yeah. Well done. Oh, cut that bit.
Still just showed us the second half there.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Some strange noises coming out of the Vitality camp.
Yeah, hopefully Rip can give us an update on the comp situation.
Yeah.
We'll get him out to
listening in here. Farm animals today.
Seems like a lot of cows in the comms. And happy on the check-in. So Na'Vi pumping the brakes at 5-5.
Kuala Lumpur still top of the board for Na'Vi. Yeah, had a runaway map, or at least start to this map. Sitting at 14-6. And even so, we've seen Durka again, I don't want to say seen Durka struggle because Na'Vi have just been removing him from the equation altogether.
Yeah, and
seemingly scot-free as well. It's not even like it's in a 2v2 engagement. It's like Kuala Lumpur found him, what, 3 times now off rip?
Yeah, and it does feel like a common trend, doesn't it?
But yeah, because you were mentioned about Heretics putting Durka basically on ice.
Yep, which it takes a big team to be able to do that, right? And this is why we put Na'Vi with a bit of credit to it. Now, Vitality have fought back in the form of kicks, it feels like. Stepping up to the plate a bit here, maybe trying to find a way to supplement and support what Dirk has been doing to an extent, but keeping them in some of these rounds. At 5 apiece, still very much game on here. Lockdown for Hero, still in play. The operator still with Kuala Lumpur. The 3-play stat towards mid.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of pressure on the other side in the previous round, but it was Hero. Now it's Kuala Lumpur to swing, remove less. Remove any of this utility to cut sight lines for Vitality. Almost going to have to brute force their way in. Do have Safe's ultimate to make that happen. Kuala Lumpur given 2 opportunities there.
He's got info though. For Shao, it should be time to steady the nerves. Repair wards coming his way. Smoke gonna go in. Do they disrespect it? Forced to slow down at least for a high flash through. That should force Kuala Lumpur off the angle initially. And in we go. Knife looking to catch on this, and Safe's done well to find Angel. They should know about this. You look at the players now identified, they know that there was 2 around. Hence maybe the investment of the ult. That should be a player dead. It is. Shao gone down. Much more methodical in approach, and a missed shot for Kuala Lumpur does get to safety. Hero tries to take almost a counter swing and invests the ult.
Actually a push coming on towards backside here. Safe has found a 3rd. Kuala Lumpur, last one standing here. Operator in hand and a 1v4.
He got some magic. This would be unreal if he even went for it, it feels like. Yeah.
We were teased initially there.
Yeah, there was a little moment. But no, look, Vitality, as much as we've been kind of on their case a bit here, and I think rightly so, in complimentary mostly towards Na'Vi, we're looking at Vitality now. They've found a rhythm that's working. We've found like that they've got the paces in place. I like the uses of the ult. I like the combination with Kicks' information. There's a lot of key things going right for them now.
See them build upon that success as well. To give them the lead here. Considering how one-sided map 1 felt.
Yeah.
Vitality licking their wounds, but at least still in this one.
I feel there were moments where that could have turned around. With the ults in play, even have the Killjoy ult, feeling like they could have played off sight.
Yeah, sorry, I just caught up. Maybe
go ahead.
Shout catching a tag there, being slowed ever so slightly. Again, not many options for him in terms of getting out of that one.
Very, or nothing,
very
really.
impressive ultimate to be invested in that area. But yeah, 3 on the bounce now for Vitality. Durka operator.
Koala Noob operator. That's a nice little battle. Historically one of the best to do it, especially here. Remember, he heard these jump spots not too long ago, and you can see him preparing for it. Whoa, that's a tag!
Yeah. Down to 46 HP.
Lovely implementation of the information he got earlier, but Angel having to respect this, though. He can't stick around too long. Can't be taking on 5 here, but look at the damage.
Wait.
Was that a second?
Is that
connected?
Angel or is it Koala Noob?
I'm not too sure, but Koala Noob feels it, and Durka delivers the one that matters to the brain. Not going to be walking away from that now. You've got to know Angel was near to this too.
Definitely now. Hero has come across as well to try and provide some support.
Spectating Angel just feels like a roller coaster. The observers know it too.
Yeah. He's about to pop off here.
30 seconds left.
Let's watch.
Yeah, I am. And so with Vitality, actually, fully aware, paused, poised, and waiting. The chip damage is in though, so don't think it... I mean, it shouldn't happen. Durka, even on 27, still has the operator, so very hard for them to try and negate that. Okay, that's one way to do it. Util for the post is around. Nice flash, nice swing. Hero and Ruxic would need to get a bit of a wiggle on here, Mike, and they've already got that reinvestment towards yellow that it looks like Na'Vi are completely unawares of. Lovely work in the post from Vitality.
7-5 on the half. You've got to feel pretty good considering some of those early losses that Vitality suffered. Dirk is starting to come online a little bit. Can find some value here, but we'll have to see if that does continue into the second half, Lauren.
(7-5). Vitality in the lead here. Those last 4 rounds, Mike, feels like they found an answer to their woes. It was looking rough at the start. Na'Vi having the answers and looking prepared, but it did start to fall short.
So the big question, can they carry across that recovery basically in the first half? We'll see 4 unanswered rounds that Na'Vi found earlier on. Vitality able to mimic. Yeah, the questions now arise around, well, we'll come back to the composition for sure. Na'Vi, plenty of options here on the attack. So Koala Noob heating up. He can actually go toe-to-toe once again with Durka.
Here.
Early info in the back of the knife here from Kicks. Durka not noted.
That's huge. They've lost out on less, and that's not clean.
Well,
wait.
Durka noted, actually.
Placing alarm bot.
I don't know how less fell so early on. Sivov's caught Hero trying to lurk up from B, but I'm a little surprised at this, and this should be good info. That's at least one player spotted. I don't think they got the second on that. Maybe not spotting kicks out on top of 410, but they're going back around.
Yeah, on the back of that, Na'Vi feeling like they're going to have some sort of breathing room towards A. So he kicks. Won't find the info off the knife, but I don't think they're going to be expecting him here. Got to be coordinated on the way in here, Lauren.
Yeah, if it gets divided, it's so easy to pick them apart, and there it is. Great trade, though. Yeah, really good from Rhythmic. Now, they might be a bit wary of Safe because they saw him earlier on the drone, but yeah, hence this little layer of extra caution coming in, but we note it. Safe playing off site, looking like a denial on the spike plant. 25 seconds now to play with. Gonna have to get back to business on that. Still got the drone for Safe here. Maybe give some pathing in for Zivov, but looks like Zivov's already ahead of it. He's just fancying a biff. And Rhythmic just better with it right now. And Safe has been caught off. Na'Vi hitting everything. It felt like it was kind of won and lost at that start there, Mike.
Yeah, it did. I'd be curious to see actually how that engagement happened over towards B main. Because Hero, I mean, gets the kill exactly at the same time that Durka fell.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was tucked into a weird corner here. Less just too many angles to clear, but again, the fact that I'm not sure if somebody spotted Durka before that, but he's hard cleared in that position.
I'm trying to roll my mind back to the Heretics game. I don't think he was playing to Nest. Ah, a different animal.
Well, so Na'Vi have obviously heard the Vitality comms from across the stage.
But again, trying to think of the game against Heretics. I mean, yeah, Durka was up towards Pipes, he was up on Bell, he was pushing towards Nest. So maybe something they're just trying to keep
yeah, it could be one of
in
those
mind.
almost freak accidents.
Yeah.
Or freak occurrences. Much like this stack towards B. Not going to be sussed out just yet, and no information garnered towards A either, so it won't necessarily be the catalyst for Na'Vi moving forwards.
Do you think that Koala was more like a goat or a dolphin? Yeah.
Say probably a bit more goatee.
Goatee.
Yeah.
Careful how you say that.
Why? What makes you say that?
Got to be clear on
I
our
don't get
pronunciation.
it. I don't get the reference.
No.
Wingman's
Good.
gonna plant spike.
Plant in.
Nobody here.
Oh, good. I think they're stacking, guys.
Yeah. Still walking guys down on it, just in case.
Mike's losing it. Oh, it's
just
over.
in case.
Oh, Angel's got the gun. Here we go. Here we go. Another Angel perhaps. Oh. Lothar, give me the tweet. Lothar, give me the tweet. Lothar, give me the tweet. Big clap for that.
Yeah, big clap. Round of applause.
We love that.
For the question marks in chat once again.
Oh,
we're
spam
blessed.
them.
We're
Spam
blessed
them.
with another instance.
Haven't had that in a minute.
No. Well, obviously what's happening here.
Tell me about it.
Funnel across the ult orbs towards their teammate. Clearly. One muted laugh there in the background of that clip, by the way. Ha ha ha. Safe. One away now.
Toxin screen down.
No. Really taking the molly yourself to heart. Oh! Safe, wakey, wakey. Oh, daring kicks. Oh, this is an awful round to witness. Durka trying to make up for it, but bloomin' heck. Safe after being caught asleep, and the wheel tries to swing into Hero, and it's gone nowhere. How many 2v1s, 4v1s are they gonna get?
Rough on the way back in here. And they're not going to go for it. Just to Kelsa freeze. Do they have anything to kill themselves with this time? Oh, Sivov's got a molly.
Well, get to business.
Yeah. Good.
Observe's like, well, get on, Sivov. They've given us something to look at. Oh, I don't think he's going for it.
No.
No mollying yourself this round.
Yeah, seemingly pretty easy on the way in for Na'Vi. Weird engagement here from Safe and Hero, I believe. I'm not sure if that's just because they're up so quickly and there's no sound cue for Safe, but lucky not to lose his life. But it's kicks to fall on the back of that.
Yeah.
That opens the site up.
I want to watch this one back, actually. Yeah, there it is. Just awkward timing. But yeah, it's kicks then who's just like, oh, thanks, mate.
Yeah, and I think Na'Vi probably thinking, yeah, we've done serious damage to Safe there as well, which is why they pick up the pace.
Go.
Oh my god! No, well done, guys. Focus, guys.
No.
Focus, yeah.
Guys,
focus, please.
No laughter. Animals
Stop
only.
laugh. Play only.
Oh, well. Durka, Steve off the 2 here. Oh my god, and Koala Noob's not.
But yeah, Durka not noted.
Durka, and he's not decided to deal with Koala Noob. He tried to go around the back, and Angel just sat there waiting with open arms, and that's one of the rifles gone. Near on unrecoverable, and Safe's gotta get out of there, leaving Kicks alone. Look at Assertive to be the one to try and change the outcome here, because as it stands, it looks like Boaster has broken the brains of Vitality, broken the hearts potentially, I don't know. But they've never looked the same since. Zevov, gonna put on the cape and do something heroic if he fancies to try and change this.
Looking towards Sevov to find the value, but Safe falls very early on. And just financial damage potentially here for him, but grand scheme of things, necessarily a positive to build upon Koala Noob to seal the deal on the 9th round here for Na'Vi. A hero rifle invested, but nothing garnered.
This is it. Oh, just caught him dropping down. And it feels like the confidence is now just rolling for Na'Vi, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're gonna need a I don't even say a hero round, but they need a confidence round for Vitality because they're just being overrun. They don't seem to have the plan on this A site. The aggression's not working. They've been caught towards 410. What are you meant to do at this point?
Concern being there's not many rounds left to play with. This perch is going to take up the lion's share of the bankroll. Again, some of these key ultimates you look towards aren't available here. I mean, no pit, no lockdown, no command, still 3 away. Safe a million miles away from his. It's rough to be staring down potentially double digits for Na'Vi, who also are flush with cash.
And normally, I'd say if I'm looking at a team like this, Durka going on the operator could be enough to change it. I haven't seen that being the case in a couple of games now.
No.
Not enough that it completely makes me think, he's done for here. No, it just feels like I think everyone's learned how Durka likes to play this, and also he was played in a lot differently back in those days. Now a little bit more on his own. And it wouldn't be the first time if he hops up towards Gen that he's played from this as well. I think I vaguely remember Miniboo actually just backhanding him off it, but Na'Vi looking to opt to go the other way. Now the knife could be very well rewarded here. But Kicks, does he have a way out? No, because he goes forward. Oh my god.
Look how early. Look how deep they are and how early it is.
Have they gone away with this? Yeah, Koala Noob gets outswung by less. But Rooksik gonna get checked on. Oh, the flash is nice. Safe's done well with Kicks here to try and catch him on the way through, but that split, how the hell did they get him away with that?
Probably being Durka. Can't give up his life in mid here. Hero still
it's a nuisance.
Trying to turn the tides here for Na'Vi.
He's costing him time.
Just 4 HP.
Forced to fight, forced to fall. Kicks is gonna claim him. Now it becomes very indicative of this rotate towards A. Angel and Shao still got the wingman to pop him towards side.
That's a big kill.
There's a sniper around. Hello, Shao. You don't get another go at that.
I was gonna say it's bold to swing back up there.
I want to see Vitality play this perfectly as well. I don't want to see silly mistakes.
Yeah, well, I mean, they need to maintain the finances as well. I want to see them lose potentially another rifle.
I know he's still on site, or at least likely to be close here. It's a hard spot to get more than one from. He's hearing them closer and closer. He knows that his time is soon. 3 of them pathing towards backside, though. The time's running pretty low. Wait. There's no way this happens, right? There's no way this happens, right? That was insanely close. But luckily they have the numbers, and Vitality simply play to it, but they lose some of those weapons there.
Thank God for that. There's a world where maybe a little cleaner on the first hit. Xiao can maybe reset from that, but heroic nonetheless. A crucial kill by Les. So like I said, Na'Vi were just, I mean, it was straight up the guts. They're up there so early. Relies on a response from Les to shut things down. Not out of the woods just yet though. 9-8 the scoreline. A sigh of relief from Vitality.
Ooh, Sivo.
Another mid piece.
Yeah, he's dead here. He can't stand and fight that, and it looks like maybe that little bit of a gap in the armor that Na'Vi found before, they want to exploit again, but Angel trying to make it through the mayhem. Flash in for kicks. This is a lot on your own, but Les apparently finding Hero is going to help out here. And it's now going to be just an absolute blender. Bodies being dropped. Les still holding on. Durka comes into the mix, leaving just Koala Noob alive. A 1v2 though.
I was going to say, is he in range there? But nobody from Vitality reacting. But they've given up the spike.
Which I'm quite surprised by. Not even staying close to
Yeah, looking to, I guess, really run the clock down here. Build that paranoia for Koala Noob, but this is getting weird. They're re-wrapping towards B, expecting him to pick up the spike and head straight there. Koala Noob almost trailing. Again, the fake smoke not going to account to much.
It might make him think he's still towards kitchen or CT at most, but it buys him enough time for a plant here. They won't be able to get there back in time.
Still got the paranoia. By the time Vitality get over here, should be close to the second smoke as well.
Wow,
Winnable.
Good. He's been
cover going out.
Been really good. I like this. It's cheeky. Vitality expect it, maybe imagining a more
Because you got to assume Vitality are going to
standardized-
swing left out of that smoke.
You'd think so. Who's got the keys to the castle now? The smoke's going back in. The time feeling indicative now. He's getting paranoid of his own positioning, but he's got to feel it. He's got to hear it now.
That's rough.
That's unlucky here, but the paranoia going to come in. Does it catch Les? I don't think it does. And the spray not good enough. A lovely attempt, but Vitality. I quite like that they just kind of grouped together and went for the walk, right? Let him try and stew in that timing. And they brought it back to all even.
Well, unfortunately. Again, no information, can't put an open plant down, so it's the smoke from Durka that really makes things difficult for him. Na'Vi to pump the brakes a little bit with a timeout here. And still looking fairly comfortable in terms of the funds. Vitality now.
Good job, boys.
Converted the second response here. I was saying a couple of rounds ago, now they're actually back into a fairly comfortable position in terms of this ult cycle. Again, it's only Kicks who has his online, but 2 away from the lockdown, 2 away from the Blade Storm, and just 1 respectively. Both safe and less. So yeah, at this point now to tie things up, you've got to feel as if Vitality are back in control.
Tentative steps towards it, right? It feels
I
like
don't feel confident saying that,
No,
but
no.
it leans that way for sure.
It does. I feel like they've got something building for them. I want to see consistency, though. It does feel very, very new still, right? Winning that little 2v1. Xiao almost denying a 1v4, it felt like. There were a couple of moments there that got quite close. Now, the operator's still in for Durka. Kick's doing well. Lester, everyone's kind of, starting to deliver a bit more. Safe, starting to have a bit more presence. What do we see Na'Vi try and do on the way back here? Because they're the ones who had the timeout. They have to now adjust back accordingly.
Shadows traveling. Maybe. A bit of a pace change towards B going to be the answer. Xiao able to get that off ahead of the knife. Is just a probe initially. One loop trying to fake with the TP actually.
Toxin screen down.
It's an Na'Vi maybe trying to force Vitality into the guessing game.
And they don't have the same tools to try and clear Durka off this angle.
I mean, Rooksek's dead here.
right? Okay, I do like this. Yeah, there we go. Gonna be forced away now. Nice diligence, actually, from Na'Vi to still go through that protocol list, but it's still Durka.
Here.
And I think that he might have believed that was the spike up there for a second. I'm not sure, but as it stands, swing together, and it's a miss. The timing a little off here. Durka got to live a second too long for their liking. But they still have to go towards the site, and there's still problems. There's still time to be bought with a flash from Kicks, but he doesn't see behind him. And coming out of the flash is Angel, but it's all Angel! You're not getting a 1v2 on this. No, you're not. Sivov there with less. And Vitality taking the lead.
It's the one that basically rips away the finances that Na'Vi had accrued. Still going to be a little behind this, but Durka's done so well to find two isolated members of Na'Vi here. Buys enough time as well for the rotation to come through.
Nice! And save it, please, guys.
It's unfortunate Hero falls as early as he did. I said it looked like Ruxic was first up on the chopping block there, but a pause from Na'Vi.
TP.
Committed to as well.
It's less checking, but Durka just then ran across. And the parallel is fantastic! This feels unforgivable! Maybe going a little too far, but it's still traded in on. Hero's there to keep Sivov down, so a 4v2 off the back of what felt like an outrageous TP.
Yeah, not respected, I guess. Durka drifting way out past yellow.
Because it looked like Les was trying to clear that.
Yeah. I guess Durka's eye is still trained towards maybe if it was a pinch on the back of the TP. I'm not sure of exactly the range there or how far back Koala Noob was, whether or not they think that they're out of range to hear the cancel or a number of different factors in play for sure. Koala Noob breaking the ankles of this B site hold from Vitality.
If I'm going to be critical of Vitality where they get bailed out... Sorry, Angel. What year are we in? Rolling them back.
I feel bad about that.
But again, when I give, we kind of give credit to either Durka or Kicks kind of securing rounds for Vitality individually. That one was off the back of Koala Noob and this TP here.
Yeah, and it's here that Les is off to the right of this, by the way. So, like I said, Durka, not sure on the situation with the dash either. Not feeling fully comfortable. I mean, it's rough here to just get popped ahead of the smoke bloom.
Brother, who you fighting, bro? What are you doing?
That's a sound clip right there. Oh, Vitality, though, nearly having all ults ready to go. This, I don't say it's a comfortable round, but it should be pretty solid for them. And what do they have to force Durka away? This time, showing versatility towards this B side, playing up on top of yellow.
Here.
Maybe a high dizzy coming through. Whoa! Now they know.
Yeah.
And they look to speed up on it. Oh! And he still gets one blind! I want that in slow-mo, but Angel is bringing death. I don't understand it. It feels like we've gone into a different timeline today.
Some kind of alternate universe.
It makes no sense, Michael. We do have the lockdown in place, so Na'Vi opting to play very close towards sight on this. Sivov ready to invest if he has to. Koala Noob and Ruxic waiting on this smoke walk. If Safe tries to go for it, he'll be dead. Yeah, he absolutely is, but the number's so hard to overcome. Na'Vi finding the answers.
A beautiful set piece, and even with Durka finding a freebie here, completely blind, and I believe through the wall.
Who do you think you're fighting?
But again, look at where Les and Durka have to retreat to. It's just littered with utility.
What the hell?
You see what they fall into, the snake bites here.
Yeah.
In follow-up utility as well.
Nice, boys. This was important.
Nice. Yeah, very important round. You can see here the knock-on effect here towards the finances for Vitality. We credit the ultimates. We're barely having a chance to invest them here.
Can't be killed.
Okay.
That's not bad.
I got the spike.
Don't think they can police that weapon either, no. Hero probably feeling as if... I'm not sure actually if we can check in. It looked like he did go towards Sona off the map. don't know if it is still there. We'll have to wait and see, but nobody retrieving it just yet. Yeah, it is thrown off, yeah.
Thank you, observers, cuties. Locked down in, though. Noted that in the previous round. Didn't have the opportunity, but Kick's going to find Koala Noob trying to get up to his naughtiness.
Still brazen.
Still far. Pause for thought now, having to respect the ults in play, but Vitality putting quite a lot of those eggs in that A basket, and only Angel going to be noted on the knife.
So not too telling, but it's kept 4 members of Vitality committed towards A site, feeling comfortable about the retake potentially, but without the lockdown now, are you?
30 seconds
Does get a
left.
little bit more squirrely, doesn't it? Angel still showing presence here, but no one else is helping unless his eyes turn to middle. Slow and steady, Na'Vi getting it right here. Les forced to be a bit more passive, can't take the risk here. Can't. I think it's in, yeah, just ahead of the snakebite coming down. Les is still on site and Na'Vi playing up, playing ahead. Still hitting a banger though. A 2v4, Hero does have the lockdown, but this is going to ask for a lot here. This could be big. Shao, can you help him in this matter though? Safe does have his util too though. So you can see those flying through to deny it. So Shao now has to play forward. Caught. Kicks, lovely. And now Hero, you up to the namesake. The Molly's not in play yet and not gonna get away. Vitality right back up in this. 11-11. Not sure who's making a wish now.
Just the 2 rifles. There's less to open things up, create an advantage here for Vitality, and they absolutely follow through. Oh, wait, I didn't catch that actually. Koala Noob actually still casting a second smoke there. Yeah, you can see it. Kicks
Right, so
just
who did it,
There's a man.
walks inside it.
Okay. Okay.
Sentry.
Do we have a game on our hands? I don't know. I think we do. I think we've had a game on our hands for some time, actually. Rooksik still got the ult. Didn't really get much of an opportunity here to invest. Obviously, they get into that post plant. Could be lovely for themselves. Lockdown one away for Kicks. Les has his own. Dirk has got his locked in too. So the ult cycle sitting very favorably to their side.
Angel to try and sniff anything out close on A site. That's where though, Koala Noob's the one to be rewarded.
Oh, come
Safe.
on!
A cheeky response, and Rooksik will fall.
That's wild that he gets that, just on the fadeaway almost.
And the fact it's not Koala Noob.
See Na'Vi now looking a little worse for wear on the way back in. Can you believe it? Towards A.
Bit invested here. All missiles away. See what Na'Vi's plan is to deal with that. It's Angel.
Go and fight him. Go on, Angel. Have a 1v1 in the Viper's pit. And it works. And now we're in the post plant. Angel one away from his ult, one away from Shao's. Durka, Sivov and Safe having to work this out as they go. Ult invested from Durka. They want to come in. All guns are blazing, but Shao in the right place and perfectly at the right time. Position hard to clear here, forcing their hands. And Durka! Oh, begging on his knees for a way out of that one. Na'Vi up to 12.
Heartbreak for Vitality to be forced into a position like that. But Na'Vi just looking so clutch today in a number of different scenarios. Angel.
Wins those.
What? Well, they've been feeding him today.
Don't know. One more opportunity here for Vitality. A lot on the line between these two. Tied up with those 2 wins, 2 losses. You'd have thought this would have gone differently. Durka now forced to fall.
No shield either. Operator invested less down on the Sheriff, made it work previously. Be called upon once again. Rooksik looking to try and dig him out of this position. Safe. think spotting anything there.
Angel's on the operator, Mike. I just want to make sure
If Angel diffs Durga here with an op,
I won't be on.
There's.
It felt like it could have happened, and Xiao is trying to send something into motion here. Don't know if he caught Durka on that. No, he didn't. But he's forced to respect it. Kwanu picking. Whoa. That bullet flew by. Trying to fight forward. They've got him on the ropes here. Na'Vi. Oh my word. Vitality down to 3. The buy still broken. Sivov trying to give him something. The Viper's Pit in play gives Kicks an opportunity, and he's been caught as well. Less than Sivov with it all to do. A tap on the spike, and now just less alive. Oh, it's brutal to witness, as it looks like Vitality will be heading towards the lower bracket. Na'Vi, what an upswing in performance, Mike.
Really, really impressed. Like I said, you come into this series basically feeling like you want to see some of these mistakes being addressed and notable improvements. I guess that question's certainly answered on one side of the stage today.
Wow. I've got to say for me as well, Koala Noob and Rhythmic, what a performance.
Fantastic.
Map
Was
1.
ridiculous. Was it 9-0 he was in opening engagements?
Yeah, I think so, something like that. Absolutely brilliant from them. Seeing them have a massive performance, but it was also that bringing out of Icebox with that M80 style comp there, looking pretty solid.
Which I guess that kind of attributes towards Koala's comfort here to go forwards, be aggressive, and ultimately be the deciding factor in a lot of these rounds.
Angel having a big series too. Everyone did. I'm really impressed with some of this shake-up from Na'Vi, and they waited till the...
Much needed.
Yeah, it was the 11th hour.
Yeah, let's be honest, much needed.
Yeah, it was, and on the other side, of course, the question marks with Vitality will be continuing. It's something that's going to be heavy on the minds, I think, going forward here. But we have a treat for you. We have the delightful team waiting in the post plant, where I believe Rhythmic and Koala will be joining them, so you want to stick around for that, so don't go too far away.
That is right. We will be joined by Koala Noob and Rhythmic in just a moment. But for now, I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Billy on the post plant. We are getting slowly surrounded by more and more trees, and I love it. I would not have predicted that result today, no matter what you told me.
I don't think anyone would have.
Crazy,
like,
right?
Genuinely, the momentum that Na'Vi have been able to build off of those losses, the bounce back is insane. I love to see it.
Can you imagine Na'Vi making it to Toronto?
It's crazy, because when we look back at kickoff and the adversity that they had to have in kickoff, I think that that's honestly done them the world of good, because they've gone into stage 1, they've had a couple of losses here and there, but they've learned from those losses, which is the most important part.
I've never been so excited about something. This is kind of like, you know, it's nostalgic. It's like your favorite TV show getting a sequel. You know, they're like remaking Gossip Girl or something. And actually, no, they did do that. It wasn't the best, but terrible example.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's just so exciting to see teams like Na'Vi rediscovering their form. But are you worried about Vitality at all going into playoffs? Because they will be starting in the lower bracket.
I think it is difficult, right? With them starting in that lower bracket, you don't want a team that's just come back from such a great performance at Masters Bangkok to then have to go into that lower bracket of playoffs and the regular season. Like, it's frustrating, but I think it's better that they have their losses here now rather than in the playoffs. I mean, they don't really have a choice in the playoffs now that they're in the lower bracket, but
it's rough. It is going to be rough. Why do you think Vitality didn't look like themselves, I guess, today?
I think it's difficult, right? Because you see things like Durka swapping onto a new duelist. They've been trying to implement Sivov into the team, who had a great debut. But again, like, it's just really about them trying to find their footing. It's been, difficult to watch, especially with Safe's performance as well. Like, what agent is he going to play? This is something that we've been asking ourselves a lot of the time. So although in the beginning we thought, okay, Sivov is on controller, the roles are sorted now, everything's fine, it doesn't seem to be fine because they're still role swapping.
I truly truly believe this was an Angel diff. I think Angel called an incredible game today. I know Na'Vi are prep heavy, but even when they didn't have the prep on that Haven, I really loved the things that they brought. Some set plays on Icebox as well, super cheeky. The Omen TPs, and yeah, I see that Angel get a lot of slack on
that's valid.
socials.
Yeah.
And I see, you know, people like to think that after you turn 30, apparently your life is over. Newsflash, it's not. So I think a lot of people are saying, oh, Angel's too old for this now. You know, he can't be running with the other fragging IGLs, you know, the Valens of the world anymore. And I think today he just proved everybody wrong.
What Angel has is experience, right? And he is clearly so determined to get back to a global event, having missed out on all of them last year. He's ready, he's got his young gunners in, and he wants to go back, and I love that from him.
I do as well. I think we're missing a little bit of Angry Angel at a global event.
Yeah.
I think today we saw a lot of the W Gaming just running to back Scion A, you know.
Why not? Why
I
not?
think we've seen some Angry Angel, and I think some of these kids in other regions, they probably
Put some
never
respect
played
on his
against
name.
Angel.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think some of
literally.
these kids from like Pacific, you know, China as well, and some of the up and
I
coming
wonder
players.
if Koala Noob even knew who Angel was before joining a team
100%.
with him. Now that you say that.
Of course he would have known him. Yeah, Koala, I've spoken to him a lot about this.
Okay,
He's,
okay,
you know,
okay.
he watches other regions when he was playing as well. I think he definitely would have known. But I do like that we are living in a world where all of our veterans are showing that it's not just about the rookies anymore. However, having said that, we do have two rookies here in the studio with us, and it is Koala Noob and Ruxic. Please come and sit on the couch with sit down next to me and Billy, please. Ooh, Na'Vi are back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Na'Vi are going to Masters.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, hell yeah. I am so excited that you guys said that. Massive congratulations today. That was an insane series. So clean. You guys really look like a crazy team that could really contend for going to a Masters. What happened between this week and last week? Is this the form that you've had in you this whole time?
I mean, yeah, like, the thing with us is, like, we're in a spot where we're scrimmers right now, or we were scrimmers. Like, we had a very, very good win rate. Like, we were dominating, we were playing very well as a team. When we went to matches, like, we add some just unnecessary pressure and I guess like overcomplication, like from every player individually. And you know, we just talked about it. Like, we had to just, honesty is the best policy. We had to fix it. And we really just like harped on all like the issues we had and focused on it. And like, this is the Na'Vi that should be shown every week. Unfortunately, it wasn't last week. Well played to Heretics, but like, this is the team that like we should be.
And Ruxic, I love on that map one, you are again showing the stocks of Turkish aim. Turkish player being best players in the league. Are you happy with your performance today?
And today it's good for me, but I need to play all the time like this because my performance normally like this. But in the beginning, I didn't adapt. I got some problems. And right now, I will keep go like this, and my team play like this, and we will go Masters. I hope so.
Just keep telling yourself, I'm Turkish, I'm better than these kids, you know, I'm Turkish.
Him in here.
I got the best aim, yeah.
Yeah, confidence, that's what's needed. I wanted to ask you about that Icebox and you playing Omen, because I know Sue was eagerly looking forward to something like that. But I
called it.
You did, you did.
I called it, yeah.
I wanted to see a Jet head-to-head between you and Darka, I can't lie, because you, I don't know if you know this, you have double the amount of reps than him on that agent, which is crazy.
I used to be a Jet one trick.
Yeah, literally. So was this a you decision or was this a coaching staff Angel decision?
Is this an M80 thing?
It definitely is influenced from M80 because we knew how strong the comp was. I miss you, M80 guys, if you're watching this. But yeah, I mean, this is something that we're like, I guess, like Hero and stuff, for example, like the Europeans, like they weren't like, they didn't know about this comp, I guess, that well. Like it wasn't really played a lot in Europe. So I brought it up. Because I'm like, I think Omen's literally better than Jet on this map. I think like Omen literally can do the same thing as Jet, but maybe even better. And I kind of like, we had to scrim a little bit and I proved it to them and they trusted the comp and I mean, it worked exactly how we planned.
So do you have to convince Angel in this moment or is it Happy?
No, Happy is always on board.
Of
Angel
course.
was on board. It's just like, it's not that the players weren't on board. It's just, it needed convincing because like they want me to be aggressive. So when they see me on Omen, they're like, how is he going to be aggro? Like, how is he going to do this? But I mean, they obviously saw it in scrims and like it worked perfectly.
Now, of course, not quite the M80 because obviously there's no KO. We do have the Tejo here and the Gecko, which is, we don't see Gecko right now at all in EMEA. And I just want to ask you about this comp in general because once upon a time, for the people that didn't watch Valorant back in like 2023, I think at one point Na'Vi had 18, 19 unique compositions, you know, comps that nobody else plays in the world. Do you want to guess how many unique comps you guys play right now this stage that no one else in the world plays?
Probably almost every map.
Yeah, do you want to guess?
Nope.
No, well, it's 5. So this is the 5th comp that you guys have that nobody else right now in Tier 1 plays, which is crazy. So Ruxic, is this how you like to do things? You know, you like being different, playing something fun, or are you still trying to get used to the system?
For me, comps, sometimes it's good because I'm playing generally Omen, and I'm playing like a second duelist because we have 2 smoker. It's good for me, and I like to play aggro. It's very fine for me. I'm having fun.
How come we haven't seen the, you know, what he just mentioned, like, you know, more second double duelist and doing all that kind of shenanigan?
Ruxic doesn't want to play duelist. If there was a double duelist, it would definitely be like me and Hero. This guy's way too good on
yeah,
smokes.
we did see the raise.
This
Oh yeah,
guy
we
is
saw the
way
raise.
too good on smokes. So.
If I play entry, I think I can't stop myself. I can just die and die.
And are you used to this as well, this way of working?
Yeah, I mean, I had Happy as my coach, and he likes to cook stuff, like, since I'm 80. And I, like, every time he tells me about something that I might need to try or, like, change, like, I'm always open to it. Like, he really helped me, like, make myself into a player that can, like, play multiple roles if needed. So it's not, like, an issue about, like, comfortability. And I think that's, like a lucky thing that I guess we have. Like, I feel like a lot of duelists, like, aren't able to, like, flex onto other roles, or at least, like, at, like, a very, very high level. Where I feel like I have, like, a lot of reps just from the past of, like, literally not being on duelists on, like, multiple maps. And, like, it's something that's totally comfortable with me. And I kind of, like, get how to play the comps.
I wanted to ask you guys a little bit about working with Angel, obviously both being new to VCT EMEA. We saw a tweet from him not long ago about being angry Angel. How is it working with him as an IGL?
You want to answer me?
You can answer.
Okay, Angel, like, he's super smart. Like, right after, like, the first thing I said after we won is, like, your calls today were just, like.
I said Angel diff today, yeah.
His calls are, like, he is an incredibly smart IGL. Like, when he gets things rolling and when he's, like, in a comfort zone and when we're actually playing our game, like, the game that he's used to, like, me and Ruxic being super aggressive, Hero getting these insane lurk times, like, when he has all the pieces that he sees in scrims, like, every call is going to be right with him. Like, the only difference, like, the thing that, like, I'm getting used to is because I'm from NA. I'm used to, like, I guess a different style. I'm getting used to it, and I like his calling, and I'm also trying to, like, implement, like, how I, like, view the game a little bit because I view it, like, differently sometimes. And, like, he's very, like, open to listening to ideas, and that's, I feel like, something that a real IGL, like, you need to have.
I think you're changing him. He apologized to you after that fracture, you know, I think it was against GX,
He's like, I'm sorry for letting you die, like, 4 times in a row.
So I don't think I've ever heard that story of Angel apologizing to anyone. He's letting you pitch comps, and he's saying yes to these things? Growth, character growth as well. What about you, Ruxic? Anything about Angel that maybe surprised you before you joined? Because we all know Angel. He's been around for so long.
I surprised because of his caring about our idea. Normally, people, if you play like this 15 years as esport, no one care you because ego, you know?
Yeah.
But Angel don't have ego and so respectful against us and care about our idea. And it's very good.
Are there any ideas that you've presented to Angel that you wanted to do?
Sometimes last match, Heaven, for example, I want to TP short, and I just TP and kill this guy, and he didn't cancel, you know. He accepted me, and I did tactic, and he worked.
You go with it.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, he's like, good idea, Roxy, let's go.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's going to be so happy because you told me this before. Him always starting playoffs in the elimination spot has haunted him for a whole year. And because of you guys and him, you know, his efforts today, that's not going to happen. So how happy do you think him and Shower are right now?
I mean, I think they're very happy. It's like, the thing they care about is just, like, us playing our game. And we really did that today, and I think they're very, like, proud of us because they really just don't want to see, like, the players that they, like, put a lot of trust in because, like I said, we have Ruxic and Hero who, like, mechanically, in my opinion, are, like, literally the best players in the world. Like, they're insane, and like they know that I'll run it down for them. Like I will just hold W for them every round because I know I'm gonna get traded. Like I don't care. So full confidence. Like when they see me full confident, them just doing their thing, killing people, like that makes them happy. And I think they're super excited.
Aww. I'm so happy to hear that you guys are, you know, happy. You're doing well. The vibes are good. Very quickly, because I'm gonna, one of our assistant producer asked me to specifically ask you about that gecko. So was it because you've seen M80 do it and it just looks good? Is there any other reason? Because Shao could play every initiator on the sun on that map.
Yeah, I mean, Shao's just a really good initiator, and like, I feel like Gecko on that map is very strong. It's like a map where there's a lot of delay, and like post.
And you can plant.
And exactly, that's like a very strong thing about Gecko. Like, his util is really not that bad when you pair it well with other stuff. So I think like people not playing him, maybe they're not utilizing it as much, and we are. Like as good.
I love that. I wanted to ask you guys, looking ahead now that you're in playoffs and you have that 3rd seed, what would it mean to you both to be able to make it to Masters Toronto, especially for yourself, Quell, and coming from Canada?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Canada, I'm from Toronto.
Yeah.
Like, everybody there like knows that I became a pro and they're super happy for me. Like, my families are, like, my girl and my kid are there. And, like, I really want my kid to go to a Masters. That would be, like, a dream. Like, if I were to see her in the crowd or something, like, I would be very happy, and I want her to, like, be proud of me. So yeah, it means like a lot to me. Like this has been my dream my entire life.
We have to get you there.
Yeah,
we have to get you
so
there. I
sweet.
back you 100% of the way. What about you, Ruxic?
For me, I don't have other choice. I will go Masters with my team.
Losing is not an option.
Yeah, but it will be exciting for you, right? Because it will be the first time for you to go to something that big.
Yeah.
I'm not excited because I'm just playing my game. I play a lot of LAN games on Turkey as well. I'm just playing my game. I want to win everything.
Are there any players that you've never played against from other regions that you would be excited to meet or play against?
I don't care much. I'm just playing my game.
There's a team that I want to face.
Oh.
2 teams.
Oh. Is there beef?
No beef.
Oh, no.
100 Thieves and Cloud9.
Because
I want to face Ned and Xander. I miss you guys, but I got to beat you. And it's going to be, I just want to face these guys. I love them, and I hope I get to face them one day.
Oh, they might have a chance. You never know. They might have a chance. Yeah. They play soon.
And Sentinels, because John. I forgot about that too.
Oh,
John.
of course.
Those three teams.
If those 3 are the ones that make it, then you're the prophet of some sort. You know, if you call it like out the gate, if G2 don't go because those 3 go, you're gonna have to buy a lottery ticket. Of course, today I think it was a very special day for you guys, for the Na'Vi fans too. But I wanted to quickly ask you guys, what's been your favorite moment in Valorant in general? It doesn't have to be you related, be nice if it is, but just in general, because we are coming up to the 5-year anniversary of this game being released, which feels really, really crazy, because I'm pretty sure like Hero was like 12 years old 5 years ago.
He was in elementary when Angel was playing his first.
Yeah. So yeah, do you have any standout memories or moments? Ruxic is just like,
I have, but I don't remind right now.
I mean, with me, it's just like making these lands. Like when I got to Ascension Finals 2 years in a row, and I just love the game. Like every time I get to a LAN and I get to play on stage and just do that, and like even here now, like it's literally just feels amazing and like more motivating. So like going from like an Ascension stage or like a studio stage here to like a Masters, like that's something that like I just always think about, and I hope that I get to achieve it this year with these guys.
I think you'll thrive too in that environment, you know. You'll thrive big time. And very quickly, we had Flyer with us on the desk earlier. Yeah, and he said very nice things about you.
He was bigging you up.
He was glazing
big
you.
time, yeah.
He did say that you've owned him every single time he's ever played against you.
Yeah,
but he said that, you know, while in a lot of departments, he felt like Durka would come out ahead of you in terms of like experience and all that, he firmly believed that you are the better opper. So that's a big compliment.
I mean, I've said this before, and like it's not like an ego thing. Like I think there's a lot of good offers in this league, but if there's one thing I think I'm the best at, it's opping, and like I'm just so confident in that gun. Angel, like I said, he's very like he lets me do whatever. If I want to pull out an op randomly, like just randomly out of even on a T side round, like he will just say yeah, do it. Like they trust me so much, and I'm super confident in my op, and I'm happy I got into form today, because this is like the perfect match to end off for playoffs, and I really want to continue showing like what I did today, because I think I brought a lot of value with the op.
I mean, you took down one of our best players on that weapon we've ever had in EMEA, so I think you've proved that enough. And with that said, let's take a look at the standing, because the seedings are starting to look very, very clear now for playoffs. We are painting a great picture. So on the left-hand side, you can see with that win, Na'Vi are confirmed seed 3 going into playoffs. Vitality will be seed 4. It will come down after tomorrow between Heretics and Fnatic, whoever's 1 and 2. But you will obviously be playing a team on the other group, and that would either be, I believe...
BBL or TL.
Yeah, BBL or T... No, because one of them will be... Yeah, you're right. One of them will be Seed 1, and the Seed 2 will face you guys. Do you have a preference? BBL, Roxy, come on!
I want to play against Sociable. It's
Yeah!
it's my ex-teammate, and I want to play against Sociable. I was playing on Turkish League against Sociable. It's against... play against Sociable is very good because it's my brother.
So would you like to go to Toronto together? Maybe BBL and Na'Vi both go?
I hope so.
Would that
but
be nice?
It's 10%. I think it's.
Hey.
Who us or them?
Hey, no, because you still have a second chance. So like, whoever loses that game will drop to the lowest. There's a possibility. It is possible.
It's maybe, but I hope so. We can go together.
That would be
with
crazy.
Turkish friends.
Yeah, that would be very crazy. What about you?
I mean, I have no preference. I mean, it'd be cool to face Liquid just because like we're two teams where I feel like we run unique comps. Like Liquid, they have run like interesting comps on like Lotus. They run on like a lot of maps. So like interesting comp versus interesting comp, it can make up like spicy games. But like for actual who I want to face, like it doesn't matter.
Early predictions then. Do you guys think, give us your prediction as to who you think is going to qualify to Masters from our region?
Oh God.
It's a nasty question.
I don't even bloody know.
Us, Heretics, and Fnatic or Liquid.
Oh.
Ruxic, do you have an answer?
I think Liquid, Heretics, and us.
Ooh, interesting. Vitality, you know? I think Vitality still has a chance.
No, they have a chance for sure. Like they're a good team. It's just they're in the lower bracket, right?
My other sleeper pick is KC. I don't know why. I feel something.
Good.
I feel something about KC going through. But thank you guys so much for joining us. You got plans after this? You guys,
just gonna
vacation?
Eat.
Vacation for a couple of days before you come back to playoffs?
Just eat and I will just chill.
I mean, it's hard for me to go on vacation because I would have to go back to Canada.
Ah, true.
And then, like, if we're gonna practice very soon, like,
you're gonna go to Canada anyway, am I right? Like in a few weeks. But thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to watch you guys in this regular season. I cannot wait to see you guys back here at playoffs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Billy, as well, for being here with me. Oh my goodness, what a day we've had today. What a day we had yesterday. Tomorrow, everything will be sorted, decided. Playoffs race, a seeding. We're gonna have it all. So make sure you come back and join us, and do not miss Liquid versus KC and Fnatic versus Team Heretics. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
David!
Let's go.
Move! I'm a prefect! Fight them together! I'm not losing too quick, guys. Let's go with this.
They've got themselves a map! Vamos, Koi!
Let's go! Angel. Bro. aspirations. Ace.
Ace!
Oh my god.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly